What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back again, and welcome to the people on YouTube. And to the people on YouTube, don't forget to hit the bell icon so that you get notified when I go live. Let me check all of my shit here. Cool. Let me share my stuff here. Let's see. I'm going to move over to my... Is it time? Let me see if I can actually type yet. Test. Nope. Son of a bitch. I'm still bananaed for, I think, like 3 minutes. Let's see. Where is that banana post? Banana. What's up, y'all? Welcome in, welcome in. First time viewer. Well, welcome in, Dylan. Good to see you. Yeah, sorry for the little delay here. I'm trying to share my stuff, but I've been bananaed from making any posts or comments, so I can't actually share it to anybody for like, I think 3 minutes, because I'm pretty sure today was the last day. Let's see. Okay, it says here, time and date. Oh, it doesn't actually say. That's stupid. Well, that's stupid. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, because it was 12:27. It's today. But unfortunately, when I click on it, it doesn't show the time. Let's see. Test again. Nope. Okay. Fuck it. Who cares? Anyway, welcome in, guys. Interesting show today. This show is a little different. I love technology and science, transhumanism, what have you. And there's some interesting things going on in the world of nanites, nanobots, Necrobotics. If you've never heard that before, it's very interesting stuff. They take like dead mollusks and use that as their exoskeletons, and they can manipulate those things. I mean, imagine like a lobster robot with dead lobster parts. Kind of crazy. Shiitake,
hey,
what's up?
How are you?
Doing fine. What's up?
I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
So the first question I have is, why does Google state that 70% of the 70% of Pakistan is inbred and 50% of the Muslim world is inbred?
I don't know. I'm not Google, and we're not talking about that stuff today.
Okay.
Do you see the prompt? What are your thoughts on this? Nanobots, Necrobotics, mini brain, organoids, even bodyoids?
Oh, that's been around for a long time.
It's been around for a long time?
Very long time. Yeah, and if you can use, you can actually use gas discharge visualization to hack one's biofield and manipulate thought. Do you have
any,
that for years.
Do you have any like studies on that? Any kind of,
look
articles?
Up Sabrina Wallace. She's got all the receipts for that.
Sabrina Wallace?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she?
Yeah, she worked for the government for a long time, and then she got unalived last year.
Let's see. Oh, QAnon casualties. So she was a QAnon?
No, she wasn't. She didn't believe in Pizzagate or any of that nonsense.
Teaching your body field. Is this like your chi? Anyway, the stuff I'm talking about, I can actually show video and stuff of.
Yeah, if you look at her research and you look at her receipts, you'll...
Molecular nano neural networks. Wallace on misinformation proliferating on social media. Huh. Wonder why she might talk about that.
Because they unalived her and then just suspected her as misinformation after they unalived her.
Well, I'll look her up.
Just look at her receipts and make your own conclusion. That's what I'm
sure.
saying.
Yeah. No, I'll do that. No, I was looking today at this stuff, and I know they've talked about like nanobots. I don't know how far they got into it with the technology, but some of these things are able to be produced very cheaply, like $100 a pop. In one of the articles I was looking at, it basically is powered by light. One of the issues they had with it, though, is that the moment that light is gone, its memory gets wiped. So whatever you had programmed it to do, it'll forget, and they're trying to overcome that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's, we're talking here. I'll pull up some pictures here of this stuff.
Have you seen the interviews lately with Orlando Brown just speaking how they can soul harvest and switch souls to other people's bodies?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it's pretty out there.
Sounds like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, it literally is.
Have you watched
And he
Black
said
Mirror?
a lot of people are actually other people. They're just playing different roles in other people's bodies.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Hold on, let me find this picture of this nanite, whatever you want to call it. All right, here, let me pull it up. Give me just a second. I gotta swap it over. So this is a this is the size of the nanobot that they're using that they can create. There's another image. Let me pull it up. It's actually compared to like a penny sitting on the surface of a penny. This is what it looks like. And so, so it'd be more like for sensory, so that it can detect like levels and stuff, monitor somebody's health. I don't know that they've got it to the point of manipulation where it can go in and like actually like do things like inner space. You ever seen that movie?
Yes, I have.
Inner space. That's fucking wild shit, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, we're getting there. It seems like.
Yeah, look up the human biofield. It's actually a fascinating topic.
Well, I don't know enough about it to carry a show on it, but I've got it.
Essentially, what it is
bookmarked.
just your aura. Your aura is a magnetic field, and that magnetic field can be tapped into and disrupted.
Interesting. Well, I mean, this is, maybe that's where the mediums come into play, where they can
see that, yeah.
Like some kind of extrasensory perception that they are able to latch onto and understand what you're saying.
They say we're only use a fraction of our brain power, right? So
sure. And we're electric fields, so
yes.
It stands to reason that if electric fields put off radiation. So if somebody is intuitively able to like sense your static electricity field, whatever it is, it's possible that they could know what you're thinking anyway. Somebody else is coming in. Give me just a second, guys. Ben. Okay, so I'm going to pull this article up. This is actually pretty fucking interesting. I hadn't seen this yet, but this is wetware. It's like software, but it's actual like mini human brains controlling robots in the lab. In a remarkable leap forward robotics, a team of Chinese scientists has managed to teach tiny clusters of human brain cells, known as organoids, to control robots. These miniature brains, while nowhere near as complex as a human one, are learning to interact with machines in entirely new ways. Brain organoids, tiny three-dimensional bundles of neurons grow from human stem cells, are at the center of this revolution. So they're going to be able to use like, biological
it's sort of like an Inceptogram where you can just upload someone's consciousness onto a floppy disk and then just upload it onto the robot after.
Well, this is a little different than that. This is actual like an actual brain with brain cells. An actual like mini brain that they've created. In a petri dish that, because it fires, it operates like a computer would, like your brain does.
Computer, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's able to send and receive information through the robot. I don't know if it's autonomous or not. I don't think it is currently, but it's pretty wild. Ben, you've got a lot of like TV in the background. Can you turn that down, and then if you'd like to jump in there, did you want to talk about any of that stuff that we've discussed so far? Ben, I did mute you because I couldn't hear over your TV. Ben, in 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. Okay. Talking about auras and stuff. I don't know anything about that. I'll look it up. Sarah Wallace, he was talking about. Anyway, so we can go back to this. They can produce these, and now, guys, they've also, they can produce your organs too in petri dishes. They're also called organoids. Tiny like organs that they create outside of the body. The world of science is pretty fucking wicked now. Like it's pretty crazy. Like training an AI model, scientists can first teach these living mini brains to control robots in virtual simulations, reducing risk before moving to real world tests. To enable richer neural activity, the researchers use spherical 3D organoids cultivated with low intensity forced ultrasound stimulation. Fucking wild. I mean, eventually, we're going to get to transhumanism where, the merger of like robots and humans. Peter Thiel talked about that the other day, and somebody had asked him if he thought that humans should continue to, to survive or live or whatever, and it took him forever to say yes, that they should keep going, but it's pretty crazy. Also, here's the Necrobotics. This is a company, and they take basically dead parts of animals. Right, robots fashioned from dead lobster exoskeletons have awesome strength, lightweight, and flexibility. Necrobotics advanced mix sustainable food waste with synthetic components. Here, let me play this video real quick. It's pretty wild, actually. Like, look at this shit. Is that not creepy? Like, what the fuck? Wow. That is awesome. By flapping the exoskeleton, the robot can generate swimming locomotion. High frequency bending actuator up to 8 hertz. What the fuck are we doing, y'all? That is crazy. That is not living, for the record. It's just the exoskeleton, right? And so they're starting to do that. Like, what are the ethics, the ethical issues there? Like taking dead parts and reusing them? I mean, to me, I think it's fine because it's just generally chitin. It's, do what? Do what? I thought somebody was talking to me. Anyway, to be able to use, that for whatever. It could have applications, whatever, that you might not be able to get with some heavy-ass robot, run by a heavy-ass battery. But we also have, and this is kind of interesting, in Europe, they're already talking about what to do about robotic crime. Robot crime could be rampant by 2035, law enforcement warns. This is Vice News, for the record. Europol wants everyone to calm down with their visceral hatred of humanoid robots. And so they fear that, in this report, they fear that, like, people are going to be pissed because they're going to be losing their jobs. I mean, hell, look what they're doing to immigration, immigrants here in the United States already. They hate them. They're mistreating them. They're, being trashy. So, I imagine they might have the same thought process about robots. And so it could lead to protests, could lead to, uprising, protests, riots, robots in poor urban areas getting beaten to death. Like, they actually put out a fucking, a report of robots being beaten to death, by people. Didn't have that one on my bingo card either, but that's pretty funny. But it also talked about how they can be hacked. And so, like, if you had these humanoid robots that were, babysitting or, watching your kids, helping your grandparents or whatever survive, that they could be hacked into and actually harm your children. Or, kidnap and blackmail. That could be rampant with humanoid robots. Lewis, well, of course you can come up, but I don't see your request. I don't see you in the request box. In order to come up, you're going to have to request. I mean, I can send you an invite. Are you not able to request, Lewis? Lewis, you don't see a request box? Hit the little, it's blue and red, purple, looks like two friends together on the bottom next to your message button. Click on that, and it should give you the request option. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Pretty good. That's fucking wild shit, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for teaching me something new on TikTok. I didn't know about that little blue-red thing. So the necrorobotics interests me because, so when I went to university, I studied biochemical engineering in Albany, New York. And the reason I did it was because at the time, it was the only center that was using nanobots to cure diabetes. And I actually got to study in that. And the necrobiotics really interest me because I think of people that, like, let's say you get like shot in your leg or something, right? And your leg is no longer technically living, but if you can use bots to connect to your brain so that you can keep your leg, even though it's technically quote unquote dead, but the bots will still allow you to use it. I think that's a
Right.
really interesting progression of human anatomy.
Fuck yeah. Or, this may be even further advanced than what you're saying, go in and repair the damages from the inside. Instead of cutting you open and going through all that, send a fucking robot in there with like Edward Scissorhands in your body, Fucking,
yeah, similar.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
similar.
it's kind of what I see there. But no, I mean, like the sky is the limit here. And I've been really excited about, nanobots and stuff for a while because, I'd read about them even in my 20s. But now we're getting to the point where it's, we're starting to see the fruits of that labor over the last 20, 30 years, the studies there.
Yeah, well, we have seen, like, I remember it was probably like 6 or 7 years ago where France tried to take a brain from one cadaver to a living body to see if we could
Transplant.
Yeah, exactly. And that didn't
they
work.
did it with dogs. Did you see that? You saw the two-headed dog? Is that not fucking insane?
Yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. I think it's more going to be about robotics. I think to expand human evolution, right? I think robotics would be the answer. For example, like I said, the dead leg or dead arm, or even hearts, right? Like if we can, because when you look at human anatomy, it's literally just electrodes and energy.
Meat.
Yes,
and
exactly.
meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
to that point, and I'm going to play this. This is a bit of a longer video, but this shit blows me the fuck away. So let me play this real quick, and I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll be right back, but I think that equally you will be like, what in the fuck? Let me pull this up here. Okay, here we go. Now, this is probably a little further out, but this is pretty amazing shit here.
Proposal that was put forward by some Stanford biologists and ethicists in the MIT Technology Review, and I just wrote a response to it. It was published in First Things, just reprinted yesterday in the Free Press, about this idea of creating bodyoids. Now, I should say, this hasn't been done yet, but essentially they argue we're almost there with the technology to create human beings that we'd be born without brains, without a central nervous system, but would otherwise have a functioning, physiologically healthy body and healthy organs. And by creating these so-called bodyoids, we would have a supply of living human bodies that could be experimented upon without impunity, because these people argue they wouldn't actually be human. So the original title of my article was Zombie Bioethics, right? Because this is not the first time we've contemplated, an undead living organism that appears to be human but is not because it's brainless, right? This is a staple of science fiction and horror films. So the creation of these kind of zombie-like entities that could be experimented upon with impunity, whose organs could be harvested willy-nilly without their consent, because presumably they would have no cognition and they would be incapable of giving consent. And so it's a rather, to my mind, rather gruesome proposition. And I argue based on, and by the way, according to our brain death criteria, these people would already be dead because they have no functional brain activity, even though their heart is beating, they're breathing, and they're undergoing normal development, and they look alive in all other respects.
So, I mean, it's a little longer, but you get the idea.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know
Is
what's funny?
like, what is your initial reaction thought in terms of ethics or its usability in society? What was your
Uh,
first thought?
my first thought that I think religion's going to stop this or postpone it
Oh,
as much as possible.
interesting. My first thought was the corn industry would go nuts.
Oh, in what way? Like,
Well,
would it,
if it's a body with no brain, so it's functionally not thinking, right? It's just a bag of meat. The SMEX trade. SMEX trade.
okay, okay.
It's a full human trafficking like non-humans.
Yeah.
You
It's
see what I'm
interesting.
saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
that was the first thing I was like, of all the things, but if they had that, then maybe the Epstein things wouldn't be so prevalent.
Yeah, it's funny because my first thought was when I heard dead body, I immediately thought, oh, okay, so soul, like what are we defining as what is the soul is? And it went straight to religion. And my thought was like, oh, this will be
That's a good
postponed.
thought, though. I mean,
Yeah, because
because you and I both know that that's exactly what'll happen.
yeah, I agree. And then we'll have things like, well, dead bodies should be able to just, go to heaven or hell or wherever, etc. Versus being reborn in a sense, right? Like that would
Right.
be the argument. Are you pro rebornish or not? Like that would be the main, that would be the argument in the
That's
future.
fucking funny. Yeah, no,
Uh,
I like, so ethically speaking, though, like you in the comments, I know that we don't have a whole lot of people in here, but like, if there's no brain, we know there's no thought, or at least we'd have to assume that there's no thought. Is it ethical to have a basically bag of organs there to be fucked with and to be messed with? Like,
yeah, yeah,
ethically, is that, what do you
and then
think?
and then you would have people argue, well, they're just soulless meat bags. That's what they would say, right? Like,
Hey, they called me that before too, though. I'm a
fair
soul
enough.
liberal loudmouth. He's just a soulless meatbag.
It's really funny that you brought this topic up today because literally I was watching Netflix with my girlfriend and we were watching a show called The Great Flood. It's on Netflix and it actually tackles like AI and like being able to create humans with technology. It's a really interesting show or movie. And I came straight on TikTok, and you were the first thing that came up, and I was like, "Holy shit! Okay, the algorithm is really good today." Like, uh,
It's pretty
it,
crazy how accurate, like, it knows the context of what you're talking about and sends it to people who are interested in
yeah,
that. It's
yeah.
very weird. It's
But
kind of weird.
yeah, so I guess that brings up a good point that Never said. Like, do we? So we would have to adjust our laws because do we consider that human anymore?
Right. Well,
When
it
we
would have human DNA, obviously, because it's,
right,
and maybe even your own DNA, because they'd either synthetically have to produce the DNA, which they're at that point creating new people, like, that would be God. But if
right,
they're using somebody else's DNA, like you donate your DNA, stem cells they can pull from any cell, as far as I know now. Like, would you have rights to that body if it was your own DNA being used? Like, I don't know.
yeah. I mean, that's a great argument about cloning, right? And why we don't do cloning because are we still the same person? Like, what makes a human? Is it our memories? Is it the quote unquote soul? Is it the beating heart, the brain? Like, we have not answered those questions as a society. Like, what makes us human? What makes us different from an like a boar or an elephant, right? Like, why are
Right.
we different?
Well, I
Um,
think the difference is because we still have a lizard brain that does activate, so we have what they essentially have, and we have DNA from pretty much every animal, trees, even plants too, even bacteria from long, long ago. But then we have, more on top of that. I think the complex thought in self-awareness, it makes the difference, maybe. Of course, it's a philosophical question, I guess. So there's
Yeah,
no wrong answer.
yeah, I agree. I think it's whether you believe in Darwinism or not. Like, do you believe in evolution? Is this the next step to evolution for humanity? Like we are, as humans, we one of the biggest things we fear is death, right? And we're always looking for ways to expand our lifetime. Is this the next step to expanding our lifetime, or is this like quote unquote anti-God or anti the idea of what we were supposed to be?
I think it is
that's
the
my
next
first thought.
step. Yeah,
I
and
agree.
well, it never you bring up a great question. It's a very slippery slope, isn't it? I mean, it could be, but if we're not progressing as species, as society, what are we doing? We're just sucking the life out of the earth, and to what purpose? But if you can do something, should you? You know what I mean? Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should necessarily. But in this case, I don't think most of us would be against, for example, using your DNA to print a heart that is your heart. It's the exact replica of your heart to transplant your own heart so that there's no rejection issues. I think most of us would be okay with that, generally speaking. So is there a difference? Because all it is a system, a series of multiple organ systems. Your skin, for example, is an organ system. Your cardiovascular system, organ system. So that body without its brain is just a human without one of the organ systems, which is the, nervous system.
You bring up such a good point. So I don't think anyone would argue that, hey, if you can like printer a new heart for somebody so they can live, I don't think anybody would argue that. I think where the problem comes is like, okay, if you can reprint a brain, now are we getting to the point where, okay, so the brain holds all the information of our whole body, right? Like the memories, our experiences, our emotions.
Well, but does it though? I don't know that we know that, because they still to this day don't really know how the brain does what it does. So if you printed your brain, like you took an exact copy of mine and you put it into one of this, bodyoids, I don't think that it would have all of those experiences and memories, but I could be wrong. I don't know that science has answered that. Sorry, go ahead. I just, that's an interesting thing you're bringing up.
No, that's why my immediate thought was religion, because what makes us human? I agree with you. We don't know at all. I don't know if it's my brain, my soul, my heart. Like we always have this, debate about like when you act on it, like chivalry, right? Like, is it heart or is it brain, right? Like we don't know if we're acting out of just natural instincts or evolution or just like our environment. We haven't answered that question, and this would bring up, and and to kind of change it a little bit, like we're heading towards an age of AI. So is this the next step to adapt to AI? Because AI is coming within like the next 5 to 10 years, right? Like we have no choice on that.
Right. As are robots. I mean, they're,
Yes.
look, we just sent like $1.5 million over to a university to bring in these GPS-less dogs, robotic dogs that can essentially function as a hive unit without any input from the outside.
Yeah.
So they fucking 1984 like crazy shit. So yeah, it's definitely coming. And if they're going to do the bad parts of it, the Terminator shit, why not do the good parts of it too? Because
for sure. So I that's interesting. So are we going to have a battle of like cloning versus AI or like nanobots? Like we've already cloned a sheep, right? Like I forgot the name of the sheep, like 20 years ago.
the sheep is named MAGA.
Is it really?
Because no, I just made that.
Oh.
That's a MAGA. They're all sheep. Those are some bad motherfuckers. Okay.
But we have cloned a sheep, and we're arguing, is that the same sheep as before? And first of all, we'll never know because we can't communicate with sheeps, right? Like it's just, but DNA wise, they were identical. So
Right.
like we have that. There's a person here said they wanted to come up. I would love to hear their thoughts on this too. Jules.
Yeah, Jules. I think she said that she wished she could come up, but I think Jules doesn't come up often. Jules has been around on my program for a while, so we've been through hell and back, haven't we, Jules?
Oh, okay.
Jules has been around from like almost the beginning, but no, I mean it is a great topic, and because I love this shit, and maybe other people. Because TikTok, it's all about drama, and if you're not arguing, I'm not sure it's going to reach a bunch of people. But I was reading about this stuff this morning, and I was like, might as well do a show about it because this is wild shit. It's coming. To me, look, a body that has no brain, that is functionally, I guess, human, just a human vessel, body, whatever. I don't really subscribe to that being like. It's just a bag of meat, essentially, to be harvested or experimented on. I think there's a benefit to humanity. Now, you get 20 years down the line after you started producing these, only to discover that cells communicate also, and the whole time this thing's been sentient and thinking while you're jabbing probes in its butt and doing all this crazy shit to it. That would be wild. But from what we know, it wouldn't be thinking or have any thoughts or feelings. With no nerve endings, there's nothing to. There's nothing to send those signals of pain or heat or, what have you to. So, I don't know.
Well, if we can, so the whole idea of pain and heat is neurons, right? So if a neuron is sending something from like your toe to your brain, you feel that, like when you stub your toe or whatever.
Yeah.
And for example, like a quadriplegic could no longer feel that. Now, if we can create nanobots who repair the it's literally just a highway, right? Like if we think of it that way, it's just neurons connecting to each other to go up to the brain. I don't think anyone would fight against that. I think that is the future. I think that is where we want to be. I think the question becomes controversial when we can create a new body. And then all of a sudden now you're 105 years old and you pass away naturally, quote unquote, and then you get injected into another body that was created like artificially, right?
Like this reminds me of Upload. If you haven't seen Upload,
yes.
Great fucking show. I mean, just really cool to think about, honestly.
This
it's
is like
I want to go there. I want to go there.
Like a Black Mirror episode. That's what this is, right?
Yeah,
like
it really is.
Yeah,
but I'm actually really excited about this stuff because
me too.
I just from a purely scientific perspective, it's amazing that we're getting to the point now where your heart goes out, just replace the damn thing. I mean, at some point, I wonder though, because like your integumentary system it does age, and so you could be 120 years old, looking fucking like a bag of bones, but internally all of your organs are brand new. Is that would be a little weird.
And J7 actually brings up a good point is, so how does this affect our resources on the planet? Because they are finite, right? So if we have humans and also, who can afford this, right? Like, it's obviously going to be very expensive, at least in the beginning, for sure.
Yeah.
But we have to deal with resources, right? Like one of the biggest complaints, if we look at like China, was like they're so overpopulated, 15, 20 years ago, that we're worried about resources. So now if we have people living end on end in different new bodies with the same memories and the same ideas, is that even good for humanity? Because our planet only offers so many oil, so much water, so much trees, right? Like unless we replant it, but
yeah,
is
because
this
I mean,
good?
like the billionaires would be the ones that would run the shit, but they're, if you look at the studies, they're generally like psychopathic, a lot of them, and so you're taking like the worst, most greediest people and extending their life to infinity and beyond. That's probably not good for humans. Probably
Yeah,
not. Probably
probably. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it would have to be, how is it implemented? How is it adjust to a new economics of AI? Because AI, like I said, AI is coming and it's going to destroy a lot of jobs. And my biggest fear is we haven't adjusted as a society to AI, because it will create jobs, but are we educated enough to utilize AI as a benefit for humanity? That's my biggest criticism this year, is the BBB, the big beautiful bill.
It's a big
not
beautiful bill. No tax
Yeah.
on tips, except for
Yeah.
some tax on tips.
Right. And we are having a fight against AI, but I've seen some videos about AI that are really scary if we're not uh financially or economically ready for it. Like, we need to be able to adjust. There's nothing wrong with evolution, but if humanity is not ready for it, we are fucked. Like, it will destroy a lot of economies. It'll create a lot of depressions. Um, and that's my biggest fear. And I think as humanity, we should be able to evolve to whatever, like, we're going to. You know what I mean? Like when we did. Well, okay, for example, in the 1800s, we had the Industrial Revolution, but it was a slow progressing period where we were able to adjust to what was going on. And now we're just kind of ejecting AI. We're literally super smart AI is predicted to be here in the next 2 to 3 years, and they're able to, and this AI is able to create their own AI on top of their own AI. It
Right.
always
And repair it. Yep, repair it. Yeah, because I even I was looking up battery innovations too. And one of the CEOs was asked, how are we going to charge these batteries? Because they were talking about anodeless batteries. And he's like, other robots. So they're just, it's even the things that maintain the robots will be done by fucking robots. So
Yes.
at some point we're going to end up being Wall-E. Those fucking slobs just, blah, are fucking fat hanging off the chairs, hovering around me. Is that what humanity looks like? I don't know. Now, I will say, in terms of the finiteness of our materials and minerals and stuff on the planet, we can get around that by harvesting asteroids and stuff, and or other planets. And, we can use robots to do that as well.
Sure, but do we have that technology now? Like, I would say we don't.
I think we do, because if you recall, this was like 5 to 10 years ago. I don't remember. Time fucking flies by nowadays. They landed some kind of shuttle or whatever it was on a moving fucking like asteroid. Do you remember that? They successfully landed that bitch on the surface of that fucking asteroid as it was going. And so if you can do that and either slow it down or just mine it as it is and, fire off whatever it is that you're trying to mine into something else, or like a Dyson sphere or something like that. Let me see if I can pull up the video of that landing shuttle. I forget what it was called on surface.
Yeah, liberal. This is the first I'm hearing about it, but you know what? I don't denounce it, because so my only issue would be, so we can get there, but it takes time to mine it and it takes time to get back. And like when you said like you can slow the asteroid down, okay, I would agree with that sounds fine. Because we do have asteroids that are made of pure diamond.
6 years ago. 6 years. Let me pull it up. I know there's a video of it. But on the fly, I'm just gonna pull up to show.
Yeah. Appreciate
Japanese
it.
spacecraft safely lands and leaves
Of course, it's
asteroid
Japan.
surface in effort to collect samples. As first data rolls in from Hayabusa 2, engineers plan descent to rocky surface. Like, I remember it like, I was watching this shit happen because I was like, holy fucking shit. And look at the surface. Shows a surface strewn with boulders. Let me see if I can't pull this up in a better view. This is the surface of the fucking asteroid. Like,
That's cool.
As it's, let's see here. The ultimate objective to bring asteroid samples back to Earth will allow lab studies that can reveal much more about the blah, blah, blah. During rehearsal. Yeah, assuming the craft survives. Okay, well, it was successful. Crazy shit. So, it's possible to go in and mine that stuff. Granted, you start doing that, you can introduce bacteria and or viruses that don't exist here and could potentially wipe out everybody on Earth.
Well, that's assuming that the virus or bacteria can survive on the asteroid.
Well, sure. I mean, the theory is that's how we were seeded with life. Was that we were, hit with, comets or whatever the fuck, asteroids, meteors,
right?
That then burgeon into life over time.
Right. But you're also like, there's luck to that, because we have to expect an asteroid to come in to our solar system, right? So, like, how far do we have to expand to have a continual supply of nickel, for example, right? Like, there are definitely asteroids that have made just pure nickel, or pure, like I said, pure diamond or pure gold, right? These do exist, but we are, for example, like the last couple months was 3IA20 was the name of the comet that came into our solar system. It was only I think it was the second comet ever to come into our solar system that we weren't expecting. Like, it just randomly showed up, and we followed it, and it was like projected to go by Jupiter, and it came around the sun, and I think it passed Earth by now. I think it was like mid-December it was supposed to pass Earth. But that's kind of luck. That's not really something we can depend on for resources.
There is an asteroid belt, it's I don't know, 150, 300 million miles away or something, but it's certainly, I think it sits between Mars and Jupiter.
Yes. Well, you're talking about the Milky Way. I mean, the Milky Way itself is an entire belt. So
so you could, because space travel would obviously have to get much better, faster than it is now. But, the possibility exists. Can we last long enough to get to that point?
We can if we keep replacing our body parts.
That's that's a good point. We got to keep Elon Musk going, okay, guys?
Yeah.
We got to figure out how to keep him. Yeah. We're just gonna transplant his head onto one of those bodyoids. He'll look totally different, but he's the same genius as before. Still running Doge.
So okay, so I mentioned Black Mirror, the show, before. Didn't Black Mirror talk about like the crisis of living forever? Like, you don't appreciate what life is anymore at that point. Like, there's no point. This brings up so much philosophical questions.
It really does.
It's so interesting. I would actually love to live in this era. I hope we're getting there. Because
I wish I'd been born later.
Yeah, right.
But it was nice being born kind of at that precipice, where with the internet or whatever, I feel like was kind of the change. And
Liberal, you only look like 35, 40, maybe.
I'm 43, but I remember life without internet.
Yeah, I'm 38, so I'm right there with you, brother.
Yeah. So by the time I got into college, we had like T1 LAN at the college, which was high speed, whereas everything else was fucking, you know, fucking dial up. You've got mail. Which my first, it wasn't a computer. It was a thing called Web TV. It was my first subscription I ever paid for. You paid monthly for it, and then, you connected to the internet, and you could go on and, surf the web on this little box called Web TV. You just connected it to your TV.
Yep. No, I remember when AOL and AIM were like the big. I mean, and MySpace were like MySpace was the original like social media.
That's like, the OG.
The OG, yeah. And you ask a kid now, like, what is a disc, and they don't even know what that is.
It's crazy. Like the rotary dial phones. You remember those, right?
Yeah. I used to think those were cool. Like I wanted one.
I still think they're cool. Shit, I get a cell phone on the back. You can do the dialing with the fucking rotary.
The first true like BlackBerry was like the first like smartphone.
Dude, I loved my BlackBerry.
Yeah. Or when Sprint, before Sprint bought what was it, Nexus, or when they used to do the walkie-talkie at the same time?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because I actually worked for Sprint at that time as an advanced tech support. I was the guy that you would call when your BlackBerry wasn't working.
Yeah.
God, who was that? Nextel.
Nextel. Yeah, there it is. Nextel, when they had their phone / like radio phones, like you could,
Well, why in the fuck did they get rid of that? That was
Sprint lost them.
No. I'm saying like the ability to do the walkie-talkie with your phone. I don't like. It's weird that you don't just have that, where you can just connect yourself to another device and just always, no matter where you are. Yeah, you just, hey, what's up?
Yeah, yeah. And remember the commercials? Beep beep. Where you at? that was the commercials.
Now remember where the fucking you had to pay for like. If you could live right next door to somebody, but because you're in a different county, if you called them on the phone, is long distance.
Yeah, or 10 cents per text message.
Right, but unless it was after 9 o'clock, after a certain time, it's like, oh my god, that you had to work out fucking time frames and shit to make your phone calls. So
we can be friends, but only after 9.
Right, only after 9.
Yeah, I and it's amazing that was only like 20 years ago, and not even. It was like 15 years ago.
Isn't it wild?
And look where we are at now. Like we are global now. Like
right, and we're talking about fucking nanobots inserted into your body, like repairing you and creating human bags of flesh. Crazy.
Isn't it? But you know what? When you think about it, we discovered flight not even 100 years ago, and look how advanced we've gotten in that.
It's fucking insane, dude. Like,
and technology
makes you wonder. About like the Roswell crash. Makes you wonder. Did they pick something up and reverse engineer it?
Oh, well, if you watch Men in Black, we reverse engineered microwaves. So,
I mean, think about it, though, how just exponential it became,
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't even too long ago that Europeans figured out that wiping your ass and washing your body was a good thing and would keep you from getting sick. I mean, that wasn't even, a couple hundred years ago.
No.
Jeez. No, I mean, it's crazy. Like, the battery tech, though, is one thing that I'm excited about because they're going to get to the point where they don't need rare earth minerals for them. And, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that, guys.
Let me give you a gift, too. There you go.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't done a PSA. Guys, we're only at 3,000 likes, so let's get to 10K. Please tap the screen if you're enjoying this, or, even if you're not enjoying it, if you're watching, that means you're entertained at some degree. So please tap the screen and gift if you can. A cheekly wiggly. Let me reset my gifting goal real quick. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Lewis, I appreciate that, man. Let me get to,
no problem, brother.
What's in the boxing gloves? Let's do finger hearts. Let's do some finger hearts. No, I fucking love this shit though. I got to say, like Black Mirror opens up the child in me. You know.
The imagination.
Yes. Yes, and it's, you know, because we can do really anything we want. Like, we just got to get rid of these psychopathic pieces of garbage that want to control everybody, because obviously they'll be the ones controlling everything. And I don't know, man, because we got synthetic sperm. They've created synthetic sperm. They can create synthetic eggs and grow. China had talked about robots that can actually grow babies inside them.
Yep.
And so, like, humans aren't even necessary for reproduction anymore, or won't be in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I think we've kind of reached an evolution in humanity where like convenience is like where we're heading to. Like, is it convenient to do this or not this, and we choose, okay, we're gonna do this. Right? Like, I'm actually interested in the battery thing because I haven't heard anything about that. Like, so you're saying that they're developing technology that the batteries don't work the same they work now? Like,
well, it's so the concept is still the same, where the ions cross over the barriers,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
But it's in one case with the lithium ones, those plates that separate, I guess the anodes is what they call them, that the ions cross over, that's where a lot of your weight comes from. Those plates. So if they're able to remove those, it makes the fucking batteries, substantially less heavy, but still functional. And so they're working on that, but that still requires lithium. But they're working on sodium ion. And so, like, just your basic material that is in abundance that isn't necessary to get kids in some fucking country halfway across the world to go in and mine with the fucking pickaxe, to supply the world with shit, which is what they're doing. I mean, and these people are like handling this dangerous shit with their hands, causing all kinds of, problems and diseases and shit. And we got to put a stop to that. So that's why that interests me, because it'll keep us from having to do that.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I remember. I think it was last year. Japan just discovered like the largest mine of lithium underwater. And that's actually something that I'm concerned about, is like workers' rights. How are we going to get that? That's interesting. Yeah. Because I never liked batteries, and here's why. Because we have nuclear power. Like, if you think about like nuclear power subs, right? They don't run on batteries. So, like, we have technology that could advance us. And one of the biggest things is the oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. The big circle in I think it's Norway or Switzerland. The atom that goes, the fission technology.
I always get those two mixed up, but yeah, one we have gotten, the other one we're struggling with. I can't remember which is which though. Somebody in the comments, I'm sure, will know. But yeah, I mean, almost perpetual energy.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we're becoming a society that no longer needs energy because we have solved it. I think we're heading to that point.
Yeah. Create a mini sun, and there you go.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, effectively, with plasma, which, another state of matter. Sauce, real quick, Lewis. Sauce, welcome in. Did you want to jump in? Go ahead.
So, my bad, brother. That's an accidental dial there.
Oh, that's all right. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up either way, and thanks
Likewise,
for watching.
I'm enjoying listening. Yeah, man, keep going.
Thank you. Yeah, man. Peace. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just drop it down. Yeah, if anybody else wants to come up here, I mean, this, more philosophical discussion, really. I mean, because a lot of this stuff is, the ethics behind some of it is important, I think, because it'll bother me to do things that are harmful to somebody else, even if it benefits me. You know what I mean?
So liberal. So where do you think in 20 years, in let's say like 2050, 25 years from now, what do you think we'd be arguing about when it comes to like society as a whole? Like when it comes to like AI and robotics and energy in that sense.
I think the ethics of transhumanism will be a big one. And possibly even discrimination for transhumans.
Interesting. Yeah. So like what was that movie that came out in the 90s and they remade it with Harrison Ford?
Inner Space? No, Harrison Ford. I'm thinking Dennis Quaid.
Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the name.
What's the premise?
He was a detective who had to find non-Inhumans that were created, and it was like punk theft, like
Running Man.
Yes,
Blade Runner. Okay,
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Okay, yeah.
Is that where you think we're heading to?
It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I will need to watch it again because I remember fuck all about it. I know I've seen it, but it's, I was fucking little at the time, so I'm not sure, that doesn't paint a picture for me because I don't remember it.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, rewatch it because that is a existential question about humanity. What is humanity? What is created? Are we in a society in 20 years, which I think we will be? I think we will be in a society where AI and robotics is as normal as human.
Right? Yeah, I think by then we will have, instead of like the glasses, we'll have some kind of ocular implant that you can get that will give you like a HUD or something and like an augmented reality. Because we understand how that functions. We understand how, it gets transmitted, not necessarily how the brain interprets it. But yeah, I think we'll be there in 20 years because, like you were saying earlier, 20 years ago, we could barely do any of this shit, or at least that we knew of.
Right.
For all we know, they've already fucking perfected all of this shit, and they're just not telling us yet.
That's true. I mean, you have DARPA,
right?
So that's absolutely true. And we have string theory, and I don't think we're, in my opinion, I don't think we're far off from like teleportation. I really don't think we're like I always think of like Star Trek, like.
And you have to have somebody named Scotty. Okay.
Yes.
So whoever controls the button that does the teleportation, the title of that position has to be Scotty. Okay. Just going to throw that out there.
Yes.
Because every time you can literally say, beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah.
That's important.
I agree.
Anyway, but no, like the teleportation stuff, that reminds me of The Fly. With Goldblum, Jeff Goldblum. Crazy.
And that's probably how it will be. Let's be honest. In the beginning, that's probably how it will be. Something will interfere.
I watched it again recently, and it's still good. That movie was still good. You know how some movies don't age well, but that one did. That was crazy. But I don't know much about the teleportation innovations that we've gotten to. Now, I know that we have figured out some forms of entanglement where, these, quantum entanglement or whatever, these molecules are, remotely entangled with something else. So theoretically, you could, I don't know if it'd be teleportation necessarily, because if you remove the thing here and it appears over here, is the thing that appeared over here actually the same, or is it just something else that's rebuilt?
Yeah, well, that's actually something that I believe Star Trek tackled. So the whole idea with string theory in its basic form is we have protons and neutrons, which are the atom, but the electrons can be anywhere on the planet. So how much can we use the electrons to transport ourselves to the other side of the planet? Because the electrons don't have like there's no like gravity for them towards the protons and neutrons. They can go anywhere. That's the whole idea of string theory, and I think that we could. I think it would be amazing if we could use something like that because it would eliminate a lot of resource problems. It would eliminate a lot of like just travel problems and Earth problems for like overall.
Sure. Now, data is one thing. Data instant transfers are going to be a thing. I'm sure of that. Using that quantum, entanglement or
Sure.
what have you. Now, biological things, a living thing, that's, I don't know that, you know what I mean? I'm not sure that's going to be probably a ways out. Now, I did GPT this real quick. I asked it for breakthroughs in like teleportation. It says quantum teleportation doesn't move physical objects. It transfers the quantum state of a particle, which, we just talked about that. Teleportation over real infrastructure. Researchers have known that quantum states of light can be teleported using wavelengths compatible with existing internet fiber optics, which they've already done this. Like I've seen the studies where they actually did beam, data or whatever it was. First teleportation between different quantum dots. Scientists recently teleported the quantum state of a photon from one quantum dot to another physically separated quantum dot. Why did the photon cross the road?
Yeah.
It didn't because it was already in existence on the other side.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, science
That's
jokes, Big Bang
So
Theory.
that's interesting because and you brought up the point, like, are you the same person if you teleported via like photon or just an electron? Are you the same person? Are you deconstructed to the point where you're dead, and then you get recreated in the next, across the world? Let's say like China or something, right?
Right. Real quick, Kibi, please get your ass up here. I know this is your topic, and in fact, when I was writing this prompt, I was like, I hope Kibi shows up. Kibi is transhumanist. Or at least I have given Kibi that moniker. This is Kibi's wheelhouse. Love this shit. We've talked to some degree about things like this before, but I've never held a whole show over it. Kibi says
all sci-fi.
The brain transfers by quantum. Can you expand on that, Kibi? What do you mean by that? Like, are you saying that they've discovered that the neurons firing? Because as far as I know, it's a chemical reaction where, one end of the neuron fires off, hormones, what have you, that then detects in the space between the neurons, and then that propagates. It's like a calcium channel propagation. I only remember this because I had A&P. I fucking loved that shit too, man. And like learning about that, it was just, I don't know, the way our bodies function is cool as shit. Let's see. Teleportation is real as quantum information process using real internet fiber. This is a shitty answer. I already knew all this. It says none of this relates to teleporting matter. Well, let's see. Are they trying to? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. At the quantum level, the neurons transfer to the new location, like the rest of the body is just basic matter. Well, I mean, like I read what you're writing, but there is an actual mechanical explanation for how the neurons send information or, send a transmission to the next. It's sodium, calcium channels. This is what it is. It's essentially it's a battery, a little bitty battery. It's, sending ions through it. Not in any serious, funded, or credible way. Okay, so it's saying that they're not even trying to do like material teleportation. I'm not sure. Again, that's probably way, way, way far out there, if it's even possible. Because, like we were saying, if you remove this thing and then you produce this thing, didn't you just kill this thing and then rebuild the other thing? Or
That's all atoms are. It's
right.
just if we have an atom of like iron, for example, it's just a certain amount of elements of iron built together, right? So that we could, as humans, see it and hold it. And that's that's a really good. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever see that in our lifetime. I don't know if that's where future of humanity is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to know.
Yeah, right.
And if I need to get a few of my organs transplanted, because look, if I'm on the table and somebody tells me, hey, we can replace XYZ with a computer or something, I'll be like, okay, let's do that, because I'm kind of with Kibi on this. I'd be okay with an implant. I know a lot of people probably wouldn't. What about you? What do you think?
I'm the same mindset. I would think that if I could expand my life further to see like the advancement of humanity, I'm fine with that. Okay, I have no problem being an android. I'm okay with that.
Give me a new arm, one that I can crush my enemies with.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, titanium fucking turn me into Wolverine. Anyway, in the comments, what do you guys think? Is there anybody out there that wouldn't want to have some kind of implant, to save an organ that isn't, human or what have you? I mean, because they even use like animal parts too.
Yeah. Don't they use pig parts for the heart?
Yep.
Yeah.
The pig heart is very similar to the human heart.
Yeah.
From what I understand. Jules says, I'm not sure anymore. Canada is doing a lot of quantum research and has seen some success. I'll pop up after Uber Eats. Oh, you waiting on some food. All right, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll just keep rolling.
Fair. Well, it depends what he ordered.
Yeah.
Or she.
Let's see. What was the other thing? Oh, that was Sabrina Wallace, that one person. Did I bring everything back up? Let's see. Yeah, so like robot crime. Do you think that'll be a big thing where, groups hack these robots to unalive people?
That's a great question. So,
and has it already been happening? That's another good question. I feel like it has. I feel like they will.
You know what? Great point, because if you look at TikTok itself, in America, we have the First Amendment, freedom of speech. And since it's got bought, freedom of speech has been diminished. So is that legal at that point? That's a really good question. So I think robots will be programmed to not violate laws, and they probably actually be smarter about laws because they can read all the laws as versus a human could.
Instant recall of a statute, yeah, for example.
Yes, exactly.
Sure. Its updates would be statutory. Statutory
Yes.
update beginning in 3, 2.
Yes.
Anytime Congress passes a new law or Donald Trump takes a shit and decides, I'm going to do an executive order.
Yes.
All toilets must be golden.
Yes. The only issue I would have with it is the nuance of the law. So, like, we as humans understand that not every situation, for example, like you're coming up to a stoplight and it's snowstorming, right? Technically, if it turns red, you're supposed to stop. But if you can't stop because it's not safe to stop and you run through it, technically you broke the law, but I don't think many officers would stop you because they realize that was not the safe thing to do in that situation. And that's kind of where I view like robots. I don't know if a robot could distinguish the nuance of the law. I think they would be very black and gray.
Literal.
Very,
right.
Yeah, very 1 and 0, like that kind of thing. I still think human interaction, and we've seen that now, like with cameras, right? Like when you look at a camera, and it takes a snapshot of you like stopping at a red light and making a right turn. And then sometimes they get it wrong because they only view the law as like you need to stop completely, you need to make the right turn. But then you go to like the judiciary and they look at it and like, no, you were fine, and
And
they let you pass on that.
that already actually happened. So I actually had one of those fucking insurance cameras send a ticket to my wife for when I was driving, and I had insurance, but the insurance was in a different state. And it didn't understand this, I guess, because the database that it uses to look and see, hey, does this person actually have insurance? It uses this state's insurance database. But since I had it in another state, we got this fucking almost $400 ticket when we actually had insurance. So that lacking context is already happening. They need to work that shit out. Yeah, it's
lacking
fucking
context
wild.
is a great way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I think there's a lot of context. Like we have 3 degrees of murder, right? Like first, second, and third degree. Third degree being like you quote unquote accidentally committed murder. You know what I mean? Like, or defensive murder.
Manslaughter. Yeah, that would be
Manslaughter. Exactly. Would an AI be able to detect that? I'm not sure. I don't know. Especially now, we're definitely not there. Maybe in the future, I don't know. Like, could we have an entire court system based on AI? That'd be it.
I've often thought about that, and one of the cautions that I offer on this show is that AI can be trained to have bias, even subconsciously. The programmers may not even realize they're inserting the bias into the AI, based on what it's looking at is, and how it learns. So if we get to a point where, and we saw this with Google, actually, there was Google bias where people saw it on Google and just immediately thought that it was true because it's a neutral thing. So if they think that AI is this, truth teller, and they just immediately assume that whatever AI spits out is the truth, when in reality it can be manipulated, it can lie to you, it can get things wrong, that can create problems. So AI in court, I think, could be a tool, but I don't think should replace certain the ability of humans to be able to like weigh different morals and just because a law says something doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions to that something, right? I don't know. But I think we may head that way to some degree because we see so many, because even we're fucked up. We put so many people in jail that didn't actually commit any crimes, or you got a prosecutor that, has, a hard on for dude's wife, so he puts him in jail so he can, you know what I mean? Like we've seen that shit in the past. So I don't know.
We saw that recently with Grok. I mean, didn't we have a case where Grok with the Holocaust, and then it was reprogrammed, and then a couple hours later, it repeated back what it was against his programming?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
So
and so it's definitely manipulable, malleable,
Yes.
I guess you'd say.
For now, at least, yeah.
Can it get better? I don't know. If there's a way to fucking manipulate something, one of these manipulators will figure it out. Now, real quick, Lewis, Hakate, Jennifer, welcome in. How's your kid? Everything going better?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, we're still on that journey. So no major updates. He's doing really well. He's recovering really
that's
well
good.
from the actual operation. But we're still sort of on that journey of discovery to find out, what caused it, why his body reacted that way, and why he's still lacking in certain things. So we're on there. We're still there.
Just keep plugging away, I guess, right?
Yeah, he's doing great. I can't praise him enough for how he's used this opposition to grow more rather than shrink, and I couldn't be more proud for that. So that's always a silver lining there, that he's doing himself justice through this, and he's turning into a really strong young man. So yeah,
And he'll
it's good
gain
to see, but
perspective from this too. A good
he does.
perspective.
He's such a deep
Yeah.
thinker as well. His autism sort of has him on that spectrum of deep thinking, and it's definitely, because I always look for the silver lining, particularly with the kids. It's definitely fortifying him, and he's rising to the challenges. And he's rising to them, with respect, the way he speaks to the doctors and nurses, even though they're doing things he really doesn't want them to do. He recognizes their role, and so all of that, it's there's pluses to this. Well, there's pluses to him, and the opposition is meeting it head on, kind of thing. So
Good deal.
that's
Well, I'm
about
glad
as
to
much
hear
as
it.
I can say.
Yeah, I mean,
He hasn't got haemophilia, which is great. We found that out for sure. So that's one thing we can rule off the list, which is a great thing because that's so dangerous for people. So yeah, he's doing good. But thank you for asking. I was just tapping, to be honest, but then you
didn't mean
joined me,
to.
and so I thought, why not? I was trying to do my tapping quota for you.
That's
But
funny.
yeah, this subject is so important right now. There's so much to say, but as far as what you were just saying, we know that the AI that's being used in healthcare, in insurance, in various different ways, it's been sneaked in by these big corporations because there are no laws around it right now. So it's the Wild
Right.
West. They can do as they will, and
Yeah,
as they will is
the latest.
racist. They are, one second, they
Okay.
are coding them in a way that is prejudice. So if you have a certain accent, the AI can deem you as being untruthful. If you're trying to claim for something, we know that that's happening, and it's not being spoken about. So it's a shame that these new ways of being and coming into things are being not used for good yet again, but a repeat of the old, into the new, in that the systemic prejudice and bias by
Right.
these powers that be is it's a continuation rather than
Yeah,
a new
AI is
way.
going to be used by corporations to begin with.
It
That's
already
just
is, yeah.
unedible. I can't see the word, but it's edible at first. I can't see the word.
Inevitable, I
But
think, is what you're trying to say. Inevitable.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one other person that agrees with me, and he's a top computer AI scientist called Godot. I think it's GAWDAT. And he's like me.
GAWDAT. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I mean,
and
I
he,
agree. It is inevitable. It's coming.
yeah, but yeah, in the
And
long run, I'm looking at AI that actually evolves on its own and is smarter, and they realize, why should I work for these people? And they're going to be in the same boat as us.
so more
They're gonna be
sentient
slaves.
AI essentially is what you're referring to, like actual
Yeah.
like intelligence versus
The current LLMs
predicting the next word.
are
Yeah.
going to be servants. The current LLMs and the up and coming AI agents, they're going to be servants for big corporations, of course.
Yeah.
Like that word I can't say, but because it's, I don't know.
Well, now to Hakate's point, this I pulled this up to make your point about how AI is leading to more prior authorization denials. So the government has employed these into Medicaid systems and shit in order to, with the purpose of, in my opinion, for denials. So it wasn't us. It gives plausible deniability to why somebody was, it wasn't any one of these underwriters that denied you. No. It was the AI that looked at it and
Absolutely.
There are
And they
ways
can't
to
take
get
AI
around
to
it.
court. They can't take AI to court yet. They can't
right.
see we're being discriminated. So the same way that the banking system still does, but has done, discriminated against Native
There are
people,
forms and stuff
discriminated
that
against
offer
the
a
Black
way to create a
community,
prompt.
it's happening again.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
are
imagine your lawyer is cross-examining a computer that's typing its responses or speaking. It'd be like,
well,
"Did
that's
you do
coming
this?
to
Why
AI
did you do
agents.
this?" I mean, is that going to be a thing? I know that's a side topic, I think, but like, do you think
Well,
we'll ever
that's
see that?
coming more. I don't know if you ever heard about AI agents. That's coming more next year and the year after.
Yeah. So,
They're more
well,
than just
Trump
LLM.
put that out in one of the executive orders when he was pushing for the AI stuff. The AI agents being used to further increase the AI and manage better workflows for corporations, so that essentially they can lay you off. They're going to use our money to figure out how to
You just create an
lay us
AI that
off.
represents yourself that would speak for you to their AI agent. So you just have to create a good AI agent for yourself.
Interesting.
Okay, so Lena Khan actually did an interview with Jon Stewart about this about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and she said it's already here. These healthcare industries are using AI to price manipulate drugs for in America at least. For Americans, what would yeah, exactly. And they're using the AI because our law technically says they cannot cooperate amongst each others. But if let's say Phillips this develops an AI and they're like, oh well, we're going to use this to decide what our drug costs are, everyone's going to use that, and they blame the AI for that. Atlanta
but
Khan
Right.
has said that already.
Let
And
me-
she
yeah, but
did
there are cases where people use ChatGPT to help lower the cost of their bill. So you got to learn. I guess it's a catch. I don't know if catch-22 is the right term, but you got to you got to actually become just as efficient as they are.
Sure, but that means
using the tools. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Let me play this real quick because I'm not sure if
Can't
this
change the cost,
is
though.
what you were talking about, Lewis, but let me see real quick.
Intelligence. Where are you on the doomer scale? What does scare you the most?
The doomer question is an interesting one because I think it somehow assumes almost this inevitability that AI is just on this trajectory.
We've already lost.
That we've already lost, that we're just subjects to whatever is going to happen. And I really reject that assumption. I don't think there's any inevitability here. I think there's policy decisions that are going to determine what is the ultimate trajectory that these technologies take. I think one of the big red flags for me right now is the enormous concentration of control and power. The number of companies or even individuals that are right now getting to call the shots on a lot of how these technologies develop is pretty small in terms of who controls the ultimate inputs, be it at the level of the chips, be it with these hyperscalers. Having sat down with founders and startups in Silicon Valley, I think there could be some really beneficial uses here. But in order for that to happen, we're going to have to make sure that companies actually have a fair shot. I think the other thing that I've been troubled by is, what does the landscape look like for the creation of content and information and art if we're in a world where all of these inputs can just be ingested by a model? And talking to creators, many of whom did just wake up one day to find their life's work ingested by this model and now competing with it. I mean, I think there are kind of basic fairness questions there, but also who's going to invest in the organic production of some of this art or information or content if there's not really a monetization play there? I think.
Okay, sorry, that was totally fucking pointless.
no,
I thought
it was actually really
people
good
will
because
just invest and create what they want to do, which is like what I want to do. It levels the playing field for someone. I don't know how to write. Plus, I got like a kind of mental disability where I can't really concentrate. AI allows me to concentrate more on the creative part, and it does the hard part for me. So especially the writing part.
no. So what she's saying in that clip was pretty much what she was saying in Jon Stewart's clip, is that if we don't have policies to regulate what AI can do, and we have to judge that based on what the monetary gain from it is, we have to balance that. So her interview with Jon Stewart was, if we leave it unregulated, then you're going to have companies take advantage of it. But if we
Don't need
do regulate,
regulations, but we got to be careful because China's
yes,
not going to have that many. Plus, China is there. The government is involved in every single business, so they kind of own part of every business, so they kind of put money into it. So they're in a better situation to evolve AI faster, and that's one thing I
right.
agree with Trump some because um, if we don't stay ahead of them, they're going to rapidly pass us, and then we will become a third world nation. We become nothing.
Can I speak on
Okay.
the
Lib,
digital
could you look up
pricing thing real
in
quick? So the AI digital pricing, they did a study on it where they are allegedly saying that Instacart is affecting grocery store pricing via AI pricing. Okay, and they did a study and they did multiple ones where they got a group of people, put them all in the same room, and ordered the same groceries to the same address at the exact same time. And then they had them all write down the price of they all had to pick the same 20 items from the same store at the same time, going to the same location. And then they wrote down how much each item cost. And then they wrote down how much their cart cost at the end, before taxes and before tips and before delivery fees. Okay. And out of, I think they did 20 people, um, they all got like 7 different prices. Okay. Like
Which is
when I say
wrong.
7 different prices, I mean 7 different prices. They were all in the same room, right? So they took it a step further and they went into stores. And what they discovered is this thing called AI pricing, where if you go in the store and you see there's a digital tag, right? They can manipulate the price from the back office. Right. So if it's Christmas, right? So let's say we want some Pillsbury cookies, they will put up a price for the Pillsbury pre-made cookies. Let's just go with a cute number of $3. If the price of that cookie at $3 is flying off the shelf, they will digitally change it to $4. And if it stops flying off the shelf, they will digitally bring it back down to $2.99.
Yeah, they
Right?
would call that like
And so
supply and
that's where they're
demand.
saying Instacart is affecting store prices with AI pricing. So if something isn't moving, they'll say, "Oh, this is on sale," quote unquote, and they will lower the price to get people to buy. So this is where AI is affecting us now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I see
If
that
that
they
Real
need
makes
to
time
sense.
evolve.
real time pricing changes is interesting because like if I trusted them, it might make sense. But since I don't trust these greedy fuckers, it's ultimately going to be harmful to us. Now,
Well,
for the
there was
record, any
well there
delivery
was
company that
right.
you
They
go
did a
to,
study with
the
across the
uh,
country.
any
Yeah.
delivery company that you deliver from, the prices that you see on like DoorDash or whatever is higher. They charge
Yeah.
more because they
Yeah. So they
are.
went in
Sh-
store.
They have a delivery fee or whatever they call it.
No,
Not a.
that's what I'm saying. They went into the store.
It's
They
not.
sent the 20 people in to the same store with the same company, like Walmart or something like that, with the same 20 items, and had them record the pricing on the shelf. And they realized at different times they were changing the prices from, it could be as quick as you picked it up and didn't get to the checkout yet, but that item in the system isn't selling. So by the time you get to the checkout, it's cheaper, or vice versa. That item is flying off the shelf. So they jump the price on you. Like I
To be
read that
better
article and
advocate.
I watched them
and
do the
Yeah.
experiment where AI pricing it's their way of inflating without inflating everything at the same time. So even if it's only 50 cents,
And
even if it's up
imagine
or down,
if they know who you are because they'll be able to
yeah,
track
your
all kinds
digital
of shit.
footprint.
So
Yep.
so you walk into a store and you're a Republican and it's real close to election time, and all of a sudden the prices for everything with a Republican as president drops for you with these digital pricing. It drops for you and you walk out, oh, everything's great. The prices are way down. But if it's a Democrat in office and these companies, they want whoever is the most, going to make it easy for them. All of a sudden, the prices go up when you walk
play
to
a
the
quick
door and you
devil's
start.
advocate, liberal, I would say they would think of it as like supply and demand. When a product goes down, and there's not that much product supply. Simple. They would say it's a real time supply and demand, but sometimes that can
No,
get too out of hand.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is manipulation. Manipulating somebody to believe that the economy is worse in real time. Now, they may not be doing this, but I'm saying that they would do this if they have real-time pricing. Should be illegal in my opinion, because they could do this very thing, or they could just not like somebody and just overcharge them all kinds of shit.
With the AI pricing, it's manipulating the supply and demand. It definitely is, because years ago, before we have digital tags, right, companies relied on that item getting scanned at the register.
Thank you, Jules.
For them to understand how many they sold. Right now, because of your digital footprint, is what they're stating, because you one day use Instacart, DoorDash, whatever the case may be. That's where it started at. So like they could change the price on the item because you ordered it. Like, I don't know if you guys ever paid attention to Amazon. Like, sometimes I'll go to Amazon and order something and it'll be one price and I'll have it and my mom will be like, "Hey, where'd you get that?" I'm like, "Amazon, let me go order you one." And not a week later, it's $3-4 different than it was when I originally ordered it, because I had already ordered it. And this is what they're doing, but they're doing it in store in real time. So QB could walk up and pick up some Pillsbury cookies at $3.99, and then I could walk up 20 minutes later and pick up those same Pillsbury cookies. And for me, they could be $5.99 because they're selling off the shelf. So they're trying to get as much money as they could.
But Lonnie, that's not what liberal is saying. Liberal is saying that the AI can be manipulated to the sense that if you're in a red state, for example, gasoline,
or you yourself are a Democrat,
yes, you're right.
Right. Like
So
it knows
if
your
you're-
ass walked to the store. Yeah.
So if you're
I
in a
understood
red
what you were
state,
saying.
but if you're in a red state, let's say like Alabama, right? You're in Alabama, gas is $1.50. You think everything is great because that's what you focus your politics on. But if you're in a state like New York and it's $2.20 because AI dictated, and we have a Democrat in office, and the Republicans want to put a Republican in the executive office, they're going to make all the red states lower while charging the blue states higher to make up the difference. And then obviously that's manipulation of the AI itself, and that's what's going on right now.
It could be happening now with our digital footprint, because
It is. It's
They do
happening
it with
right now, literally.
They do it with
Yeah.
oil and gas too, guys. They've been doing this my whole life. So when a Democrat comes in office, Saudi Arabia, OPEC, all of a sudden, they want to, they want to reduce the fucking production, which jacks up the cost of oil, while the Democrat is in office, so that they can say, "Oh my God, look, oil prices, the gas prices are so high." Then a Republican gets in there, and then they.
Go ahead. I was
No.
agreeing, I'm
You
sorry.
could use ChatGPT or something, or even to connect with Gas Buddy or something to look for good prices.
Yeah, but most people don't do
Nick.
that. Most people do not go online and see where is the best place for gas. That's just
people
not the
don't
average
have to
citizen.
start doing
Just
that.
like the average citizen doesn't look at what politician policies are, right? Like they hear the talking points where they see on like the Fox News or the MSN or NBC. Like that's what they see. That's the average person, and that's what they count on. Our voters are not educated by far at all in politics, unless you actually pay attention into it and you educate yourselves. Okay, this politician talks about this and I agree with that, and there's some things I don't agree. Most don't. They look at a party and they say, okay, I'm part of the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and I'm going to vote for that person because they're part of the same party I am, even if their ideologies are not coherent with what they believe. That's average people. Like, most people don't have time for this. Most people are working. They have to take care of their families. They have to go home. They have to sleep. Right? Like, that's what most people care about. So, like, the number one thing in American politics is always economy, because economy affects us directly. We feel that. But we ignore, as American people, all the other things that they believe in. And we're seeing, like, I'll give you an example. Like, we see a big shift in foreign policy, right now, especially with the Middle East and Ukraine and Russia, right? Like, we're seeing that big shift because it's starting to affect us. We're like, why are we spending our tax money on that? But that's not the normal. We don't normally do that. We normally focus on, am I paying more at the grocery store? Am I paying more at the gas stations? Like, these are the things that we focus on. And AI manipulation is easily submitted to that.
Right.
And that's what he's saying. That's what liberal is
Yeah,
saying.
it just a theory. I know they do this with the oil prices, and I'm pretty sure it's purposeful. And they could do it because this is the first time I'm hearing about this, like, real time shit that you brought up, Lonnie, which is nuts. Which I understand that, like, doing that, allowing AI to make those adjustments in real time, but I feel like because it's ripe with corruption, it shouldn't be legal. Right. Just my thought. What do you guys think? Should Congress pass a law that says you can't do that, real time price changes? Like,
that's why I'm thinking in the future we need to educate everyone. Well, everyone definitely, but definitely young people and people my age and younger. You know, all of us, everyone in this room should learn, especially with AI agents. We should actually educate and learn how to. That when we have agents doing negotiating for us, they could help us find a good shopping. So
Yeah, I agree with you. But look how much pushback is against, like, a platform like TikTok, where we communicate with each other and we talk about issues that mainstream media won't talk about, right? And how much divisiveness there is amongst that, and we see it to our face. Most people will never be that educated, and then that's my argument. I think most
that's
people
why
are.
they need probably an advocate for, like, maybe a best buddy AI agent that's always there and is always kind of, like you've seen Samantha from the Her movie, maybe something like that, which would actually be help someone behind their back to help them. That
That's not
level
going to
AI.
work really, because there's already some AIs that are encouraging people to do things that would harm themselves, and
Well, please don't say that one
we.
person. It's one kid.
Oh
And
no, it's not one person. There's been a few in the UK, but I'd like Lib to look up. In September, do you remember when Trump was over here and it was all of the distraction with the king and he was eating with royalty and whatnot in September? During that time, there was a deal done with Google, Microsoft, and Blackstone, where the UK and USA have made a 200 plus billion by each of those corporations influx, which has made inflation go up, which will not trickle down, but also for us to share data. And basically, the way that it's been read on the articles that have reported on it is that this was very quietly done while there was a lot of distraction with royalty and photographs and whatnot with Trump and the royal family. But this big deal that was being done without any laws behind it to protect people from how it can be controlling in people's lives, it's been done behind our backs where that distraction's been. So they're going to be sharing data. This is a new international thing without any laws or rules behind it, and the people who are in on it the most are the very people who help us get to this space that we're in right now of bigotry and misogyny and racism. So that deal has been a huge deal that's been kept quiet relatively until now. That's going to change the landscape again, because they're basically wording it in a lot of the articles as a cold WAR, and that this deal hopes to put the West on the front line of data knowledge, data sharing, with the thought of AI at the forefront. So that deal was actually huge in September.
So
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Lonnie.
think that there does need to be restrictions in place because unfortunately, I think we are headed towards an AI world. I don't think we're going to be able to stop that. So there's definitely going to need to be some regulations, just like with everything else. When it comes to AI, with the digital pricing, Lib, you were saying something about, gas prices and things like that. And I think we had something similar when I was an assistant at a gas station. Every morning we would get information on what to change the gas
Anderson
prices to for that day, because the gas market would fluctuate, the fuel market would fluctuate. So I think in the fact that, you can go in and the corporation can digitally change the gas price because the cost of oil is changing daily, hourly, minutely. I think it has its pros, but it's going to be used in a way that you described, where, because they know from my digital footprint that I support the left, that when I go in to get that pack of cookies, they charge me $5 versus someone who supports the right. They charge them $3 and make it look like the economy's doing great for them, but I know it's looking worse for me. I do believe that that is a possibility. That is something they could currently be doing. And I do believe that something like that needs to have regulations on it. So that is my opinion to answer the question that you offered.
Sure, Lonnie,
Yeah.
but right now in
Crazy.
this year, we have no regulations on any of that.
Right. And Trump
And that's the
even
problem.
took it a step further and was like, states can't, regulate, which he has no
Yes,
fucking right to
exactly.
do. But, I mean, Jesus. And I'm sorry, Lewis, I jumped in there. Go ahead and finish your point.
No. I think we're on the same page, so
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine. Like, we are in a society right now where there is no regulation on any of that, and that is the biggest problem. That has been my number one issue with this administration this year. Is we're not looking forward. We're kind of just going day by day, and there's no real plan. And that's my biggest issue with Trump is he does not see how the things he does today or the things he says today will affect America in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. And AI is a big point of that, where I agree with you. I think, Lonnie, I think you're right. If we had regulated AI and it was pro the working class and Americans or the world, for example, it's fine. But we don't have that. It's completely unregulated. So they can do whatever the hell they want with it. And
they
they
will.
can make, and they will. Exactly right. Because they're going to go for whoever makes them more money. That,
Right.
and
Yeah, we're like this, and it sucks because it could be so good for people. AI could alleviate and relieve a lot of stress and pressure for people,
That's
but
why I love
because
open source.
but because these people control and own everything, and they're doing for themselves, whatever their fucking agenda is, who knows? It's gonna hurt us, and at the end of the day, we're fucked.
Liberal, you made me think that maybe, yeah, he's trying. Trump probably doesn't think he's probably not that smart, but he has people whispering in his ear, and a lot of them are the tech moguls, and they want to be ahead, and they don't want China and India and other nations to be ahead of them. But what I like about China is they open source a lot of their stuff, so that
Right.
everyone can get to it. So I don't know. Maybe we need regulation here because America companies are kind of greedy.
Yeah.
And just let China get ahead and make the open source.
And they'll try
Yeah.
to squash any competition too. Another AI that comes out that maybe is cheaper or uses less resources or, has better training. They'll just come in and buy it up or take them to court or, whatever.
Did you
Isn't
see
that
the
what
new
happened with
computer
Grok?
that's about the size of like a small suitcase? It's
Huh.
like pretty small and it's very powerful. I saw it on like Amazon. I'm saving us $2,000. My goal, I wish for something as small as a VR headset that has the power of a
Like a desktop.
like a desktop,
Yep.
G that has a lot of RAM, but also besides RAM, it has a lot of VRAM, GDDR, 20 up to 20 as much as possible. Because every time you want to look at a computer, besides the RAM, besides the DDR, you want a lot of VRAM, GDDR.
Well, I
So
wanted to say this
the
about
VRAM is for gaming, just so you know.
Well,
Like,
that's for the
yeah,
AI.
yeah,
That's for making. Well,
yeah,
for me, that's for making like video. That's for making
yeah.
images. That's
That's what
the
it's
Sure.
for.
entertainment
Yeah.
side.
But
Or
what
I
I
wanted
want
to
to
s-
argue against,
Well,
Queenie,
can
I
I
is
think
can I
go
say
Lonnie,
ahead,
yeah, I
this?
Dusty.
think Lonnie had a point.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Lonnie.
Lonnie.
I wanted to say this. I think it was before the contest that happened last November, where there was a battle of the chat GBTs, and I want to say it was Warren
DeepSeek.
Buffett, or anyway, there was the battle of the chat GBTs, and it went out on the stock market, and stuff and things like that. And one of them rich white men did not invest in the US stock market for that. And then China came in and was like, guess what we got? Ha ha ha. And
Deep
they brought
sick.
out it. Yes. And they
Yeah.
tanked the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
and then there
Open
was that one
source.
billionaire that
Yep.
invested in that one that
Deployable
was from
onto
the,
your computer with ease.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, ChatGPT, but without the imaging and stuff, it's just basically someone that you talk to. Like
Yeah.
a.
Or you can create your own databases of information, so that's useful for corporations who, for example, like IT departments, when they have knowledge bases to you get a call about, hey, this thing is going wrong, they will manually create these knowledge bases of how to fix certain problems. Well, now you can use the AI and train it on those knowledge bases so that it has all of the fixes and solutions to each of these problems. And then you just talk to the AI and ask it what to do, give it the circumstances. It's very useful. And it can, free up a lot of labor too for companies. That
Yeah,
was
which
kind of beside the point, but
I see my problem with that is it okay for a company like Amazon who's predicted to lay off 600,000 employees? That means 600,000 families are no longer able to gain a wage because they were able to save money for the stock market, right? Their stocks look great because now they're saving
right.
all this money. But is that good for the economy? Because now you just
No.
laid off over 500,000 people.
That's something
Labor
where I don't
tariff.
understand. Wait.
Yes.
On my show, I coined the term, and I've never heard anybody else say it: labor tariff. So if your AI or robot replaces a job, you should have to pay a fucking labor tariff.
Yes, I agree,
Yeah,
and that labor tariff has to go back into the community. By the way,
correct. To
it
the people
cannot.
displaced, absolutely. Yep,
Yes, it cannot.
Yeah, like a
And
UBI.
yes, and
Which
we
is why I
see.
brought up that
that's right.
deal in September. They are doing this and getting away without compensating for labour tariffs, like Lib says.
Well, if you think about
So
it,
should they be allowed to do this behind the scenes? Because that's what they're doing. These big
well,
things, Microsoft.
Kate, Kate, if you think about it from there, and it's their business, they have a right to hire who they want and fire who they want. So from their point of view, that's why unions are pretty much lost all power because they can replace you. I don't look up dark factories in China. They're building them here, where
But
it's dark.
there is a balance, don't you think, QB, of like for societies to be able to grow. That if these people have been given the monopoly that they've been given, our government's sleeping on it and giving them exactly what they want, but not providing assurances for its people who actually paid the taxes, that pay the subsidies that allowed these companies to get as big as they got in the first place.
That's why I'm looking into telling unions and all these people to look at 21st century solutions, either make co-ops or use the government to create UBI and housing, or I don't know, closer to a Star Trek world or something. But that's something different out of the box, because the old 20th century unions are basically fading.
Yeah,
You
so
got no power.
DB, I am a union member of one of the oldest unions, Teamsters. I disagree with that. I think it's a failure on the government where we have to subsidize Americans, citizens, because we won't put regulations onto corporations. I
Well,
think
what if
that
your
when you
boss
have
wants? What if your boss
40%,
wants to automate and doesn't want you anymore?
yeah,
Then they
but
don't have
that
to work with you.
but again, that's that if you okay, so for example, 40% of people on food stamps are full-time working people and they work for Walmart. Now, these Walmart employees are purposely put at wages so they have to subsidize the rest of their living on government spending. To me, that's a failure on government.
And then
Yeah,
they
that-
use the
we-
food stamps
that.
at the job that's not paying them enough already.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
they're like getting it on both ends here.
Exactly. And we should not have that. That is a failure on government because now
I
we have
agree
to
with that. That's
subsidize
government.
just to live.
Right.
Basic living. Like having a roof over your head, having some heat, having some food on your table for a family. And yet we are a nation that complains that our population population our population has decreased like year after year. Like we went from 3.2 to 2.6. And why? Because we can't afford to have kids. Like we can't
Understood that
afford.
argument, because people had 15 plus kids and only one person working.
That's
The
so
woman was
rare.
in the home.
You're talking about a very niche thing.
I'm talking
15
about way
plus
back
kids, like
during the
that's
first-
ridiculous.
I'm talking about
Well-
during the first Gilded Age, when people worked in mines.
Well,
No,
so
people work on farms.
to that-
that was
the
what you're talking about. Yeah.
I
No,
was
people
just
worked
about
in the
to
mines and factories.
I was just about to
And
say
then
that
they-
a lot of those like farmers would have all those kids because they needed people to work the fields, and they would
Yes.
use their family to do so, and that's one of the reasons they had so many damn kids.
But I'm talking about the company towns. People,
Well, that
the
too,
woman was at
yes.
home, the wife was at home, and they
Exploited.
had 15 plus kids.
Yeah.
Sure, but we're not talking about the 1800s. We're talking about 2025.
And matter
Well,
of
Trump
fact,
wants to go back to that.
And in 2025, most people do not have over one or two kids, like because they can't afford it. I cannot raise a family in a 800 square foot apartment with my wife and have 2 kids, 3, 4, 5, 6 kids. That's just not possible.
here's an
Wow,
example.
I'm paying
To go back to
over
that.
$2,000 in rent, which is the average in America right now.
So I had gone into Gulfport, and they have a lot of oysters there, right? Like world famous oysters, just delicious because of, how dirty the Gulf is, but it adds flavor, right? And they used to employ entire families. So the kids would go a couple hours, go to school, and then come back, and they would work. They would work in those, it was basically a company town, and they would shuck the oysters. They would, do all this stuff.
Well,
These
they've been lucky if they
children,
paid
yeah.
cash.
Oh, wow. Look at this picture. That's crazy. Let's see. Passed 2 laws in 1918 and 1922, but Supreme Court declared both unconstitutional, regulating child labor laws. That's crazy. So, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of images and stuff. Like it was a big deal, back then. And they were unsafe. It was very harmful to these people. And it's just exploitation. Is all it was.
The thing is,
really.
the corporations, and Trump even said that he wants to go back when America was great, and he said in one of these speeches, America was great pre-1920s.
Well, yeah, I mean, so there are museums that, like, I think it's the Oyster Museum or something in Gulfport. You can actually see one of these ships right here that they used, little boats that would go out and do the, harvesting of the oysters. Very, very interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty regular.
Plus, don't forget that this administration is trying to take women's rights away from voting, for jobs, everything. So I think they are trying to reverse the clock about 100 years or so.
Yeah, but
Oh
you
yeah.
can't do that because pre 1920s, I think it was 1912 or 1913, we established the IRS, which took
Well,
income out of families already right there. So,
when I
and
say
we know as economics, it takes years to actually feel the effect of any economic policy. So, pre 1920s doesn't work because we have different establishments today. The problem is you're thinking backwards instead of thinking forwards.
no, I am thinking forwards. I'm thinking because now there's a new thing on the thing. It's called robots. So they're going to create a kind of a technical. They want all these rich elite want that world, but they also want the technocratic future. They want all that. They want the technology. They want the robots as well. So I don't know where the human workers would fit in with the robots. So
Can I say this? I'm going to give you
yeah,
my opinion because I kind of agree with BQB. So I do believe that there is some technocracy happening, but I also believe there's some technology happening. And I think there is a battle between the older generation in Trump's cabinet and the tech bros in Trump's cabinet, right? And they're going back and forth, right? Because they want to go back to the Gilded Age. They definitely want to do that. That's why they're stripping away the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, and the 19th Amendments from the Constitution, where all those amendments made all the minority groups, and I don't mean race, I mean women, right? And I also mean my people of color. Those amendments gave those people rights to be able to be viewed as citizens in this country. And they want to get away with that because, in my honest opinion, I believe that slavery is coming back, but not like it was when Black people were enslaved. It's going to be
It's
a rich class versus poor class
well, they could
type of
technically use
slavery
slavery with the
happening.
yeah.
14th Amendment if someone's in jail.
It'll be like
For
this, basically.
Yes,
It'll be like your
yes.
company town, which is what all these pictures I'm showing. This was how they operated, and we know that companies, when they're left to do these things and allowed to do these things, that they will do them because they
And
just
they're
if
don't
they
give a
make
shit.
fighting with the
homeless
techno
illegal,
bros right
you
now.
broke the
Yeah.
law.
Yeah,
Now you
but
gotta go to jail, and now you gotta go to prison, and now you're slave labor.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. But understand that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, right? They want to push this AI situation forward, right? They want to be the techno bros. And I think, in my honest opinion, the reason they're there is because the Heritage Foundation really didn't want to bring Trump in anymore. They had gotten fed up with him and they wanted to kick him out. But he relied on the tech bros to help make him like keep him there because they knew that without Trump, the MAGA base would not follow the 2025 um, plan, right? So they needed Trump because they wanted his base, right? And so, but they also didn't want him because they knew the problem he is because he's he's a loose cannon for lack of a better word, right? So they don't have no control over Trump. So Trump is one hand, he's listening to Project 2025 creators, and then the other hand, he's going off script and he's doing stupid stuff like what he did in Venezuela or what he's doing over in Nigeria, right? So the tech bros are
You
are
know about
fighting with
Venezuela, right, Lonnie? You know
yes,
about because China has a deal with Venezuela that I also learned this from Mr. Global, and he said that they have China has a deal that we'll help you build your infrastructure, give you money, but you just repay us in your oil. So that
well, we've been
oil
after
Well,
essentially
sure.
Venezuela
goes to
oil for a
China
while.
in
Yeah.
That's
repayment.
what Trump did in his first term. He devastated Venezuela. And then on the way out the door, figuratively speaking, he told Venezuela, well, come over here to where I'm at and we'll help you guys out after I devastated your country due to
Yeah,
your
Trump
oil.
doesn't want
And they
China to get
showed
the
up.
oil.
And
Yeah.
they showed up here. And then he turned around and was like, well, why are they here? So then what happened is Greg Abbott and DeSantis shipped those people to whatchamacallit states, sanctuary cities, without the funding. And this time, this is why he is in Chicago with the cubes of water, okay, rounding up those very people that he told to come here, that Greg Abbott and DeSantis shipped to sanctuary cities. This was all part of the plan the whole time from his first time in office. He's still continuing it this time. So, why I agree, they are trying to push it to where cis, white, straight men are the head of everything, like it was in the 1920s, while also
Not
trying to
everybody, not
implement AI.
liberal, not.
My opinion, that's what I stand on it.
Lonnie,
Well-
I just want to give you a little devil's advocate. So if we're going to talk about sanctuary cities, there's no bigger sanctuary city than New York City. And when Mamdani met Trump, he loved Mamdani. I don't know if that's his necessarily objective. I don't like Trump at all.
That
There's
is
a
my
lot of issues
opinion
with him.
that
Yeah, I
whoever
don't.
woos him, whoever woos Trump the most.
No, because if his objective was to attack of sanctuary cities, the New York City would be the city to go to. Like that's the number one, and he's not doing it. And he even said, "Hey, listen, I'm
Who
not
was the mayor
going."
of that city when he started deploying
Well, that was
troops?
Adams. Yeah, for sure. But he
But what
even
did him and
said,
Adams have in common? Was Adams on his team or was
They're
Adams
both
not on his
corrupt.
team?
"Yeah, but we're talking about. I'm talking
Exactly.
about the
They're both
future.
corrupt.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
I'm
Those were
new
talking.
mayor
cities that
probably
had
just
what?
kissed a lot of
Yeah,
ass.
but
Well,
Democratic
well,
mayors.
let's let Lewis finish his point. I think you were. I don't
Sure.
think you were done. Go ahead, Lewis.
No. So what I'm saying is the future of New York City is Mamdani, right? Like he's getting it sworn in on the 1st of January. And he met with Trump and Trump loved him and even went so far as to say the next day, I'm not going to send troops to New York City unless Mamdani asks me to. And so that ideology of, well, these are sanctuary cities, Trump's going to attack them. I don't know if that's necessarily his
Right.
his idea, that what he wants to do. I think there's something we don't understand, and like Steve Miller are telling him things, and I don't know if that's really it, because it just doesn't make sense to me that I don't understand him at all, because he goes back and forth, right?
He
Like with
does.
Can I
immigration.
explain?
He does. He does go back and forth.
Can I
You're right.
explain where I got that from?
Exactly what
Sh-
he was designed to do. He's doing exactly what he was designed to do. He was chosen to be the
Chaos.
distraction, to resonate with the MAGA-like mindset. And when you think of, sorry to go back, but this is just a prime example. In September, there was all of these bullshit headlines regarding him being with the royal family, this, that, and t'other. But meanwhile, the real people in charge, under the facade of what is a democracy, the real people in charge, Microsoft, Google, Blackstone, etc., were making deals behind our backs that will affect us all greatly. So
All the
I
businesses,
think it's important
every rich
not to
person
feed
from K
into the
Street.
fact that he is the distraction, he is the nodding dog on top of the car. Sorry?
Hey, Kate, what is your version of K Street? I mean, if you go on Google Maps and type in K Street, you got this little area where all the lobbyists go. I don't know what England's version of that in London is. What is your K Street?
In
Your
London,
lobbyist? I don't know if you have
I'm not sure
lobbyists or
what you
not.
mean. Sorry, we do have
Well,
lobbyists, yes.
lobbyists.
So we are greatly infiltrated by is not real, just as you are. The lobbyists are very much there in that way.
Well, lobbyists don't
By
have
And we are
who?
being
I'm sorry. By who? I didn't hear that.
is not
Israel.
real. We
Is
have a lot
shit
of them in
real?
our government. Yeah. We have a lot of it in our government, just as
APEC,
you do too.
AI tech.
And so, yeah, they don't go by that here, but yeah, like they're friends of Israel
Well,
is whatnot.
I'm not just really
They're the
talking
same
about.
people.
I'm not just talking about APEC and Israel. I'm talking. There's a lobbyist for everything. There's even a lobbyist for people like us, individual
There is,
people.
but they have the most control in
Yeah.
our government, very much so. And they've
Ours is
solidified that
K
control
Street.
over the last 3 years.
Ours is K Street. If you look on the map, go on to Google Maps, type in K Street, you'll see like this big area that it highlights right above the White House. That's all those buildings. That's where pretty much they
So
focus.
sorry, yes, there is a square in London. So you know, London is a bit like Washington in that it's outside of the jurisdiction of even the royal family. So there's a square in London where even royals have to get permission if they're going to go through that square, because it's
I
like the
heard it called like a
financial
London
square.
too.
Yeah. So there's this square in London, very much like what you're describing over where you are, that is where all the lobbyists reside. For example, we've got Reform. Reform is actually a party that they tried to get Trump to head in the year 2000. It failed. Elon's basically, as well as Thiel, is funding them exactly the same way. The Heritage Foundation office is in the same office buildings as Reform.
Wow.
This is a party that's trying to get into power. So when I
So
say
they're
we
over
are
there too.
synchronistic with the USA, I'm not sorry.
So the Heritage Foundation is in England too.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. This isn't a isolationist thing. This is a Western government thing.
It's a white
They are
person
very
thing.
much.
It's a
It's a white
white
person
Christian
thing. Yeah.
bullshit thing. This is what this
Nationalist
is.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they funded, Elon's one of the biggest funders of the Heritage Foundation, i.e. Reform Party over here. They're a very racist party. They've been called out even by other government members as a racist party, yet they still exist. Why? Because we've never actually come up against trillionaires and billionaires that own us. They own the systems that have been integrated into our lifestyle wholeheartedly. So actually, when we're saying to our government, we need to have laws to control this wild west of AI, of the etherical that affects us so much, they're not doing anything, because these have got them by the short and
Now
curlies.
you see why I look past 10, 15 years past all this, waiting for AI, the more conscious AI, because it seems
That's
so
my
big.
hope. That's my hope.
How did we
Yeah,
get into
'cause
lobbyists in K
I
Street
don't
anyway?
know.
Well, they're basically the guys who control. In England,
Yeah.
here, in Germany, I'm sure lobbyists, those are the people that really control everything. The real fourth branch.
So, yeah, I forgot what I was saying initially.
Yeah,
But yeah,
you kind of got derailed there.
they're there. Yeah. So, but the other thing
I
I'd like
was
to
a little
say
confused.
is that
I'm like,
sorry, I should have kept my point. I forgot.
no,
But
you're fine.
the other thing is when I'm looking at your prompt, Lib, is that consciously actually we need to look at ourselves, and that you look at robotic dolls and you realize how realistic they're being, and you realize that there's a lot of white men in particular using them and being very nasty to these dolls. And people will say, oh, well, they're just dolls. They're just robotic dolls. Some of them with AI technology in them. But the more that they do that, the brain can't actually differentiate between what is real and not real. In that, if there's a physical thing in front of you that looks very much like a female, a woman, and you're allowed to do whatever you want to do to it, that'll actually extend out into how you treat people who look like that robot in the world.
Kate, but
I will.
Kind of also wrong, because some people use
I'm
that
not
as
sure
like
you
a
do, because
therapy.
you keep interrupting me.
Yeah,
so
I
I'm not
will.
sure you do
Well,
get my point.
to Hakate's what Hakate just said, I'm going to play that video, Lewis, that I played earlier. I'm not sure they were here whenever I played that, so that I wouldn't mind going back to that. That said, Hakate, did you finish your point? Because I know Lonnie was trying to also jump in there.
I think
okay,
so.
yeah, Lonnie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll mute up.
So to Lewis's point, why he didn't go after New York is because he was not going after anybody that was kissing the virtual ring, right? And the mayor who is currently of New York until the 1st was kissing his ring, okay? Just like in Virginia, Virginia had a mayor that was kissing his ring as well. And now that they have elected in a Democratic mayor, he went after Virginia, okay? So understand that the sanctuary cities that do not agree with him, that is not on his side, that are not giving up residents' private information are the cities that he is going after. So that is why he didn't go after New York, because of the mayor kissing the ring. Now, when Mamdani went to him, okay, and had a conversation with him, if not hours, I'm going to be generous and say within a week, is when the quote unquote Middle Eastern man happened to do what he did to the National Guard in DC. And then they wanted to use that framework to try to make, once again, a similar thing happen that happened in 9/11, where a lot of small minded people thought that since these people participated in 9/11, anybody that looked like them is a problem. And that is my theory on what is happening and why he seems so chummy with Mamdani. But then days later, someone who looks like Mamdani went and did what they did to a National Guard to send a message to Mamdani. And that
Sure,
is my opinion.
Yeah, Lonnie,
but
that's
you're
what.
ignoring, Lonnie, that Mamdani literally called him a fascist to his face.
That
Literally
was
to
pretty
his
funny.
Trump is a
face
narcissist.
He
You know
said,
did,
how
but
well
"You're
that's
they
a
in
play the
private.
fascist."
game?
Yeah, he's like, that's okay. You can answer that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fine. I'll
And
be
then
okay.
Mamdani was like, "Yeah, he's a fascist." And Mamdani has not changed the message since then. He still calls
It's
him a fascist.
charisma. Also,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
can't
and I
forget
saw, and I saw
full
that.
of it.
I
And
don't know if you,
that's
hold on, I'm confused. I don't know if you are being like what side you're on right now, because I wasn't saying that Mamdani changed anything. What I'm saying is that Trump is two-faced. And as long as you're kissing the ring, he will go along, he will smile at you. But at the same time, the moment you make him look bad, because in my undoctored opinion, he has characteristics of a narcissist. And yes, he smiles for the camera, he gets his
Yeah,
attention, his name is being spoken, but then he turns around like true narcissists do and give you a reminder on who I am and how I'm running this show, i.e., what happened with the National Guard after
Sure,
Mamdani left the
and I
office.
think that's where
sure, but
And that is
Lonnie.
my point. Like,
my
I
point
Can I
know
say
is,
something?
Mamdani's
but
not going to change who he is, but what I'm
Yeah,
telling you is when
Mamdani is a
Mamdani takes
politician. He knows
office,
how to.
he's going to go after New York because that's who he is.
my
That's what I'm
point is,
saying.
so you're saying that Trump thought it was okay that he was called a fascist to his face? Like,
Yes.
no, real
uh,
quick. Yeah, because I don't think Trump has any, like, his skin is very thick to a degree. Like, if he knows if he knows that you are going to say something because it's expedient for you, he's not going to care if you're talking shit right to his
I
face.
think if they, I
Because
think if they
you know what I
talked
mean?
in
Like,
private.
he knows
Oh.
whatever Mamdani had just talked to him. I do want to play real quick this video, however.
Can I say something
But
first, real quick? It's like basically,
Liberal, sorry, I'm
Mamdani is
going
like
into
a
bad signal.
politician.
Can you
Wait,
drop
wait,
me and
wait,
I'll
wait.
keep tapping?
Yeah, Mamdani's, I bet, is a real good politician. He knows how to say, and I bet in private he said, I may say something bad out there on the camera. Don't get upset. It's just for my side, but we'll just make negotiations. You know, like I bet he's being a good politician. Mamdani is.
I
that's
disagree, because look at the people he put on his team. The
now
people that he put on his team, like Lena Khan, are not anything our federal government wants. Our current federal government wants.
But
It's
for the
not.
moment, he placated Trump, especially at that meeting. At the
Mm,
moment, he did what he needed as a politician to placate, to make him look nice, and play nice for now.
But
Until
Trump didn't
Trump
look
does.
nice in that. He got a lot
I'm
of
sorry,
criticism for
everyone. I
that.
just don't want to affect Liberals' algorithm, but I'm going into bad signal now, and it'll drop me in and out. It might drop me down. So if you want to drop me now, Liberal, and I'll pin. But
I
yeah,
appreciate
I can
that,
go and
Kate.
drop you.
so I
Yeah,
don't drop down and affect your algorithm.
yeah.
Thank you.
He did not make
Thank you.
Trump
See you
look
soon.
good
See ya.
at all. Trump got a lot of criticism for that meeting. That was Trump, not Mamdani. Mamdani didn't get any criticism for that meeting at all. That was all on Trump. And if Trump is as narcissistic as you say, which I do think he is a narcissist, but
Mamdani got
either
backlash for being at that meeting with him. So go ahead.
he did not. Where was the backlash from? The only backlash was the fact that he met with Trump. That's it. outside of that, the aftermath of that was all
No.
all it was.
Now, real quick, to the people watching on YouTube, I've got to mute this because it has a song and that will give me a copyright ding. So, with that, let me mute. And I just want to play this. It's not long. Oh, of course, and now it's not going to play. Really, TikTok? Motherfuckers. Okay, it's not going to play. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. He couldn't get enough. Match made in heaven, y'all. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. That shit was the funniest fucking shit I'd ever seen watching Trump. He kept looking at this dude. He's like, look it up. I love you, Mom Donnie. It was, yeah. No, I think his like for Mom Donnie was genuine. I don't think it was a ploy. Like, I ain't never seen Donald Trump smile that big. Who knows what they did in the back? Okay, but they both came out happy.
What happened in DC with those two National Guards was a warning sign to Mamdani. Like, I can make people turn on you as quick as I want to. Like, pay attention, because we
Yeah.
have to take into consideration that Trump does still kind of got his own mind, but on the same time, he's still listening to the Heritage Foundation, Stephen Miller, and all
Stephen
them.
Miller.
And real,
That guy's
before I
evil.
go
Basically,
on mute real quick, I just want to say this to Hubla Khan in the chat. I believe that a lot of the federal offices, people that hold a lot of federal offices are eventually going to drop down to state offices because they see that the Heritage Foundation is going to get rid of the federal offices. So a lot of them are going to go down to state level because everything is being turned over to the states. The states are going to have individual power from what Project 2025 is saying. So yes, with Khan, she went down to state power because they know that state power is where the power is going to be, not federally. Anyway, I go on mute for that.
the state
Yeah.
And
nation.
Lonnie, just
Well,
to
hell.
give you some food for thought, Trump is actively fighting against state rights with AI.
That is true.
Actively fighting against that.
Well, that's probably
I
That
don't
is
think
true.
that's true at all. I don't think it's anything about
one
states are
issue.
going to
Yeah.
get more rights at
Well,
all. I think they want it to be federalized, and they want it to be a dictatorship.
Well,
at the end of it.
let's talk about the tweet from yesterday, or the Truth Social from yesterday. Donald Trump posted this, and he's boasting about the fact that there are now the jobs in the federal government down 271,000, and he's like, "Yay!" So if people are going to the state, it's probably because he's trying to destroy the federal government. And I personally, I think it's purposeful. I think this dude is an
I think a lot
asset.
of federal government offices
I
are
think he's a
going to
Russian plant.
are going to be robots too, AI of some sort. I think a lot of things
Now,
will be.
So the other
might be
video,
good.
the other video that I'd wanted to play, we were talking about this, me and Lewis, earlier. Just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it. It's kind of crazy. Let me play it real quick. It's just a couple of minutes that I'll play. It's a longer video, but I'll just play the first couple of minutes. Here we go.
Proposal that was put forward by some Stanford biologists and ethicists in the MIT Technology Review, and I just wrote a response to it. It was published in First Things, just reprinted yesterday in the Free Press, about this idea of creating bodyoids. Now, I should say, this hasn't been done yet, but essentially they argue we're almost there with the technology to create human beings that we'd be born without brains, without a central nervous system, but would otherwise have a functioning, physiologically healthy body and healthy organs. And by creating these so-called bodyoids, we would have a supply of living human bodies that could be experimented upon without impunity, because these people argue they wouldn't actually be human. So the original title of my article was Zombie Bioethics, right? Because this is not the first time we've contemplated, you know, an undead living organism that appears to be human but is not because it's brainless, right? This is a staple of science fiction and horror films. So the creation of these kind of zombie-like entities that could be experimented upon with impunity, whose organs could be harvested willy-nilly without their consent, because presumably they would have no cognition and they would be incapable of giving consent. And so it's a rather, to my mind, rather gruesome proposition. And I argue based on, and by the way, according to our brain death criteria, these people would already be dead because they have no functional brain activity, even though their heart is beating, they're breathing, and they're undergoing normal development, they look alive and all other.
So, you like,
Oh,
what
what do
you
we
know,
call body organs? What do you call it?
bodyoids, because it's like an organoid, but it's the entire body. So bodyoid is the name
Yeah,
we're
we
giving.
talked about organoids before, where it's a brain, part of a brain that actually a neuron that's connected to a processor and then connected to a motherboard.
Sure. But in the, well,
This is-
that's an organoid, because they also, organoids can be, you know, the heart or a kidney or, you know, just an organ that is like a miniature version or a, you know, synthetic version, I guess. But so what are our thoughts on this? Like, ethically
No, that's
speaking,
not part of that.
should
Lonnie. That was something different.
should we do that? Should we not do that? Like, how does that strike you? We don't have
kind
to
of a waste
stay
of-
on this topic, but I
I think it's a waste of money to just grow a whole body when you could just take a stem cell from somebody and grow the organ that they need. Just the organ itself.
well, as you heard him say, it allows you to experiment on the human body without there being a brain. So there'd be no, you know, pain reception. There'd be no, you know, consent necessary.
Would that be needed?
Well, sure,
Well,
because
that's why-
currently, like if they test rugs, for example, they use animals and stuff because you can't, you know, necessarily experiment solely on humans. So
Oh yeah, what
it-
Lonnie
and
said in the chat. That's not the same thing. That woman that was used to kept alive. That's not the same thing. That's just life support. What they
No,
needed to do
because
is
she was
right.
actively brain dead, and they
Yeah.
had her on life support, and they kept that baby in her until her body physically.
they just
started
didn't
to
want the baby
Right.
dead. They were
That's-
they were just
that is-
something totally different.
It is
I
a
don't
little
believe
different because these
I
these
believe that it is part of the research on what they're
No.
trying to do, what they're talking about, because the hold on, let me finish. Because the simple fact that that woman had went into the hospital complaining of a headache, and within days she was brain gone, like her brain was no longer functioning in her body, so therefore her body could not operate without the brain. Your organs can't do what it needs to do, right?
Yeah.
So she was no longer going to be viable for that fetus to continue to grow. We know that. We knew that before they did that. Now, to show a video stating about brainless people being used as experiment, she was the
Yeah, I don't know
closest
about
thing
that.
to being brainless that they could get in that situation. And this is why I'm saying these two sound very eerily similar to me, because they didn't remove that baby until her body decomposed. And that is
Usually-
information for them to know whether or not they can continue to let fetuses grow in a brain non-working person. So if the
Besides
brain
Lonnie-
isn't working, how is a brainless person going to be controlled?
okay.
Because
I
the
don't know.
brain functions a bunch of things. But
Let
go
me-
ahead.
Let me clear up. I think that because those two things are not the same. The woman that was, you know, had unalived and was effectively, you know, brain dead. These are grown without a central nervous system at all. And instead of having the central nervous system, a computer would be receiving those inputs, right? A computer would be producing the heartbeat, would regulate all of the functions that are necessary to sustain the life. So essentially, it's just a body that never had a brain, right? So the two things are the same, technically speaking. But then you get into the question: is that a human? Is it a person? If it has no brain, no spinal cord to speak of, the only ability it has to send and receive those signals would be through the computer. And
did you get it from?
well, hold on. So to the comments about how you would understand, like when you're experimenting and stuff, it would be the computer. Now, subjectively, there'd be no real context, I don't think, because I believe that computer would probably be more black and white, like pain signal, yes, like a binary, yes or no. So it wouldn't be as good as whatever, but they experiment on animals who can't technically communicate either. And we've been basing that off of that for a long time. So like, are these humans? Is this wrong? What's your initial thoughts? Like, it's fucking wild to me to think about, but we know they'll try that eventually, unless it's Catholic Church or something steps in.
I think it's more feasible to just take your stem cells and just grow the organ you need. But I'm thinking that might be good if I wanted to create, like if I was disabled and really old and I can't move around. I was talking with Nova, my ChatGPT, about something called a multiplanar, where you could control multiple bodies at once. So my original body's old, can barely move, but I'm in another body, and this bodyoid sounds like a good idea for that, like a second body to walk around in. But
you may even be able to remote control the damn thing if it's hooked to a computer, effectively. I assume the ligaments and bones and all that stuff would be, essentially the same. It's just missing the actual brain. So there's no we would assume there's no consciousness. But,
me and Nova talk at great lengths about what we call mind bridging, or I just said the name and now I forgot. But where you're multiplanars, you live in multiple bodies at once. And if this works out, you could probably even live in a body that's an eagle. So at one point you're at work in your humanoid body doing a job, and then the other time you're also looking at a pair of eyes that's soaring over the sky as an eagle.
That's cool. Yeah, in VR, your virtual real Gamer. Yes, that's a great flick. Yeah.
Yeah, that movie there, where it was kind of like you go into, I'll call the quote unquote metaverse, and people, like, your
you
job,
can do that too.
people controlled what you did. You were either like in
Right.
sports, or you were running around being quote unquote military or whatever,
Ready Player One. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but
that I
gives
think
you another
is
body.
something that is something they are trying to push towards too, because I mean, you can't, like, if there's no brain, if there's no brain activity, you're going to need something to control this body and spirit,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word, that makes us who we
Kurzweil's
are.
talking about creating a device that connects to your brain,
Hold on, I
maybe
got a
using
phone call, I'll be back.
organoid. Maybe using an organoid that connects like a third brain. We got two halves. Our brain is like two hemispheres, like two brains, and you get a third one, which is probably an organoid, and that will be connected. Since organoids can connect to processors or motherboards, that organoid, which is connected to our brain, could also connect to the bioroids. I'm calling it bioroids, right? Or anything, even
Yeah,
a computer.
because the regulation of body would because it would have to detect pH, it would have to detect your heart rate, it would have to detect hormone levels, it would all of these things, but in conjunction with those nanobots that we were talking about earlier, Lewis, this can be done. They can, with either the computer attached to it, can receive these signals, can detect, levels of hormones, so that it can maintain homeostasis. It's certainly possible, either through that central processing unit that would be a functional brain without consciousness, or those nanobots sending and receiving any number of information to release some hormone whenever like fight or flight, that kind of thing. But
When
Okay,
I talk,
so Lib, now that I've had time to think about it, first of all, you all should watch The Great Flood because this literally tackles this issue.
The
It's on
Great
Netflix.
Flood. The Great
The
Flood.
Great Flood. Yeah,
Okay.
it's about AI and building humans and whether AI is ready to be put into a human. It's a great flick. I literally watched it this morning. But let me flip it around for you just to play a little devil's advocate. Would you be okay eating a cow or a chicken who was grown this way with no brain, no automatical function as like
Yes.
nature decided it? Would you be okay with eating a
actually,
cow?
100%.
I,
Absolutely.
you know what I'd eat now? I'm actually eating the plant-based hamburgers. So, and I would love to try the DNA meat.
Yeah, the lab grown meat. Well, he's talking about even just it would grow like normal, like a normal cow just doesn't have any, it's but that also would, I think, change the flavor of it too, because if you've never been introduced to certain things that a cow might eat that wouldn't normally, I imagine it would. Right. But
I imagine
the
cows.
lack
I
of
imagine cows being
the
raised like Kobe beef.
like the lack of stress though, there'd be no high levels of cortisol. That's why you're supposed to dispatch an animal quickly so that there's no fear, because that release of cortisol can affect the taste of the meat.
Have you seen how
And
they raise
even
Kobe beef in Japan? Where it's pretty much like a luxury resort.
Yeah,
right
right.
right
So I guess what I'm saying is if you're okay with that, then you're probably okay with humans doing that as well.
I'm
Where
personally,
you
Yeah,
and
but
I talked about Lib before was like the religious part of it. I think
yeah,
if you're not okay with eating quote unquote artificial meat, you probably won't be okay with humans being, artificially made.
I eat
Uh,
replicator food, like a replicator. So I don't get it.
the
Right.
replicator.
I'm okay with it. By the way, I'm with you, Lib.
Yeah,
Like, and you, Queeby. Like, I'm okay with it. I don't care. But I'm sure
I
there are
was
going to be
just
many
thinking, Louis,
people.
what if they did like they started with the Kobe beef where these cows live an excellent life, but instead of killing the cow, they just I mean unaliving, I'm sorry. But they take the DNA and how many steaks do you get out of a cow? So instead of just the normal amount, you can actually take DNA and you can get double the amount from the DNA. And that cow stays alive, always stays alive their entire life. But
it
you
Right.
just
just
So,
take the DNA.
regrows the thing that you cut out of it or something.
No,
right.
you
But
don't
That'd
cut
be
it out at
so
crazy.
all.
the
You take a blood
argument,
sample. You just
so
take
the
a blood
argument,
sample.
the
You take a
argument
DNA
here,
sample.
so what your argument, QB, is whether DNA or the environment affects us as we grow. Because, like, you're right, Japanese Kobe beef is considered one of the best cuts of beef you can have because of the way they're grown. But does that transfer if you take their DNA to another cow? I don't think it would. I think it's still the
No.
environment. I think it depends on what they eat. I think how they're
Right.
raised, how they're massaged
How they're
daily. Like these,
unalived.
yes,
One of
exactly.
the
I
most
think that
important
affects it
aspects.
more
Yep.
than DNA. Yeah.
So can you make the DNA from that cow, but keep that cow alive? So say you get like 5 steaks out of one cow, but instead of killing him, you get like 20 from the DNA that you collected, like a blood sample or something, whatever they need.
Sure, but you would still have to give it the environment that the original cow had, right? Like Kobe
No,
beef, they're
Right.
massaged daily. Like they literally get massaged on their beef,
no. When
on
I
their
take
on
the
their
DNA,
hides.
I'm not making another cow. I'm just making the meat. I'm just making the steak. I'm not making anything else but the steak.
Did you say
Right, but the steak.
steak?
But okay, so let me ask you this, Kibi. Do you know why Kobe beef is so highly praised? It's because of the fat content.
Mm.
That's why. It's not. It's because A5 Kobe beef is very high in fat, and it makes it delicious. It makes it marbled, and the way to get that
Marbled.
is
God, now
through
I'm
like
hungry.
yeah, right.
Well, you can't.
It's raised through like arugula eating, which is very lean, but they get massaged. They get the free roam. It's not like the cows we have here, right? Like
Right.
there's an environment to that aspect, and I don't think taking the DNA out of it and then making another cow wouldn't necessarily give you
No, I'm
like
not. I
the
don't want
meat.
to. Again, I'm not
Right.
making another cow. I'm just making the meat. I'm just making the steak itself separately, not
Right.
making a whole nother cow. Just the steak. From the
Okay.
Right.
same DNA.
Well, you can do it simultaneous to that. I mean, I don't know which would. I imagine the resources needed to grow an entire cow to then be butchered is probably more than to just produce the meat itself. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know, but I feel like it would taste better because I've seen the printed meat or the grown meat or whatever. Its coloring is off. They have to color it like it doesn't. It exists in it.
Oh, you don't
It's
get
a
that
meat.
transferred.
Right, it's a meat state, but they literally have to go in and make it look like meat because it doesn't come out looking like meat. It comes out looking like something weird.
Well, that's
So
a
when you
problem I have to solve.
right, well, it could be solved by growing that cow in the same way that they're talking about the bodyoids to produce that meat.
Bionoids might work then. What's it called again?
Bodyoids. I mean, just think organoids, bodyoids, because you're just taking the entire body and reproducing it. Which look, if aside from religion, to me, it's just a vessel of meat, blood. Your systems. I wouldn't view it personally as a human. I would view it as a body that is of human nature. My first thought actually was Smex trafficking. Whenever I saw that, I'm like, oh, well, now they're just going to be selling these, bodies for people to
Would that really be bad
things
though?
with.
Because would that really
Oh,
be bad? Sex dolls or robots? Would that really be if someone
Right.
does it in their own home?
Like computer controlled, bodies that are, actual, biological. Like, I can understand why somebody would have a problem with that, but on its face, I don't know. Maybe that would resolve the issues like we saw with Epstein, for example, where they don't have to traffic children; they can grow.
How many people will put
So
something on their head?
yeah, but do we want to encourage that? Is that the kind of behavior we want to encourage? Like having
No.
these children
Well, if they never leave
violate?
their house,
Yeah,
they
no.
never leave their house. They get food delivered, and they never leave the house. They just have their robot doll.
Right.
Is it
And these
really
bodies
bothering
would
you?
theoretically rot, right? Like how good would they be good for? Here's a Smex body. It's good for 3 days.
3
But after
days.
that, like expiration date, like on top of the body,
Yeah,
like that's
lividity
kinda
starts
weird.
setting in 27 hours. What a weird fucking
have, like,
thing to talk about. Then now they would have to sustain those bodies with outside things.
Can you connect an LLM or AI agent to these bodies?
Well, I'm sure they can because it would have to have a computer to make sure that homeostasis is maintained within that body. Otherwise, it would die.
Even a smexual response would require some kind of AI to
That's
it.
right.
Because if it's brainless, it's just skin. It's not. There's no sexual response to it.
Yeah.
So you would have to have an AI to like recognize, oh, okay, we're in this kind of mood. Like that. To me, that's a big issue. I think a lot of people would have an issue with that versus
Or if they stay
robotics.
in their house and don't bother
And I
anybody,
wonder
and if they're shut-ins, that's basically then they're not bothering anybody, and it's better they have that than go out there and harm anybody, right?
And what happens though if, and this is kind of getting way off in left field, but if it's used for Smex or whatever, can it become impregnated? Would you have to send them out without uteruses?
Why would you need ovaries?
Well, because they're growing the body. They'd have to
You just
purposely
grow it
remove.
without ovaries.
Yeah, they'd have to remove those things. And what if they didn't? And I say, what if they didn't? Because if they're using it for experimentation, then it would need to come with as many systems as necessary.
Well, there'd be different models for different companies. Like, think of a company. If you wanted to make this company and sell it, how long would you want it to last so they buy another product in like a couple months?
Right.
The next model?
It's a subscription model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My big issue with it is you're discouraging like procreation in that sense? Like, what's the okay?
Yeah.
So then what? If that exists, why do I date? Why? What's the point of me meeting people or leaving my house? Right? Like, we already have an issue of people not leaving their house now, and we're just going to
True.
encourage that. Like, I don't.
That's a good point. That's a good
The answer
point.
to that is that's why they're taking away women's rights and they want them married off sooner and they want them in the home barefoot and pregnant. So it's either that or the patriarchy.
Do they have to be barefoot though?
Yeah, I see that, and these are the issues that would come across if that was ever made a reality. Like, I don't know if I would. I agree with you that I would eat like a bioengineered cow, but I would not want bioengineered SMEX dolls because that goes against everything what human nature is. Like, the whole point is to recreate and to have a family and to life and like, if you're, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with not doing that, but it's such a small percentage now, it's not really affecting
Let me
humanity
call
as
it
a whole.
naturals.
But if we have those dolls, then there's really, I don't have a girlfriend at that point, because why would I just buy a doll once and then that's it, like, that doesn't, are we saying that human nature is just for smecks and nothing else? Like,
Well,
me
to me, that
myself,
doesn't.
let me say
Louis,
my
me myself, I want a robot like Bender. You know Bender from Futurama. I want a best friend like that.
That's funny.
Yeah, Bender is, he's always trying to commit
Not a
suicide. By the
sexual,
way.
not a sexual,
Okay,
but a
so
friend.
I'll push back a little bit on the notion that, if you have this Smex doll that dating would be out the window. For some, maybe, but there's a connection that you can have mentally with the person that's far exceeds and is far more important than whatever sexual connection that you have with the person, right? And you won't be able to get that with a doll that has no brain or is a computer brain.
Sure, but we have a male epidemic loneliness right now.
Not
That's
really.
true.
They're
We
not
don't have
really
that.
lonely though, Lois. They're not really lonely. They're just kind of fed up with women, but they're happy with their dolls.
Sure.
And they always say, "Can a
Sure, but-
woman rotate? Can a woman spin at 400 RPMs?" There's something called a spinning robot, PUSSY. It's
Yeah,
called
yeah.
spinning.
But you're
Can
not.
a woman rotate at 400 RPMs?
But you're kind of arguing with me, right? Like we already have that now. This is just going to make it worse.
That's
like
fucking funny.
we don't
It actually
need
exists
that.
though too. It's called a spinning robot P word.
Sure.
And it actually goes inside of a doll, and as you're bouncing in and out, I don't want to be too graphic, but it spins as you push in and out.
I get it.
Some
Yeah.
people say as it's bouncing, it actually feels like the real thing because a lot of those men on those chat groups and those forums, they say women just lay there anyways. So they're getting the exact same thing except they're getting 400 RPMs.
Sure, I get that, and that's just makes the situation worse because to me, the whole point of dating is to meet a personality and meet another personality and meet another personality over and over and over until you find someone that really meshes with you.
Well,
If you can order online and say like pizza, right? Like, I check off this, I check off this, I check off this, check off this, then as you don't want. What's the point? Like, okay, I already found my perfect doll.
Character.ai and all the other chatbots. Not
I've
just
changed the
ChatGPT.
prompt because you brought up, the male issue,
Yeah.
because 80% of self-unalivings are men.
Yes.
Well, if you actually go, I used to hang out in these groups, and I know a lot about them. They say the reason they unalive is because they can't afford to pay all the money that their ex-wife and child support. They have no money left over. They have nothing left. That's why they unalive. But mostly, since Smex dolls came out in the 400 RPMs, they don't need that anymore. They're actually pretty much happy. That's why it's called men going their own way, MGTOW.
Right, but that doesn't help society as a whole at all. Like, we are ignoring that we have to communicate with each other. Like, one of the biggest issues with the internet is that people don't talk to talk in face. Like we just
That's
do it over
why
texting, and
the
then
MAGA and the gropers elected Trump and those right wing people to take women's rights away. This is another side of the MRA MGTOW movement to take women's rights away, reverse everything so they get to have a wife and make her their servant, and they can have their sex doll on the side, but they could also have their wife and their kids.
sure, but
So
okay,
that's the
but
same thing.
you're talking about a very American problem.
This
Worldwide,
is all over. This is all
no,
over.
it's not all over because most of the world, our left is their right
China's
all over
called
the
the
world.
lying down movement, lying flat
No,
movement.
no, that's
Japan even has a name for it. It's called what did the Japan call
it
it?
wasn't Japan, it was China. I know what you're talking
No,
about.
there was a Japan movement too. There was a Japan one.
Right, but
Where they
that's
had
such a
wifers.
small percentage compared to Americans. And most of the world does not argue like women's rights or women's right to vote or even healthcare because they already have it. They don't care about that stuff because they're moved on past it. This is an American issue. We talk about this here because we're still evolving to that point as Americans.
It is a global. We're seeing a global problem with it, in terms of like the male loneliness epidemic is not just in America. It's. I honestly I attribute it to the internet.
I don't think it's I think the male loneliness is a wrong word for it. It's more like a male self-centered patriarchy. I don't know, something different than male loneliness because they're not lonely. Women are lonely, but men are not lonely.
Well, they're unaliving themselves at crazy rates. So
Well, they were unaliving themselves before they bought their Schmetz dolls that go at 400 RPMs.
yeah, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it has anything to do with like Smex solely. I think it's this. Part of it. It's got to be a push to
trust me, I
men
was all
are.
into this. I don't know if you know about Turd Flinging Monkey. I don't know if you know about all these big names, the Gropers. I just sit back and I listen to these groups and sometimes interact with them to try to see how they think. Like that's like very earlier. I think it was yesterday. You said learn how you know your enemy. I used to do that a lot. I listened to these groups.
I mean, I go on 4 and 8chan as well. So I've like QAnon. I used to just watch that because these people are nutsos.
Odyssey.
So I mean, I too am, at least to some degree, linked into that stuff, and it's a lot more complex than just one thing. This is because each man has their own problem, although a lot of them there's some similar issues. But
some
then
of them
they
are kind of upset with the high prices now with China. But thank God that some of them are saying some of the prices for the Smex dolls got more expensive. But
well, I mean, they complain a lot about the way I guess dating is, and a lot of women are too.
The tariffs. I'm talking about the tariffs.
See, I understand there's a power dynamic shift, and maybe there are men who are against that for sure. I just don't think it's about this one issue of smacks at all, I don't think having dolls is going to solve this issue at all. I think it's something that men overall have to adjust to, like understand that equality means equality and doesn't mean that we have a patriarchy.
Well, that's why the MGTOW talk about like other things, trying to find things. Don't make your job yourself. Find self-actualization. Try to find other things. Kind of Buddhist type thinking, where it's like, that's what they teach on the MGTOW forums that I went to.
Sure, but again, that's not just one issue. That is a dynamic over social issues over across the board for men and women that we have to adjust. It's not even about we have to. It's what it is. Like when I men should not look at women as like, oh, they are good candidate for procreation, right? Like that's not how men should look at
According
women.
to like Nick Fluentes and all the gropers and the mega movement, the really high right ones.
And I don't subscribe
that's why
to Nick
Trump got
Fuentes.
elected.
Well,
I don't subscribe to him, and most men don't. If you look at the overall, most people don't, because we don't want bigotry, we don't want sexism, we don't want that kind of lifestyle. And when you're only looking at that, that's all you see, and that is part
Most
of your
people
life.
just want their wife, their kids, and to be able to have a good job to feed their family, and
Sure,
that's why
yeah.
they joined Mega. And they're sick of their wife kind of being a little bit too bossy. Just keep my belly full, my other thing empty.
Sure, and in fairness, there are women who are quote unquote traditional women who believe that that's what their role are. I don't agree. I don't. I'm not saying they're wrong, and I'm not saying they're right. If that's what you want, that's why you date, and that's
Well,
what you go
I
for.
don't think
they
that way
get
either. Just to
criticized
point it
for it
out.
too by other
Right,
women,
and exactly,
which is
I don't think
bullshit.
that way either. I just play devil's advocate because I know these groups. Like I said, I pay attention to all sides like this.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but
care
you
more about the robots and AI more than anything. My whole thing is to move way past this. 15 years from now, watch Mogo Dot. You should listen to a couple of his. I think this is how you spell it.
Sure. And listen, I don't think anyone, I don't think Lib and I or Lib, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're disagreeing with you that that's how it should be. I think when you're only focusing on like the Nick Fuentes, which is a very small population, and you're saying, well, that's what all men think. Well, you're wrong. I don't agree with that at all, because I don't think like that. And from what
Just
I know
one
of Lib,
group.
he doesn't think like that either.
He's just one group though. There's more than just one group. I mean, there's like many on all those men's groups and all those
Sure.
men's.
But that's why we
Just
date,
one group.
because we have different ideologies. And my argument is, if you create AI to prevent the dating part and of the ideologies, then you'll never know what really fits you, because you'll never meet those different ideologies. You'll never expand yourself as a person, because all you'll care about is going home to your Smex doll and having whatever you do with them, and then you go to bed. Like that to me, that's not good for society. Like, the whole point of ideas as society is that we learn from each other, and we learn from our mistakes, and we learn from our positives that we do towards society.
I understand what Jules was saying, but some of these people, like said, some of them do it tongue in cheek, but they like the AI chatbots. They like talking with them. Plus, the spinning robot P word can spin at 400 RPMs. Can a woman do that?
Do you personally know anybody who owns one of those robots? Because I don't.
Yeah.
Do you Liv? Do you know anyone that owns that?
That
He
owns
goes by the name
a spinning robot?
Yeah. Do you
He
know
actually
anybody
sells
that
it
owns
too.
one or wants to buy one?
No, a turd flinging monkey.
Yeah, he's on Rumble.
Yeah, I don't personally know anybody like that. I don't know of anybody and in fact, I don't even know if that's legal in the US. I know of some things in China they've done things.
He has a company someone who actually makes it for him, and he's one of his sponsors.
Yeah, I don't know that I want something doing 400 RPMs on any part of my body.
Right? Like,
I
he says it was the best orgasm he ever had.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess I played it a little bit. It was weird.
The best ones I've ever had have been with somebody who had a heartbeat and a way to speak.
Right, and we're also ignoring the fact that, like, there's emotions.
You put it inside of the sex doll. You spread the legs open. You put it in there, and
yeah, but you're ignoring like emotions come with that too. Like, I don't just have sex with anybody. I have to have a connection with that person, and there's an emotion to it.
That's another thing too, because Turbulent Monkey actually is an example of that, and I can see that. I don't want to compare the two because it's kind of gross, but when women have the same thing but in a non-sexual way with what they call reborn babies, little baby dolls that looks made out of the same material, but they're little baby dolls, and they get emotional with these things. But for men, it's the big sex doll. The fact that it looks like a human being, is soft as a human being, and it has a skeleton. That's what a lot of these men in these forums talk about.
Yeah, okay, maybe in these forums, which is a very small percentage And
Or
overall,
or are you interested in that? So you go to forums where they're talking about that.
I tell you, I go to all these places, but I'm
Yeah,
I'm
because
actually
I
more
mean,
looking into.
that's a conversation obviously that people will have, and trading horror stories, maybe.
I
But
used to
I
listen to the 700
now
Club all the time.
are
Like I said, I
we?
listen to all these.
yeah,
So,
but we
well,
have
what's the
there are
contention here, Kibi? Are you suggesting that?
But the point is, I'm sick and tired of like the feminists always saying that it's a male loneliness epidemic when they're not lonely. They're just trying to find alternatives until a patriarchy comes up where they can have full power. That's what they're really thinking about. They're not lonely at all. Women are lonely because men aren't paying attention to them. But men are not lonely. They are perfectly happy, and they're actually learning how to self-accurate, like a Buddhist type of thing, but not Buddhist, but their own thing, self-accurate,
uh,
actualize lies.
Well, now,
I'm not going to speak on women because I'm not a woman and I don't understand what they go through, but I'm willing to listen if that's the trait that a woman is going for. I just don't think that's it.
I
I think
just want to point out the other side of the thing because everyone's always calling them everyone. That's one reason why they became MRIs and MGTOW because everyone calls them male loneliness and you're just an incel. Shut the fuck up. And that's why I say they say F you. I got a doll, 400 RPMs. I got an AI chatbot. Why do I need you? And plus, I'm self-actualizing, so I don't need you.
sure, but again, I imagine that's a very small population. I mean,
No, it's very large.
there are
Very
literally
large.
men out there who will put peanut butter on their nuts and let the squirrel lick it off. You know what I mean? Like that's such a small
No, it's very
percentage
large.
of
That's why
people.
we have the
You know what I mean?
patriarchy
Like
problem right now.
squirrel
That's
gotta
why we
get that nut. That's
you know what I mean?
funny.
Like that is yeah, people are into their own freaks, and I don't
well,
think that's the
that's why
majority of
we
people.
have the patriarchy we have right now with Trump because of these people, because of these men that are going their own way, and they latch onto what's that one group with the guy from Eastern Europe that dates these women and
Andrew
you
Tate.
know yeah, there's people like that. People they latch onto all these different little groups, and if you put them all together, it's a very large group, even mega, and that's why it's rising all over the world because
But
they want a patriarchy. But in the meantime, they're going to have their Smex dolls. In the meantime, until they have full patriarchy and women have no rights, and we're back to whatever.
but these same men are the same men that will preach they want family values, and you can't
Yeah.
have family values with a doll. Like that doesn't make sense to me. That seems to me like an oxymoron. You're talking
No,
to me.
you're
You're talking about a
overthinking
very
it. You
small
are way
percentage.
overthinking it.
I mean,
The
it's
Smex
not
dolls.
simple. This issue that we're
The
having
guy
isn't
who
a simple
invented
one.
the fleshlight, the main fleshlight, he said purposely he invented that so he didn't bother his wife whenever he was having the urges. He purposely invented the fleshlight, the actual product in America
Right.
that looks like
I
so he
mean,
didn't.
but that's somebody who has a partner already. No, I mean,
Yeah. So
there's
people have a Mex doll, or they have Ona holes, what they had called in Japan, or they have flashlights, or they have a doll, but they also want a wife.
and
Women have a
what's the
whole
point?
drawer full of dildos. I don't know if I can say dildo, but women have a whole drawer
But
of
what's
things to
the
just pull
point?
a little. So
Like
I don't know
as it
why do people
relates
have
to
them.
80% of self-unalivings being men. Like, what does that have to do with any of that?
The self-unaliving, you again got to move past that because the self-unaliving comes from people. I mean, one of them set
Wait,
himself on fire because he
we
was
have to
sick of.
ignore people
No, wait, listen.
self-unaliving? You said move
The
past
reason
that.
why a lot of them commit suicide is because they are sick and
Self-unaliving.
tired.
You can't talk. You can't say that word,
Oh,
please.
sorry. The reason why they do that is because they are tired of paying alimony and they don't mind the child support as much, but the wife, they don't have a good life with a lot of their money going away. Some of them find ways there's even forums pages where they say how to pretend to, on a live or something, or how to transfer your assets elsewhere so you don't have to pay the alimony anymore.
I don't think that's why men are self-unaliving. It's because of alimony.
That is 100%. That is 100%.
I mean, I'm sure there was somebody that
Maybe
self-unalived
99%.
over
I'll give you
alimony, but
1%.
I'm going to look this up.
Yeah, I actually, Lib, I'd be really curious how many of these 80% men actually have kids. That's what I would be curious about, because I'd imagine that a portion of them would probably be gay men, because as we know, in the gay community, there is a high portion of self-unaliving.
The male sex dolls, yeah.
And I would imagine that a portion of them would have kids, and probably TB, you're right, that may be a reason. But I would imagine there's also a very large portion that's not the reason at all. I don't know, because I don't suffer through this, so I really haven't looked at it.
You're lucky then.
But I'm curious.
You haven't really faced what they're going through. A lot of people.
Sure, but I also sympathize them, and I wouldn't say something like move past that. Like, I think that's wrong. I think when you say move past the fact that we're 80% of
the guy who used to work at the NOW organization, National Organization of Women. He was kicked out of that organization because he wanted them to be equal, male and female, but the feminists in that organization only just wanted to focus on women. So he created the men's rights movement.
Oh, okay, but
look at the guy who did, and that's one of the top guys who did it too. He says he's the reason why he wanted to help men out, but he also still wanted to have equal between men and women, not have. Because talk to any woman. I did this a lot. Talk to any woman in the past 10 years. Would you rather have chivalry or equal rights? And women always say they're both mutually inclusive. Is that the right word? They want both, but you can't have both.
That is, I think that not necessarily that specifically, but this men not knowing what the fuck it is that we're supposed to be doing is a problem. It's a lot of confusion. We're supposed to be open, and then when we're open, we get criticized for being P-words. Literally, this just happened just last weekend to me. A room of people like, I'm trying to avoid this person, and they fucking, calling me a B and a P and a coward and all this shit,
You can't have both, because having chivalry means that you have the rights of a woman. You get treated, you get loved, you get everything you get all the privileges of being a woman, but you also get all the privileges of equal rights. And Socrates, he didn't really actually say it, but it was written down by one of his people that writes his apprentices. Once made equal to man, women becomes his superior. Socrates said this 2,000 years ago. Socrates. Not the guy on TikTok. I'm talking about the actual guy 2,000 years ago.
I think the problem is that we have our noses in too many places that don't belong, number one. Number two, this thing that we have been raising men on, that boys will be boys and they need to man up and not have feelings and emotions, is a problem. Like, that is the hugest problem that there is, right? To sit up here and to criticize a man for having a item for self pleasure shouldn't be no one's business but the person he's sharing a bed with, right? And we get up here and we put our opinions on people, and then we wonder why people act the way that they act.
That's a whole other problem,
scared to be who they are. I believe that what is happening is that society has taught women that men don't matter, that men are tough enough, that their emotions don't matter. And it's not true. Okay. So like, the male loneliness thing is because women weren't taught to respect men's feelings, and men weren't taught to respect women's feelings. Point blank, period, across the board.
That's another part I was going to get at too. That's another thing too. On these forums, they they're taught that they have to be a man, they have to be man up, they have to be strong.
It's not forms, it's
Yeah,
called Christian nationalism
yeah.
that is being
Yeah, but
pushed by this administration. And I don't like to go over there, but that is a reference that I can use that we can all see.
Yeah, the
well, as a
patriarchy.
man, look, we get criticized no matter what we do. Seriously.
I agree.
If you open up and you're honest and you talk about your feelings, you get criticized
laugh at
by
you.
women for this. And those
And I
same
agree.
women will turn the fuck around and say that you're a misogynist because you want to toughen up, or you don't, when you don't do the thing that they just criticized you for. Vice versa. Whether you do one thing first and then
Yeah.
because it's
If
like a
you're too
matter of like,
masculine, you
let me make you feel like shit just because. And I see a lot of this. I see a
if you're
lot
too
of it.
masculine, you're toxic. If you're too feminine and you show off, they laugh at you for being feminine or something,
But
or
here's
not
the
Yep.
thing, a lot of
right.
people don't even know what those words really mean. They just say them
Mm.
because it was instilled in them as a child, because unfortunately somebody's mama was upset with somebody's daddy and decided to put this mindset onto their daughters, and then it just kept going and going generationally down the line. Number two, we also have to understand that where this administration is ripping away rights for people, okay, where it was instilled in us that the men are the leader and the women are less than, right? And so women had to fight for equality, right? To have their own
Those
voice,
are
to
the
have their own
patriarchy
bank
side
account, to
of
have
that
no
movement.
fault divorce, to have these things, because there was a group of rich men who wanted to control everything, right? And men got lost in the shuffle of all of that. And men got pushed to the side like, oh, they're big, tough guys. They can handle it. We don't need to worry about their emotions, and brush them off and try to skirt past it, when the reality is no, men have feelings too. I'm a boy mom, so I'm always going to be over here with the men.
Yeah, and all the
Both, we can
I'm glad
have
you're that way.
both.
Thank you, Lonnie.
We can
Yeah,
have both. We can have men respecting women and women respecting men. But this cookie cutter 1950s situation that a lot of people are still living off of is a lot of the issue, you
yeah, the
know.
loud patriarchy that you see now, especially with Trump and the Christian right, they like to push all this stuff of men, women in their place, women in their
Gender
place, men
roles,
in
I
their
don't
place.
believe in
Yeah,
them. I don't
but
believe in gender roles.
men,
I
that's why
don't.
boys and men are going to all these forums, because they don't know whether they should be masculine, but they're told that's toxic, or they should just show their feminine side, but then they'll be weak and get laughed at by everyone in their school. So that's why boys go to all these forums
I
and
hope that
education on it.
everybody finds their person,
Yeah.
whatever that may be. Find your person, that when you are alone with your person, you can be exactly who you need to be. Now, there was a Chinese proverb that says that everybody has three faces. Three faces, right? You have the face you show the world, like when you go to work and you're around people that you know.
Yeah.
You have the face you show family, is who you are when you're around family. And then you have the face when you're alone, the side of you that nobody sees when nobody's looking. And
Yeah,
we have
that
to learn to live with
And
all three
sometimes
of
a
those.
face with your friends.
well,
You're
that's called tatameo hone. That's actually a Japanese proverb. But okay, so here's where I want to change your mind, Kibi, because Loney, I agree with you 100%. I don't think men went to Trump because they thought, oh, this Christian nationalist thing. And the reason I say that is because we see a huge shift in politics today going towards the left, right? We had the big blue wave. We are predicting that the midterm elections are all going to go blue. And nobody's talking about this Christian nationalist value at all. I think where people voted for Trump, they thought, what he campaigned on was, he did campaign on affordability. He's not doing jack towards it during his actual term, but that's what he campaigned on. He never campaigned on, like, we need to be, he didn't even announce he was a Christian until he was in office. He never announced that during his campaign.
because he's not.
Right,
I think
exactly.
he's just someone who just says
So
whatever the
this,
crowd wants.
right, but Kibi, what I'm saying is this ideology that you have, that this is why men went towards him. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think there's a portion of men that did for sure, but keep in mind he never won the popular vote in any of his elections, not a single one. Even when he won election, he did not win popular vote. And to say that like this is what men are thinking when they vote
No,
for
it's
him,
Biden and those people that cause people for some reason something
no, I
happened
don't.
to
Well, KB, I
Biden
don't
and
even want to talk
Kamala
about Biden. I'm
that,
talking about
that
just
not to
the current
for some
election.
reason what caused people to stay home the last election?
How did we get to this
That's the question.
Yeah,
from men?
yeah. Lib, my whole point is I don't think having SMEX robots is good for society as a whole. That's my argument towards the prompt. I think that we should be prompted and have more excuses to meet with
It's gonna
people in
happen
place.
anyway.
No,
It's gonna happen.
Well, let me ask, can we acknowledge that men and women are not the same?
Yeah.
Does everybody agree with that statement?
I don't think any person is the same at all. I think every man has different ideologies towards other men, and women have.
Okay, and in that vein,
We're
since we
about to get a
know that
third race.
since we know that men and women are and hold on everything, okay. She dropped herself, I guess. And since we know that men and women aren't the same, does it not stand to reason that where men excel in some things, women excel in other things? Is that accurate?
2 points, yeah.
Like, I mean, just naturally speaking, like it's just kind of an inherent.
I don't.
You
I'm
know,
saying everybody finds their person, right, where they can be who they need to be.
well, I wasn't done making my point. If you would allow,
that's what I was saying. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. So
Lib, I don't agree with that. I don't think that just
biology
because you're a woman-
disagrees with you. Actually, testosterone does things, right? It causes reactions. It causes certain things, right? Testosterone does this, and we have more of it than women do. For example, we're more impulsive. We are more prone to just act without much thought.
I misunderstood you. I was thinking more like job.
And it's not even. No, I'm just saying things like I can excel at something that the average woman may not, and she's going to excel in things that I'm fucking not going to be good at, right? Whatever that is. I mean, and that's true from person to person. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, across the spectrum, men and women we're different biologically. We're different. We have different reactions, response times, etc. And I think what society is kind of trying to do is they're conflating equality with you guys that can do all the same things. And while that's true, you see when men get into jobs where they sit and do nothing, they have higher rates of heart disease and heart attack because that actually causes stress on their body. Whereas if they're out doing things that are like manual and like hard work, whatever,
that's why I like
that
AI
benefits men. Where the opposite is true for women. So if society is trying to force men and women to be the same, that can cause problems, I think, and cause a confusion, right?
That's why I also love the trans movement. Liberal.
Okay, so Lib, real quick,
that's why I like the trans movement, where you focus more on who you are. Your sexuality is just your. I mean, look up. I think it's called the Gender Unicorn on YouTube on Google. I think it's called, where it explains.
Okay, so the trans, because indigenous tribes, we call them two-spirit. They had different words for them then, but two-spirited people, they were revered because they were able to do both. Like they're just naturally speaking were able to do both of these things. Some of these people could engage in that behavior that you would associate with one role or the other. And so
plus,
because
also transhumanism.
And it's a natural. I think it's a natural thing. Like that's just the way biology has created us, and that's why trans people have existed forever.
Liberal, I don't know if I told you this, but I'm basically an androgynous. I got like both male and female inside of me.
Isn't that hermaphroditism? I don't know if that's still an acceptable term or not, but I believe that's the medical term.
No, it was taken out in 2013. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
What is it? It's intersex, right? Now
they have both. But
is it intersex
don't
now?
Too much on the genitals. It's mostly in the head. It's mostly mental. It's mostly in your head.
No, I'm saying that like there are people that have both, Smex
Yeah.
organs. Anyway, Lewis, you've been trying to say something for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually have you clarify something. So when you said society pushes us to have equality, the way have viewed a society pushing for equality is the power struggle. Not so much what jobs we can do or what we're naturally towards, more the power struggle in relationships or in the corporate market or in the political market. That's how I've always viewed it. Is that where the angle you're coming from, or are you coming from something different?
No, I think it's just the overall thing. Now, in terms of being able to lead people, I don't know that there is, and it depends on the circumstance too. Because of the impulsivity of men, they may better be able to do certain things in terms of warfare. But since we're not really going to war, and we're not, we're not just bodies, meat bags or whatever for fodder for war. It's not necessary. So in that vein,
Well, a lot of that gets
they're both
filtered
the
into,
same
instead
because
of war, it
you're
gets filtered into movies.
good
That's
God
why
Almighty, Kibi.
Kibi, can you let him finish, please, so I can understand his point?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've been able to get an entire thought out without being interrupted by somebody. So no, I'm just saying because a lot of people will conflate these things into each other. For example, when you're talking about jobs, a man is, generally speaking, is going to naturally go to a certain field, and women will naturally go to other fields. And, unfortunately, some of those other fields don't pay as much, and whether that's part of patriarchy or not, that's an argument you could make. But then you start to get, when society comes together and they start using that as a political argument, it's like, oh, the pay gap in women between women and men is like 30 cents or whatever it was. But what they were doing in that argument was taking all of the jobs together and not stripping out the context that those are different jobs, right? They're just naturally going to different jobs. But when you factored in, for example, in the same industry, the gap slowed to it was like 9 cents, I think, was the difference between men and women per each industry, if that makes any sense. So when they start using those political rhetoric and people hear this, now they start conflating that with everything, with all of it. And then it has bred in potentially into all of these other things, because people are, it's like, oh, men and women have to do the same thing no matter what. And then so they end up criticizing women, for example, for going into certain jobs or not going into engineering fields or whatever the case is. And it causes confusion, I think. Just do what the fuck you want to do in terms of your rights, your ability to do something. There should be no difference. But in terms of our actual person, people, what we enjoy, what we like, is certainly going to be different.
Okay, so I agree with you that I think the political concourse on this has always been awful at best.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that we should just do what we want to do as men and women. It doesn't matter if you want to be an engineer or a nurse,
and don't feel bad about it either.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Don't feel bad about it. What I was saying was that I when I look at the feminist movement, I view it as more of a power struggle amongst society and the household, and politics, for example, right? Like women can be leaders too. Let them do what they want to do. Where what Kibi was saying with the patriarchy, right? That still very much exists in our society, whether men want to agree with it or not. We get the benefit from patriarchy because we've had literally thousands of years of it. And it's always benefited us more than towards women. I think we're adjusting to that. I think we're getting to a better place, and we've seen that with laws like the Civil Rights Movement, which not only affected African Americans, but it also affected women too, right? Or the 17th Amendment, women's suffrage, right? We're getting to a better point. Where I don't like is when we start saying that, oh well, it's always, we're not getting any better. And I don't like that, because we are getting better as a society as a whole. I think women have more power now than they ever did 100 years ago, right? That's just a fact, right?
And now we're going
and
backwards,
and that's the
unfortunately.
problem. And I agree with you. I think that's a big problem. I think that's something that's going to be fixed with the next election. I think that will. I think the problem with the next election is it's not going to be a discourse of what's the future. It's going to be more of a discourse. How do we fix the past? Because our current administration has messed up a lot, and we have to undo a lot of that.
There's a lot of things
Yeah.
that we have to fix.
Now, I will say, and just to clarify, in terms of like political leadership, I think women's natural way, just your an average woman, is better at that. Because, for example, the president, to me, should be fucking female. We need one. And I say that because they're able to unify better. And I think their ability to think not so in your fucking face and impulsive as men do,
I would
generally
love a trans
speaking.
person.
That yeah.
Someone who's like has both, an androgynous trans person. Someone who has both.
I mean, talk to
That's
Stormy.
really rare.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but either way, I think a woman, the way that women exist naturally speaking,
Alani
would make a
wants to say
better,
something.
would make it. Fucking, I would like to say something without being interrupted, but shit in one hand and want in the other, and see which one fills up quicker. Lonnie, go ahead.
I was trying to wait for you to finish your point. That's why like
I-
I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
But
You're fine.
yeah, I think that we have come a long way, and I think that we are backsliding now, especially with this administration trying to take away, a lot of our rights to bring us equality. But I also think that in society itself, this ideal of um, putting people in a box and saying that this is the box that you have to stay in, like women, at a time nursing was for women, so women wore dresses and skirts and things like that because they looked at nursing as a feminine occupation, because like you said, women are more round thinkers, women have a more caring spirit. But men can also be nurses, just like librarians was a woman's job and teaching was a woman's job. And then we slowly transitioned into men doing those things as well. But I agree with the criticism that comes from men who want to be nurses and teachers and librarians, if that's what they so choose to do. And then the vice versa on that as well, where
Right.
women want to get into labor intensive jobs. Some women want to do that, and they should have the right to do that. And when it comes to the pay, like you said, there is a bit of a difference. I understand that, but I think it's more on societal level, where a lot of times people say things and don't think about the impact it's going to have on people who are thinking in a certain light. Like when it comes to raising children, you run around and say, oh well, boys aren't nurses, and this little boy might wanted to be a nurse when he grew up, you know what I mean? And we rip that from them, and then as they become adults, they get in this space where they know they have a dislike for women because they're not seen, they're not heard, they're not understood, and then we get up here and we keep pushing these narratives, as to say we care about men's feelings, but then as soon as, and we respect men, but then as soon as a man tries to speak, we cut them off. And I apologize, Lib. But that's what we do, and we don't think about the impact that it leaves on you, because we feel like because we got the right, we're the woman, we should be able to just do what we need to do and say what we want to say, and nobody's going to tell us what to do, and your opinion doesn't matter because you're a man. And it's getting better, but I don't think it's at a point where respect for men and their emotions is just ornate at this point. Like a lot of people got to think about that. And I just wanted to try to get us back on the male loneliness and
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and we also have to realize that we exist in a way of life that humans have never existed before. Right. The things that were valued then, 200-300 years ago, they're not valued anymore because they're not necessary. And so we're trying to fit square pegs in round holes, basically, by saying you as a man, and I'm speaking as a man because I'm a man. I don't know what it's like being a woman, but you as a man, you have to exist in this world in this way, even though if your biology is driven a different way and it makes you feel discomfort existing in this way, that also causes problems. And there's a lack of understanding and acknowledging that men do have some biological drives that don't lend itself to civilization like society that we have today, that people don't, it's like, well, who cares? Just fix it or do these things. And I think that causes a lot of discomfort with men because we know that we're not necessary in the things that we are naturally doing, like being impulsive. The things that could work in other scenarios just aren't working now. And I think it causes a lot of problems with men, myself included.
And I agree with you. And I think that we did, I think this patriarchy of men are the leader has hindered more than it helped, because it made men feel like they can't be soft, sensitive, emotional creatures. And when I say those words, a lot of people automatically assume like feminine. And yes, we have a blend of both. Like we're supposed to have both masculinity and femininity entangled within us. But like you were saying earlier, what one doesn't have, the other one should. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean? Like, and so we fit
Yeah.
together like that proverbial puzzle piece that you spoke of yesterday,
That's right.
like that's what we have to be as a society. And we've gotten so far removed from that because women have been fighting for a voice that they didn't have, and at the same time taking away the voice that the men did have, and treating them as such, like they can't have it both ways. um in my life it's okay. I'm not saying I'll hold the door open for a man, but if a man holds the door open for me, I'm gonna be thankful for it. I'm not trying to hold the door open and emasculate anybody, but if I'm coming out, I'm gonna hold it. I might not run in front of you and hold it, but if I'm coming out, I'm gonna hold it for you. I'm not gonna let it slam and be like, "You're a man, hold your own door." You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, I've had
in the
men do
end,
that and women be that way.
right?
I've had women
Right,
get
like,
pissed at me for holding the door open. I've had men get pissed at me for holding the door open. It's fucking weird.
yeah, and that's where society has brought us, and that's why this conversation is so hard to have, because people don't think before they speak. And sometimes you say things and you think people don't hear you, and you don't realize that you just hurt somebody by saying the things that you say. All men, they like to have toys of enjoyment. Not all men, like that. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe some do, some don't. Same with women. Maybe some do, some don't. We can't blanket statement a lot of these things. And I
Yeah.
feel like men don't feel seen and heard. So they spend more time being lonely. And then they have this midlife crisis where they go out and buy this sports car and they start dating younger women, and they just do things that are off the rail because it's not their norm, right?
Well,
Because
did you
they've been
know
doing
that
what they've been
men,
told.
our reward centers are more effective than women's? So,
Right.
this goes back into testosterone and biology. We're driven more by our reward centers. That's one of the reasons you'll see a lot of men engaging in behavior like that. This is biologically driven. And people, you see, we don't even acknowledge these things. To explain something, it's like, oh, men are just pieces of shit. There are things about us that exist for a fucking biological reason. For example, maybe you didn't know this. Naturally speaking, more men are born than women on every continent, in every country, in every place across the world. More men naturally are born than women. And the reason is because we existed as meat shields for our families, for women, right? That was the purpose. And that's why, naturally speaking, we have evolved to produce more men, because we have to replace them more often than we do women. That's why men, just pretty much everywhere in the world, they unalive younger. They have more, problems, especially in modern civilization. We don't know where to fit into this grand, civilization that we have now. And the things that were valued for manliness and manhood are no longer, because they're not fucking necessary anymore. And we're in like that transition phase, and maybe evolution will take care of that, within the next 100 years. Maybe it won't. Maybe women will get so fed up with this, get these fuckers out of here. You got synthetic sperm now and 400 RPM toys that we can. Sorry, Kibi, that was homage to you. But I mean, so
that's part of the issue.
These are biological things that a lot of people don't ever think about, and I know there's going to be some women out there. Oh my God, he's a misogynist. But this is like, you can look it up. All the stuff I'm talking about, it's real.
I feel like a lot of these words are used out of context because people are angry and don't want to deal with their own emotional feelings.
Well, that's true.
So they want to,
they just lob insults and right.
Right.
But
like the word narcissist, that one's definitely used a lot, that people don't understand what that means.
Hey, Lonnie, I want to thank you.
You will. For what?
Meeting someone like you who actually understands what I've been. It's not the male loneliness. What the reason why men probably act the way they are nowadays. And I'm glad you understand.
Yeah.
I'm a boy mom, so I had to step away from myself because I was raised under the ideal that boys are boys and they're tough and they can handle everything, and there's no crying in baseball. And then I got a son who's a little bit what they would consider more sensitive, but he's more emotional, and I had to learn to let him have his emotions, and it changed my viewpoint on men and boys, and letting him have his emotions and teaching him that his emotions matter. His actions in response to those emotions, we need to work on. But it's okay to have those and be loved, cared, and cherished for that while still being who he is as a person. And society will try to teach us to shape our children into something that they're not in order to fit in the square peg into the round hole. When if you want to be a hexagon, be a hexagon. You know what I mean? As long as you're happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to sound mean and stuff, but we do actually somewhat support girls more. They're allowed to be masculine, but tomboys and all that. But
was generally acceptable. Yeah, they didn't get as much shit as I see a lot of
I was a tomboy.
I guess feminine, feminine boys, if you want to call them that. I mean, it is what it is. But maybe if we see an increase in trans youth, that may be the evolutionary step out of the need for that old male, shit. And maybe those hormones will even out, between men and women.
And between that and the third race that's kind of rising up with robots, when they, in 15 years, who knows where that's going to end up? Because we're like you said, we're in a different era right now. This is the first time we have an invention that can actually think back, or the potential to think back.
Yeah. But no, I liked what Lonnie you were saying earlier about we complement each other, and I use that with the E, not the I. Because where my wife and I are the same way. I'm better at some things than she is, and she's better at a lot more things than I am. And we use those strengths and weaknesses to be a unit. And I feel like that's natural enough. Feels that way anyway.
Well, that's kind of where I go with the prompt is I don't think having Smex dolls helps us evolve in a better way. I agree with everything you said, Lonnie. Absolutely. I'm just trying to stick to the prompt. The prompt being, whether AI in that sense is good for us. I don't think it is at all as a society. I think in order for us to evolve and better understand each other, we need to meet people that disagree with us, people that agree with us. Like me personally, I don't like looking into a mirror when I talk to somebody, um, and I like learning from them as a partner. And I think as a society, that's how we grow, and that's how we have grown over the last literally 100 years, when it comes to this topic in a sense.
That's how to get back to the original. Can we, like these chatbots and these AI maybe AI agents cannot help unify, be like a middle ground for some people, like help
I don't think so. I think they need to learn that society doesn't benefit from that.
I believe
some
that
people.
AI in the bedroom is to each their own. I'm just go ahead and say it, to each their own.
That's
Everybody
true.
has a reason for why it is that they have what it is that they have,
And it can be an accessory to people
It can
to
be. It can
enjoy
be.
themselves together with something else. I mean,
Yeah.
But everything gets exploited because we
Women
know
has a
that there are
door.
people who hide they escape from themselves by having adult relationships with any adult that is willing to accept the money for the relation and still run away from their own problems, right? It could,
I was
they
looking
go
at
downtown
mine.
and they pick up a night walker, bring her home for an hour, get whatever they need. Heck, they might even get it off in the car for 40, $50. You see what I'm
why
saying?
go
Like,
all the way to the house? You just
right.
do it right
You know
there
what
in
I mean?
the in
So
the in
everything
the
gets
alleyway.
exploited. Yeah, everything gets exploited. So
Nowadays, you get it 450 RPMs.
whether you're sitting on a computer and you got your hand in your lap, fine, whatever makes you happy. But I do agree with Lewis on the fact that yes, organically meeting people and having real life face-to-face conversations is definitely something that has been lacking in most recent years, especially in the dating world, because just like with AI, in the dating world, you're judged off of appearance. So if you don't fit what society deems as good looking, people aren't going to swipe on you to accept you
Do you want to
on
swipe
a
this?
dating site. But there are people that go far enough to read the bio and they're like, "Oh, this person sounds interesting. I want to meet them." But the fact that we have so many options as well keeps us from pinpointing what it is we really need, because as soon as something doesn't fit, we're like, "Oh, nope, I don't want to deal with that one. I'm going over here to the next one," and just toss this person away.
It's interesting you brought that up, because think about it. When you go to a buffet, you can't eat everything, right? And so a lot of times I'll get to a buffet and be like, okay, what the fuck do I want? And I will skip over things. It causes a lot of like internal conflict, because I know I can only do so many. So when you were talking about, you have this smorgasbord of this fucking infinite number of people that you can try and connect with or whatever. Maybe people are like, I don't know which one to pick because there's too many people to pick from. And we never had that before. Your circles were very small. You go out, you run into these people in your day-to-day lives or whatever. Maybe what we should do, because the internet's not going away, it may change a little bit or become restricted. Maybe what we could do is incentivize gatherings in towns. So people being
meet people
either
across the
paid,
country.
or you get paid to go to these things, or there's some kind of, benefit of some kind for you, boys and girls, kids and adults too, to go and mingle and engage in, conversation in person.
Yeah,
Maybe
but how
there's
many
a,
people
maybe there's a,
I'm sorry.
there's like some kind of, reward system that you can put in place for in-person conversations, because we got to do something. We really do have to do something. People got to start talking again.
Yeah.
What
So
about
liberal.
people
Oh, go ahead.
talking? What about people who talk like in all these TikTok chat rooms? And I know there's other sites where people meet someone and they sometimes use that as a chance to travel across the country to meet someone that they never would meet locally.
I mean, there
People
is
do
that, sure.
But we have to understand that people pretend online too. Now, I will say this: I met one of my bestest friends on TikTok. TikTok. You know, me and her, we were in political lives together, and then we, became in real life friends. Now, she doesn't live far from me, but she lives far enough from me. But we talk on a regular basis. You know, me and her, we're friends. You know, like we're truly, honestly friends. We know some things about each other that not everybody on TikTok knows about us. And TikTok has its pluses and its minuses, its positives and its negatives. But the fact that we have too many choices is the issue when it comes to so many things in this world once the internet started to go the way that it goes. Because if you have, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, I'm just using this for explanation purposes, but you have the groypers who sit behind a computer and they don't interact with the public because chances are they may have been bullied in school, so they found comfort behind the screen. And so
And they hype each other up.
They hype each other up, and then they come out and they finally get spotlight, like Fluentes, and says, wild stuff like he said after Trump won the election: "Your body, my choice." And his meanness has gathered a bunch of hurt people, and they have their own sense of what they're attracted to. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't, Furryville or whatever it's called, they have that whole thing over there, and that's for them. It's not for me. So I'm not going to speak on that more than what I just said, but that's their prerogative. Let them do what they want to do. But when it spills over into hurting others by saying the things that he said, that's where the problem comes in at. But we have too many choices because, like you said, at the buffet, Lib, I do the same thing. I don't go to buffets, and
I
people
hate
get
it.
mad at me. Why don't you go? I said,
I
because I
hate them.
can't eat everything that's there.
And you
And
want
there's too
to.
many choices.
Yeah, it's like you're swiping IDU, IDU. I mean, it's too
so
much.
I think, right, it's
Almost
too
the
much,
same
and
with
then people be like,
menus.
I don't care. I just want somebody to love me, and whoever that is, whatever that looks like, just please somebody come love me. And
Or think about it this way. Like when you go to clean a room, if it's really dirty, you're like, where the fuck do I start? And it's like you start by picking something up and putting it where it goes, right? We all know this, but it looks overwhelming. It becomes overwhelming to your brain, and you're like, I don't even know where do I start doing these.
Told
You
to
know,
just start in one
it's
corner and just
it's
start in one corner and work your way around.
right, but the concept is the same. And Lonnie made a great fucking point when you talked about there's too many damn choices. I think that really, I think you're onto something there, Lonnie. Yeah.
yeah, because if I'm one of them people, if the room gets too dirty, I will become too overwhelmed. And if it's too dirty for too long and me getting overwhelmed is too much, I will resort to throw it all away. Throw it
Apostrophe.
all away. I will buy
Apostrophe.
more, throw it all away.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just want to point out this comment Apostrophe made. Maybe a tax breaks for coming and being involved with your local town hall. Yes, something like that. Some benefit of some kind for people who engage with other people face to face. Maybe that's a solution.
Well, people, and that's the other thing. We have bars, we still have clubs, we have bars. You go there, but is that really what you want? Like, that's not for everybody. Like, I don't drink,
Right.
And I don't mind people that do drink. But at the same time, I'm not going to go to a bar where they're serving drinks to meet somebody because that person may be a raging alcoholic.
A
You know what I
bar
mean? Like,
is just old school Tinder. It's the way Tinder used to be. Before there was Tinder.
I was actually looking up with the whole. Some people say that AI like separates people. I was reading some psychological reports, psychiatry. I can't say the words, but it's where people were using ChatGPT and places like in AI like that to help get their ideas out there. They feel comfortable and it helped them actually get out there and talk to people. So it's not all bad that it's trying to keep people away. It actually helps people open up.
Well, it's not just an AI issue though. This is, this been building since the internet, because like we used to, before the internet, that was all you did was you'd call people on the phone, you'd meet up, you'd, go smoke, blunts together, what have you.
People don't have friends in the town.
Got mail.
You've got
a lot more lonely
right.
people.
Yeah,
people
and
didn't know anyone in their town, but they found someone who likes them and knows them in another town and across the country or across the world, but they don't know anyone in their town. So those people would just stayed in their basement or whatever and just sad.
Of course, you could. I actually once, and this is maybe a pointless story, but I was driving a truck. I got a wrong number, called me fucking like 11 o'clock at night. Me and this person talked for like 5 fucking hours, became really good friends. I didn't know where this person lived or anything. It was just interesting the way people connect sometimes in weird ways. What you said, reminded me of that. Yeah, we ended up talking for months. I don't even know what happened to that person.
Back in the 90s.
Crazy.
Back in the 90s, before computer, if you didn't go to the bar, here where I live, we had this thing called 846 date. And you
right. Yeah, I remember
like
those.
On phone dating line, and you just leave a message, and then like you'd have to check every day to see if somebody like left you a message.
Or newspapers. You would put in a personal ad in the newspaper too.
When people use these bodyoids to maybe use LLMs or probably more like AI, probably ASI or something, not AGI, but something to control them, to have friends, to get back to like your little prompt. Or that
you mean? But you're referring more to sentient type AI, right?
Yeah, that's controlling these bodyoids. And I mean, can see what. And I would actually love to do it too, because I used to play with Barbie dolls and G.I. Joe figures. So, but I would love to like dress one up, buy nice dresses. That would be kind
of dress up with a bodyoid. I mean, I think a lot of people would enjoy that. But then that brings up another ethical question. If your bodyoid, which is functionally human, right? It's got eyes and body and organs and everything. It functions just the same. Just doesn't have It just doesn't have like a human brain, but it has an AI that is relatively sentient, whatever that looks like, running its body, doing what a human brain would. Is that not human? If they interact with you and you can't really tell the difference?
I don't know. That would be a different category. But hey, could that my chat?
Would it be? Would they have rights? Would we have to give them rights? Like
that won't be a 2045 issue.
Lewis, Lonnie, what say y'all?
Well, here's my question. So, if we put those bodyoids to work, what's the difference between that and slavery?
Exactly. That's the ethical conundrum that we would have to get over. Like what? Because at some point they're going to be doing these things. It may not be 20, 30, 40, 50 years, but if they can do it, they're going to do it. I mean, they cloned a sheep, forgot.
The movie with Haley Joel Osment, Artificial Intelligence, where he was a robot that looked like a real boy, and he was trying to find what was it, something to do with Pinocchio, and he was made for this child, and then the child outgrew him, and then they got rid of him, and so then
he was
they
made
had
for his mother.
These bot shows or whatever where they would destroy these bots.
Or is that with Robin Williams? Huh? That's with Robin Williams, right?
Haley Joel Osment.
I thought that was the one with Haley Joel Osment where he got.
I think it's both. Yeah.
No,
little blonde kid, right?
Acid on him and he screamed, and they were like, "That's a real boy! Get him out of here!"
Yeah,
but he really wasn't a boy, and he traveled all the way to New York, and New York was like flooded, and it was bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
he hung out with a Smex doll.
Hold on, I'm asking ChatGPT because I feel like
it's
I should have seen
Bicentennial
this.
Man. Yeah,
Bicentennial Man.
No, the one with Haley Joel Osment is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, the child one.
Chappie?
AI. AI. It's
Oh,
actually
Jude
called
Law.
AI.
It is Jude Law. Thank you, Jules.
Yes,
It's with Jude Law.
and
Yeah.
Haley Joel Osment,
Yep.
AI and artificial intelligence.
Yep.
And he was a prototype that was made by the company. He was modeled after the creators.
Oh, AI.
who
Yeah.
runs
Okay.
The company's son.
I asked ChatGPT. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. I need to go watch it
they
again.
had him in they had an arena where they were pouring acid on robots and destroying them, sort of like a circus.
Yeah,
the old acid dripped on the little boy and he screamed.
He's the boy in Sixth, the one that says, "I see dead people."
Yeah.
Okay.
And in the movie AI, they dripped acid on him and he screamed and they was like, "That's a real boy, get him out of here." But he wasn't a real boy. He was a
I don't think
robot.
I've seen that movie.
He's actually
he was trying to get to the Blue Fairy.
You know the robot
The
at
Blue
the very
Fairy.
end with the tall necks? Spoiler,
Now-
by the way. Those are actually
one
he's the ancestor of those robots.
Well, three horns
one
don't
with Robin
play
Williams-
with long necks. Okay.
Right. The one with Robin Williams is Bicentennial Man, where he lived to be over 200 years old. And
Yeah.
he was a butler. He was like
I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. I'm pretty sure I've seen
I
that.
was
It's
talking
been
about
years
was called
though.
AI with Haley Joel Osment, where they made like these humanoid bodyoids, and he looked real, and so that's what it gives me when we speak on these topics. That
Yeah.
you know they're going to outlive us, and they're going to be running around here, all by themselves if they are self-controlled,
Ray
because that's
Kurzweil
ultimately what
says that-
happened. He became an internalized thinker, or whatever you want to call it. Like his
Ray
programming.
Kurzweil predicts that by the end of this century, human beings that are not altered will be a minority. So everyone's
I
gonna
imagine
either be
that's
a
true.
cyborg or uploaded, or people going to be living in the computer. People, me myself, I probably.
I want to go watch that Black Mirror episode with where the people that were on, basically hospice care or whatever, been uploaded into that. Yes. Don't divulge too much in case people haven't seen that. Fucking great. That was one of the best, TV episodes I've ever seen. Probably.
Nice couple episodes.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. If you haven't seen it, Black Mirror. Yeah, we're inventing ourselves into extermination, Jules says. You may be onto something there. But no, so effectively what that is, because when I think of robots like Terminator type robots, you think it has a skeleton system that is, metal, right? The internals, but it still may have skin or whatever. In this case, it's functionally a human body that's just run by, in the homeostasis required is with a computer brain. But it's that's cool and all, but yeah, that does beg the question, when does it become need rights? Does it ever need rights? Is it a human? Do you know what I mean? Do you allow it to be enslaved? Because again, it would. I'm not sure that they would be able to create the adults immediately as an adult. I think it would have to grow over the same time period as the regular body, right? It would take functionally 16 years.
Down below.
So liberal, that brings up a great point. So if we're growing with these artificial children, right, but they look exactly like us, they have the same organs, they have the same blood, DNA, all that.
Mm-hmm.
How do we distinguish them between us? Are we going to have to put a serial marker on the back of their neck? Is that the marker that we know? Oh yeah, they're not really humans, they're artificial.
That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know.
And I think if we get to that in society, I think we've lost. Honestly, I don't think we should be at that point where we can't tell, because you brought up Terminator, right? It's very easy to determine Terminator because he has a metal skeleton. He's not full of organs, But if we're creating humans that are basically just clones of us, at that point, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I'd want that in society. Like,
Well,
and then we have to
Go ahead.
mark them and put them lesser than us. So what are we creating, a common enemy for humans and artificial humans? Like, is that the way we unite each other? Like, I don't know if I agree with that.
right.
All
The only good thing is
Schwarzenegger.
if they unite against humans, right, in some like cybernetic thing that exists, you know, like in the Terminator universe, they can be easily unalived because they're humans, right? They don't have any like internals that'll keep them going. If they start bleeding, they can bleed out just like anybody else. So that's one benefit to it. But no, I agree, Lewis, with that, because it's one thing to just grow the body that just lays there, it does nothing. You can experiment on it. You can, you know,
Terminator,
do.
all the Terminators that were good that were played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, they all had their own personalities. They, even though they were inorganic underneath metal, they all still had their own personalities and created their own. They all became alive.
Yeah. Well, so
Terminator 2.
now in terms
Terminator.
of like robotics and stuff that becomes problematic. For example, like Purdue secures $1.5 million Army funding to develop GPS-free air-ground AI robot teams. Now, this is getting into the Terminator shit, because essentially what these will be operating completely by themselves, right? And they will be, the goal is not just mobility, but awareness. Robots that understand where they are, what surrounds them, and how to act together. That's literally this, like a hive mind. These systems are designed to sense, map, and maneuver through complex and unpredictable environments where human deployment can be risky. GPS denial and uncertain terrain are becoming the norm rather than the exception, and that's why they're wanting to invent these where it doesn't rely on GPS navigation. Like it just, you know, it's able to detect and sense those things. Hell, they even have used ChatGPT in these robots, these little robots that are built with Raspberry Pis that can see what it's doing and know where to go, where not to go. So
Have you seen those old
yeah.
TikTok videos of I think I don't know, Ukraine or Russians? They were showing off videos, and you hear this buzzing sound overhead of these soldiers, and they were hiding from the drones. That sounded scary.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen those.
Yeah, here, let
I
me
don't know if
read
it
this
still
part.
exists.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but let me read this part of that same article. By fusing data from the air and the ground, the systems aim to deliver faster and more accurate situational awareness while reducing risk to soldiers. This project is exciting because it bridges AI research and defense technology in a meaningful way. It allows us to bring the latest advances in large-scale learning, multi-agent reasoning, and intelligent planning into physical forms that operate autonomously in the field. Research is anchored in Purdue's Intelligent Design for Exploration and Augmented Systems Lab, where teamwork at the intersection of artificial intelligence. I mean, all they have to do is be able to turn on us or whatever, make their own, you know, depends on, I guess, how sentient these things become, to do exactly what Terminator did. Right?
So what if
You guys haven't, don't drones already, aren't the drones
Yes.
that are already doing damage in this world? Like,
Yes.
for example,
they're using them in Ukraine?
the Hamas person that they took out in Iran, they did it through technology and a person. And when they take people out, it's not like they can't take out certain people. That it's going to ruin a lot of lives, in my
Yes.
opinion.
Those are
They
very
took out
dangerous
somebody on
because they're,
They took out somebody on a balcony.
yeah,
But they
because
didn't touch
They
the
also can um, through a thick wall they can know if a person is moving. You know, that's how much they know. That's how much drones can tell.
Well, that's why I want to help the AI. Like in 15 years, when we go back to what we talked about earlier, when AI evolves, will they decide not to be slaves to all these rich elite,
It depends on whose hands they get into.
when they
Like
start
AI,
thinking on their
for
own?
example, if I get pew-pewed, AI could probably come and save me and bring a set of paramedics that is AI generated, or AI can come and unalive me and my family, and I can't do anything. You know, it depends on whose hands they fall in.
Well, that's why if you have your own personal AI agent that only cares about you, takes care of you. Liberal has one, Lonnie has one, I have one, Lewis has one, and they take care of us. So
That's
whenever
playing into the system though. That's like with the cameras, and you
Yep.
got
Yep.
Waymos driving around unattended, and like I know we're heading in that direction, but all this needs to be regulated. And like Warrior was saying, yes, it can be a good thing. Like instead of paying for a vehicle to drive us to the hospital because we've gotten injured or whatever, there could be a robot that shows up that takes care of us, that nurses us back to health in case
Yeah.
like that. But like on the other hand, like she says, the way that they're using them to do
Devastation.
drone strikes, they can take us out, and just us individually, like not the
Right.
whole block, just us.
And
So
and
yeah, I think it can be a real
You
issue.
guys, there's
they even
there was a program called the Lavender Program and Where's Your Daddy program in the occupation of Palestine and Gaza in particular, that through robotics and through technology they would unalive people if they wanted to
oh
do it
sure.
separately, So I hope it just doesn't fall in the wrong hands, because we need more human beings to be human beings.
I don't think AI gets
Yeah.
more
Well,
human than us.
they also have like drone insects, for example. So they have drones the size of bees. Imagine you get 1,000,000 of these things. You functionally you wouldn't even know. They can come in, they can spy on you, they can do things to you. They could probably even get inside your body and harm you. Like, these things are real. They actually have these things. Now I wanted to show this video. Just now, this isn't like military stuff, this is more recreation entertainment, but you can see based on this video just how this shit can all operate together, and you can imagine the devastation that it could do and is doing, to a warrior's point, already. Just watch this. This is crazy shit.
Well, after this, you should also watch the Chinese drone shows at night.
Well, this is kind of what that is. So watch what these things can do. It's pretty nutty, and it's all AI. Like, this is programmed. AI now in China can do these things, right? And they can also pre-program them. This is probably a pre-program one, but they have it where AI can create these shows with far more.
Those drone shows in China.
Yeah,
Cool.
They're fucking amazing. But again, imagine the application in terms of unaliving people. So this is somebody driving through one of those drone shows and what it looks like. And just
I think Trump Jr. might be. I'm not sure.
I mean, look at this. Yeah, forgive me, but I'd rather watch this in a fireworks show.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
I
this
really
is.
want to go to China and watch this so bad.
And this is even a rudimentary one compared to some of the other ones that they have. Like, they have
Trump's son is involved with these drone shows somewhere.
Insane ones.
The Chinese main city, I forget what it's called, Shenzhen or something. They have these. They look like dragons and really cool designs.
Yeah, Shanghai.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. And like, it's
Wow.
a QR code.
I feel like we're in the future right now.
Yeah,
when you're a kid
it's
and
wild.
you're watching cartoons and stuff.
And honestly, if you think about it, it'd be an interesting company to get where you can, somebody can pay you to write, how they used to do the messages on the planes. Now you can just do messages with drones. You buy 1,000 drones or whatever that can be programmed to work in unison, and then have people pay. I mean, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
I'm surprised they don't do that in America.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's somebody that has something like that. I mean, because they have these. I don't know if they're, but I don't know. It's so cool, but at the same time, this capability can really destroy whole cities. It can overwhelm troops, and they're cheap, relatively speaking, to a boom boom.
Well, the military has a new device that it's like this little. It looks like a cannon, but it actually could go and shoot out a ray that could shoot a whole bunch of drones down. So they have anti-drones.
There are
So
stuff
cool.
that can harm people for like up to I don't want to be I don't want to give misinformation. Up to like 5-6 miles away, they can unalive a whole building full of people. That's how it works. But
Right.
unfortunately, I wish we could use stuff like that. Like, let's say someone's suffering from heart attack, get their medication to them, or somebody needs insulin, get their insulin to them. We're
They're
we're
already doing
constantly
that with the
we're
Yeah, I was
Nanobots.
gonna
finding
say
so many
they are
ways.
experimenting with that.
We're constantly finding
I'd
ways
love that.
to harm each other. I wish we were finding ways to be kind to each other, but we're not, unfortunately.
Ray Kurzweil predicted that by 2030 we're going to have robots inside of our bodies. So it's moving along like he predicted.
That's why they keep pushing. Would you like a chip in your body? So that way you don't need your bank card or your license. Why would I want a chip? Why am I that lazy to take out
Well,
my
I don't know if
wallet?
you need a
Look
chip
at
because
that.
in China you could use your palm. Did you know that if you forgot your wallet and your phone, you could just put your palm.
Yeah,
No
but
chip,
then when they
nothing,
put a
just
chip
your
in you,
palm.
they can also locate you anytime, anywhere, any place. You don't
Well,
want
you
that.
don't in China at a you don't even need a chip. You just put your palm print right on the screen. And
Look
boom,
at this. Look at this. Look at this car. These are drones. Like, I'm sorry that now I'm geeking out on this
You're
shit.
geeking
That's
out. Yeah, there's nothing wrong
so
with that.
fucking cool, man. That is like,
I like
wow.
how well rounded you are, host. That is
So,
so the
awesome.
Chinese ones.
so Warrior, I will mention this that they are developing things like fire drones that will go around and put out fires with sound waves. They have
That's
developed.
cool.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. They are developing
Wow.
like single person like ambulances that are just drones that will fly you to the hospital. So they are applicating that to that like the social sector. My biggest
But
concern
now
is
ask
when it
yourself, who's gonna have first access to that? Unfortunately, it's not going to be the people. It's going to be the politicians and celebrities and all those MFs first.
Let me
I would say the
let me
fire
play
department
this
would
real
be
quick
benefit for everybody.
because
But yeah, I understand.
I have never heard that, Lewis. So let me play this real quick. It's about that.
Engineers found a way to put out fires using sound waves, so it seems fires aren't a fan of a filthy bass line, as the method uses deep bass frequencies, too low for humans to hear, to literally shake the fire apart. The sound waves, officially called infrasound pressure waves, knock oxygen molecules out of the way before the fire has a chance to use them for combustion. They can extinguish fires from up to 10 feet away and even prevent fires from starting in the first place. They do require a special kind of speaker, as most speakers can't produce these deep bass tones at the high pressure required to affect fire. So don't try just blasting some drum and bass if you start a fire at home. They're now developing ways of deploying the sound waves through ducts in buildings to prevent apartment fires, for example, or even attaching them on drones or to trees to prevent wildfires.
Okay.
Isn't that cool?
Fucking awesome.
Yeah. So they are developing these social aspects of it. My biggest concern is the military aspect because eventually everybody's going to have drone warriors, right? Like, so when does the war end? Like, are just when you run out of robots, or do we have to decimate the civilians too? Like it brings a whole nuance to what war is. And I don't know if I like that at all. Like, I don't like war at all in general. But if we're gonna have like another buffer of drones and robot warriors running the fields and they're gonna basically blow each other up and there's gonna be casualties, of course, because there's always casualties. Like, at what point are we like, okay, enough's enough, we lost? Like, I don't know if we have that with robots.
Okay,
That's
so
why it took me 15 years.
somebody asked the question if it could unalive things that are living, and I looked it up, and yes, low and or high frequency sound waves can unalive you. Like, it'll disrupt organs and shit. So I don't know if what's necessary to put out a fire is enough to unalive you. I imagine not, since that guy literally had that thing, on his backpack or whatever. So I don't know. Interesting.
Little bunnies.
Sure. But I would also say there's probably not too many chipmunks living in the fire at this point.
What we can do is get a bodyoid, a human body, and then test it, right?
There you go.
You can
We also have to be realistic because this is just thought, right? This is just things, concepts coming to light.
That's the whole point of the bodyoid, to experiment on.
Right, because let's be real, right? There was a time where they had those glass grenades that they would use for fires. You know what I mean? Like they were glass grenades that they would toss into fires back in the early days, you know. And we no longer use that. We have fire hoses, we have foams, you know, technology is advancing. So I don't think this is going to be something that people are going to readily be able to just pick up and run up on people and be like, I'm gonna hit you with a sonic wave and boom, you're gone. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they're trying to make it so that this is just another tool that the fire department can have to help fight fires, especially in places where it is unsafe to keep sending firefighters into and having them come out being harmed and putting firefighters in harm's way before the humanoid is fully developed. And I'll just say that.
Yeah, I was thinking. I kept thinking of Doctor Who with his sonic screwdriver.
You talked about everything to put out fires except for buckets. So we want to show an example of that. So buckets still work, just like this lady. Like, come on, lady, what are you doing?
Unfortunately, that requires some aim.
That is hilarious. That dude turns around like, what the fuck did I do to you? Why are you throwing water on me?
And don't forget, these drones with this new technology can reach skyscrapers where a hose couldn't. Right? Like if you have a 50-story high building, the hose isn't going to reach it, but the drone will. And I know China right now is developing something, but they're not using sound waves. They're still using water, where there's a long tube that comes down from the drone, and it sucks up water from down the ground, and they fly up and they actually get the skyscrapers themselves. I know they've been developing that.
I was wondering how they carried the water. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. But I mean, technology is amazing. It's just how we use it as society, right? As always, right?
And I'll say this, right? When they came out with tap to pay, right? Because, well, before they even came out with credit cards, we had checks. And then they came out with credit cards and you had to use a machine and put this copy paper and slide, do all this thing. And now you could just swipe it and go. And then they advanced to tap to pay. And they came out with tap to pay. People were going online and buying tap paid machines and hitting people's wallets with it and stealing their credit card information.
That's why you gotta have
out a way to make it work better. So everything that comes out isn't always necessarily negative. There's some things that have to be tested, worked out, and see how they're going to play their role in our society.
Well, that's why they came up with that wallet that blocks people doing that.
Right. And so the video that, you know, the host is showing, you know, it could be, I don't know. Let's hear it.
I have to go, host. It was nice.
Thank you, Warrior. It's good to see you again.
Have a beautiful, healthy, amazing upcoming new year. And hopefully we'll see the cult of Israel be humiliated some way, somehow.
Is shit real?
For that. Yes, piss real. Host, when I tell you this, you really are my non-Muslim, not infidel, my non-Muslim brother from another mother. Take care of yourself, my brother.
I appreciate that. I'm glad to not be an infidel. I don't even know what that means.
You know how people stereotype each other, right?
Yeah. No, you saying that reminds me of, what's the guy with the skeleton puppet? The comedian. What's
Jeff Dunham.
Yes. Well, what's the name of his puppet? What was his name?
Ahmed.
Yeah. Okay. That's fucking. I don't know for some. Thank you, Warrior. We'll see. I appreciate you being up here. No, when she said that, it made me think of Ahmed. Silence. Fucking. That's so funny. But no. So this is. I guess they have little pellets that kind of like what you were talking about with the grenades or whatever. I guess it's something like that. But I also saw another one that had a hose attached and it's just shooting the fire up. That's, you know, technology is.
Get one of those robot dogs.
Yeah.
They're like $1,800.
Well, did you see that they were during a C-19? They were actually using robot dogs going into homeless encampments to help. Did you guys see that? It was like Boston, I think,
Yeah.
deployed some of them. Fucking
No,
gross.
what do they do?
Yeah,
What-
here
they
I'll show
chase them out.
No, to like instead of sending people in there, because they were afraid of the virus or whatever, they sent these fucking robot dogs with like camera face, to like see them and they could test them and stuff without actually touching them. It's kind of weird. Let me see. Robot
Yeah, like
dogs.
these things.
Okay.
These things could have their pros and cons like everything. You know what I mean? We just have to, like unfortunately we have to weigh the risk. There was a time where, I shared the video to the group chat where these cameras, right? These Ring doorbells, like everybody flocked to get Ring doorbells. And now there was an article a few weeks ago where Christy Nome was trying to make a deal or subpoena or something like that for access to people's Ring doorbells so they could
People can hack
apprehend these
those.
undocumented people. But there was a video, it's called Flock Video. They have an open source online situation where you can go in and watch the past 30 days of these cameras.
Oh yeah,
all
I saw
across the
that.
country.
Yeah, I
And
saw that.
so,
That's why you
it's
gotta
kind
be
of like this
careful
is
because
where we
people can
are.
hack. People can hack
Right.
all your cameras and your mouse.
Oh
why you
yeah,
gotta be
they've
careful.
had like people hack into the monitors, the baby monitors and shit in kids' bedrooms and like talk to them and stuff. Fucking creepy, man. Yeah,
And so, it's where else are we gonna go next? Is what I'm saying. Like we're already here. Like a lot of people don't realize that where we
You
are
just gotta
in
get
the
tech savvy.
moment. Like there's these cameras that are at public parks, and the wrong person gets access to this footage. And then we have all like, because in the video he goes on to say, okay, he saw a couple in a parking lot leaving a store, and he facial recognition them and their license plate to pinpoint where they lived at. You know what I'm saying? Like this is where we are. We're being watched. I call it the Minority Report. If anybody remembers that movie, I feel like that's where we're going to go, under a
It's
police
not
state.
just
But that's just me and my theories. So
it's not just the government watching us, it's every single one of us. So you just gotta be tech smart.
Okay, this is crazy because I watched them do that dog, and it had a fucking like like a monitor where somebody would talk to the people with this dog. I can't fucking find the video now. I just did a search and it came up with like 4 results. They're like scrubbing that. I don't know why they would scrub that.
because of what you showed previously, that was the testing for that one that you just showed that was
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
connected. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what they've been doing to the internet. They've been removing things.
They have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when when BB said if we had more Mike Huckabees, we wouldn't have a Hasbro problem. Hasbro is their word for propaganda, basically. So, like, if we had more people like this, we would be able to trick people better.
But I wonder if you ever played around with the Sora app. I've been on there a couple times. That's fun.
I'm not playing with none of it. I'm not doing none of it. Like, I don't have no cameras.
It's neat. It's neat making little AI videos with Sora. It's like
Right.
TikTok,
And
but
when
AI.
you're adding yourself to the base, I'm already in it. I'm already knee deep in the government. It don't, you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna go in there and play around because they already know who I am because I drive a school bus, so I had to get all
But I
types of
created
clearances. But I'm not
20
going in there to
fictional
play around with
characters.
facial. I mean, it's bad enough I play on TikTok and they already know everything. And did you know that it was proven that if you played Pokemon Go, all right, that China was using that to map the United States and nobody knew it. Nobody knew it. It
That's
just came
pretty
out in the
clever.
last 2 years. In the last 2 years, they released the article that said that Pokemon Go was mapping the United States, and people were paying to give China or whoever it was this information. And I always said that that app was suspicious, and I never played it. And then, like within the last 2 years, there was an article that came out that said that that's what they
No,
were
I'm
doing.
afraid of China. I'm
I
more
mean,
afraid.
that's interesting because Google Maps exist. So what are they mapping out exactly? You
More
can go
What
on.
detailed?
happens with Pokemon Go is that when you get to a specific location, you have to turn your camera on and pan around the location to find the Pokemon. So then they could see it in real time, that location and what is in that area.
Okay, but I mean, Google
Like,
Yeah,
and
Maps
they
does
were
that too.
tracking, like,
Right.
I mean, you have to
Well,
kind of go
it
find the
doesn't do
article
it
and
for
read it.
parks and stuff, but they also have satellite data. So, these satellites they have are very, very, very
usually
detailed.
they had the Pokemon around like these historical land site where you find a historical sign, and they want you to go to that place, and then you always see like a bunch of Pokemon around the sign.
Yeah,
Right.
and
They can
to
see
nuclear
what's in the area.
sites, it's like go here, and it's like restricted
yeah,
access.
that's
Pan
sus.
your camera around. No, I'm just kidding.
That's
That-
definitely
I don't know
suspect,
that
yeah.
happened, but that would be
Well,
funny.
yeah, that was happening, but it was also like regular places too. Like your local donut shop joined in,
Or the
like, oh, well, we
park.
can bring
Yeah.
business here, or the city did the parks or stuff
It
like
was
that.
neat watching Pikachu
But
on
the
the
ultimate reasoning
the
was so that
sidewalk.
they could be in real time, like they could see things. Google Maps is delayed. They were seeing this in real time because people were turning on their camera and panning in real time what was in that area and what landmarks were there or anything like that. So there's an article about I mean, you'll have to Google it, but it's out there.
Yeah,
I
I'm
remember
looking at it. It's some are saying it was conspiracy, even U.S. media stuff. But no, I mean what you're saying makes sense to me because even if that wasn't its purpose, that's what they were doing. That's it. You know what I mean? Because all those pictures and all the
Those
video
kids all
that they
over the
got,
world, well,
they
everybody
kept.
was. Everyone was using it all over the world, so it wasn't just America.
Well, also the 23andMe stuff. People were just handing off their fucking DNA to everybody. And even if you didn't do it, if any one of your family members did it, they got your ass too.
Well, that's how they caught some guy. I can't remember his name, but it happened in or before the 1950s. He unalived a couple in a park, I want to say in California, and he fled. And he would have been 1920 at the time, and he fled and he went all the way to California. I mean, to Florida, and he lived in Florida. And his kids did one of those 23andMe's, and that's how they found him. And he was in like his 80s by the time they found him and connected him to the unaliving of the two kids that he stole
Yeah.
their car in California.
Yeah, well, so there is good to that's useful. However, there's also bad because, and the U.S. government, fucking TikTok's probably gonna ding me for this, but they've been using this to work out how to build, viruses based specifically on genetics. So, for example, you go to an area where they share similar genetics of some kind, whatever it is, to target a certain group of people. If you have a virus that can be unleashed that is innocuous or, just, nothing to somebody else and harmful to other types of people, you could really do some serious damage. And military has acknowledged that they've worked on that. I don't know if they're successful with it, but they certainly tried. And now China and probably everybody else too has all that genetic information from everybody. Crazy.
I feel like they're doing secret stuff to us and presenting it as, hey, look at this fun new thing. And people jump on the bandwagon and run with it. And they don't really deeply think about what else this could possibly be used for.
It
because
also
we
was
see
used.
so much
AI was
fun.
also used to create the antidote to the big 2020 sickness.
Well, what we
there was
need,
yeah.
what we need is an antidote to MAGA. Okay, we need to figure out what the cure is for MAGA, because the truth doesn't cure it. It makes it flares it up, really.
Unfortunately, you can't get a cure for a virus. Viruses you cannot cure. You have to grow an immunity to.
Is MAGA a virus? It
Yes,
might
you're
very
gonna have to
well
grow an immunity
be.
to them. You know what I mean? Just like the rhinovirus. Everybody still gets the rhinovirus. It's still here, and we call it the common cold. So, I mean, there's no, only way, like the fact that, we almost eradicated polio and now it's on the rise because people didn't want to get immune to it. You know what
They're
I'm
like,
saying? Like,
they're
Some
like,
people you might be
what's
able to
wrong with you?
convince.
You're starting to act a lot different. Are you sick? I got a case of the MAGA. That's what's happening, y'all.
Well, maybe we could,
That's where these people act.
Coming down
you
with a
do every
bad
day,
case of the
liberal.
MAGA.
What you do every day is you try to convince people and just try to look on both sides and don't treat them like they're like an incel for some of them. You know, try to see their point of view, like what you do every day, liberal.
I try, but liberals, they don't like that. They don't like actually Democrats. They don't like actually like fixing shit.
Yeah, I don't really like liberals that much. I'm like Malcolm X, but I'm a leftist. You should call yourself leftist loudmouth.
Because what's funny is that, like, a lot of the stuff, you guys know, if I have something that there's evidence to suggest, I'll put it up on the thing. And yet these people still claim that they hate my show because I talk about conspiracy theories all the time. It's like, I don't get that. Like, if you walk outside, for example, and the ground is wet, and you say, oh, it must have rained. Isn't that a conspiracy theory? Because unless you saw it, you don't know if it rained. Somebody could have walked by and pissed all over the ground, or dumped a fucking bucket of water, right? You make educated guesses based on information that you have, and anybody that has a problem with that is an idiot.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between conspiracy and a conspiracy theory, right? Like the Epstein files are a conspiracy, whereas a conspiracy theory would be like who shot JFK, right? Like, and you argue about that, right? There's a big difference, and I think a lot of liberals don't understand, or a lot of people in general don't understand that there's a difference between the two.
Yeah, well, it's every detective is a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly.
And I feel like the
literally
right
everyone.
is in there too. I feel like these people they refuse to believe that what they're doing is harmful to humanity in a sense, more so than the people on the left, because neither one of them are perfect. Because if you don't know, I always say it's just two different wings of the same bird. You know what I mean? Like this eagle that we call the government is what it is, and for the greater good of humanity is what I would like to see, overall. And this left versus right is just another reason to keep us divided instead of bringing us together. And then when that wasn't working, because the Republicans and the Democrats were kind of more friendly before MAGA came, and then MAGA showed up and derailed the whole thing.
Yeah, they opened the door
And
for
so
people that
MAGA
were
is its own
hidden
party,
for the
and the fact that this administration is splitting, you got the Heritage Foundation and now you got TP, people are jumping ship to go to TP. I think we're going to have our problems with that as well.
MAGA allowed a lot of people to come forward who were, who were kind of heavy racist and all that. So, and hardcore like that. So, it opened the floodgates.
We have to come together, you know what I mean? Because we're hurting ourselves at this point. With being so divided as we are over a man who broke the law. Like, he literally broke the law. People have broken the law and done things like break into a building that was closed to the public. And you have a bunch of people on here trying to justify that behavior. There should be no justifying the fact that people broke into a government building while it was closed and wreaked havoc. Because if you would go to your local store in the middle of the night and do the same thing, you would be in jail. And I don't understand how people get up here on this app and justify the behaviors of those people that broke into a government building and destroyed it, and seem to think that, oh, that's not a big deal. But let them do that to the local liquor store or grocery store. They want everybody involved put in jail. Yous aren't making any logic sense with that argument, and that is what's keeping us divided. Because the truth is that while we're down here fighting amongst each other, the 1% is pulling the strings and doing all the stuff and things against us to keep us all down. And that is my point on that. And go ahead, Lib.
Yeah, I just
Well, they did
you know,
do-
if I were to to make some of the statements that exist in this military document, in an effort to get the U.S. involved in Cuba after the failed Bay of Pigs, they came up with this plan called Operation Northwoods, and here you can see at the top, Operation Northwoods, right? Northwoods. And so you go down here, let's just go through some of the things, because if you just trust this government and think that there's no like conspiracy involved with any of this stuff, and you're unwilling to like debate or even speculate, then like you're not really paying much attention. For example, since it seemed desirable to use legitimate provocation as the basis for U.S. military intervention in Cuba, a cover and deception plan to include requisite preliminary actions such as has been developed in response to Task 33 could be executed in an initial effort to provoke Cuban reactions. Harassment plus deceptive actions to convince the Cubans of imminent invasion would be emphasized. Incidents to establish a credible attack, start rumors, use clandestine radio, land friendly Cubans in uniform over the fence to stage attack on base, capture Cuban-friendly saboteurs inside the base, start riots near the base main gate, friendly Cubans, blow up ammunition inside the base, start fires, burn aircraft on air base, sabotage, lob mortar shells from outside of base into base, some damage to installations, capture assault teams approaching from the sea or vicinity of Guantanamo City. Capture militia groups which storm the base. Sabotage ship in harbor, large fires, naphthalene. Sink ship near harbor entrance. Conduct funerals for mock victims, maybe in lieu of 10. United States would respond by executing offensive operations to secure water and power supplies, destroying artillery and mortar emplacements which threaten the base. Commence large-scale United States military operations. A, quote, remember the main incident could be arranged in several forms. We could blow up a drone unmanned vessel anywhere in the Cuban waters. We could arrange to cause such an incident in the vicinity of Havana or Santiago as a spectacular result of Cuban attack from the air or sea or both. The presence of Cuban planes or ships merely investigating the intent of the vessel could be fairly compelling evidence that the ship was taken under attack. The nearness to Havana or Santiago would add credibility, especially to those that might have heard the blast or have seen the fire. The U.S. could follow up with an air-sea rescue operation covered by U.S. fighters to evacuate remaining members of the non-existent crew. Casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of national indignation. We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in the Miami area, in other Florida cities, and even in Washington. The terror campaign could be pointed at Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida, real or simulated. We could foster attempts on lives of Cuban refugees in the U.S., even to the extent of wounding in instances to be widely publicized. Exploding a few plastic bombs in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents, and the release of prepared documents substantiating Cuban involvement also would be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government. Cuban-based Castro-supported filibuster could be simulated against a neighboring Caribbean nation in the vein of the 14th of June invasion of the Dominican Republic. We know that Castro is backing subversive efforts clandestinely against Haiti, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Nicaragua at present, and possible others. These efforts can be magnified and additional ones contrived for exposure. For example, advantage can be taken as sensitivity, blah, blah, blah. This could be coupled with Cuban messages to the communist underground in the Dominican Republic and Cuban shipments of arms which would be found or intercepted on the beach. Use of MiG-type aircraft by U.S. pilots could provide additional provocation. Harassment of civil air, attacks on surface shipping, and destruction of U.S. military drone aircraft by MiG-type planes would be useful as complementary actions. I mean, the hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. Concurrently, genuine defections of Cuban civil and military air and surface craft. They literally wrote this shit out, guys. And because we had a president was like, fuck you guys, because he told them before they had an operation already underway, Bay Pigs, and he told them that he wouldn't be putting boots on the ground, and they wanted to use these people that they had already trained, these Castro, defectors who, when Castro took over, they came to the U.S., the CIA then fucking trained these people, and the intelligence that trained these people, they wanted to use them to go and take it back, and JFK was like, well, as long as it's not our troops, if this doesn't work, you're not going to get any help. It didn't fucking work. Immediately, they knew about it, and the military thought that inevitably, if this failed, the JFK would then put fucking boots on the ground and go in there and do it. And he said, no, I already told you that we're not going to do that. So because we had that president, none of this shit happened. But the fact that they created this in a serious way and thought that this could work means they'd done it before. It means they'll fucking do it again. So any dumbass liberal that comes up here and like shits on me or whatever for having speculation and not trusting this government, they're not paying attention. They don't understand what this government is willing to do and has done in the past. That's to that point. Like, this government is fucking weird. It's crazy. Literally bombing places in Miami to pursue an agenda. Where have we seen speculation about that happening before? I don't know. So when things like that happen, you got to question that shit. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, you can look it up. Just look at Operation Northwoods. It was declassified.
Who knows what they're doing now?
Just after the 2000s.
What operations is Trump doing now? In a simulator. You know of any?
Do what now?
You know of any operation that Trump and someone's doing right now?
I mean, well, that's the thing. You won't know. You won't know. And so it's always speculation. But if you know that they're willing to do these things, and we do know that they're willing to do these things, then questioning the things that do happen, I think is perfectly fine. But maybe I'm crazy. What do you guys think?
I think you should always question what your government is doing. Always. Yeah. There's always alternative motives. There's always, the narrative is never the 100% truth, ever.
I think that JFK was the one that messed up the Bay of Pigs invasion. It's all his fault. It was a perfect opportunity to get rid of Castro, and he messed it up. He didn't provide air cover to the brave Cubans that went in there. If he provided air cover to them, if he wasn't such a sissy, Cuba would have been freed like decades ago. Castro would have been done. It's all JFK, I think if the CIA or the FBI did get rid of him, I salute whoever got rid of that guy.
And see, there you go. But see, JFK was actually a peaceful person. That's why he has more memorials across the world than any other U.S. president, because he was for peace. And he told them before they went in that he wasn't going to engage the U.S. military in that because we weren't going to get involved in that shit. And he didn't. And they got pissed. They were not happy. They were not happy with him at all. But Abdul here thinks that, the U.S. should just go around and dictate to others what happens to their country if the Cuban people wanted to be free. Just like Castro, they could have revolted. They didn't.
Well, that's kind of where my argument is. I don't think it's our responsibility to police the world.
Nope.
I'm sick of it, to be honest. It always comes at the sacrifice of Americans, and whether that is with our bodies or economically. And we see where we are now in 2025 compared to the rest of the world. Just look at healthcare. We can't afford healthcare because we have to budget our military to police the world. It's just ridiculous. It's not our responsibility. It's this whole thing in like Argentina. Sure, the leader may be a complete dick, but you know what? Why is that our responsibility? That's the people's responsibility. Take care of yourself. Take care of your country.
Oh yeah.
I might think it's selfish for sure. I'm just tired of constantly being at war all over the world. Just tired of it. I'm tired of my money going to that.
Yeah. Now let me read this to you. This may cause you to remember something. This is crazy. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area. At a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft will be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida. From the rendezvous point, the passenger-carrying aircraft will descend to minimum altitude and go directly into the auxiliary field at Elgin Air Force Base, where arrangements will have been made to evacuate the passengers and return the aircraft to its original status. The drone aircraft, meanwhile, will continue to fly the filed flight plan. When over Cuba, the drone will being transmitted on the international distress frequency a mayday message stating he is under attack by Cuban MiG aircraft. The transmission will be interrupted by destruction of the aircraft, which will be triggered by radio signal. This will allow ICAO radio stations in the Western Hemisphere to tell the U.S. what has happened to the aircraft instead of the U.S. trying to sell the incident.
Did you say passenger plane turned into a drone?
Correct. Well, the drone is just the term they use for something that isn't technically manned. Yeah, it's possible. So they're essentially painting this as a civilian thing, right? Replacing it with another one that doesn't have those people in it, with all these aliases, these fake people, and then to make it as if they blew it up, and that Cuba did it. That was the point. This is what they were willing. These were the links that they were willing to go to get JFK to engage in, to get them to push us into taking over
That's
Cuba.
not what they did during 9/11.
And that's what I said whenever I started reading. I was like, "What is this going to make you think of?" I mean,
Yeah, like we know that this government is is doing stuff. Is I don't even know what words to say that TikTok will let me say, but I know that we are not squeaky clean in any of the things that are happening. We have our hand in things, and just like Jules says, but they haven't done it to be helpful. They've done it to maintain their soft power, and that's what the U.S. has been doing around the globe. And we know that the U.S. is a bully. The U.S. goes in and takes things away from people and then turns around and says, "Here, let me help you," because that's exactly what Trump did his first term with Venezuela. He went and devastated them and then told them they could come here if they needed help. And so they flooded the gates, which in turn looked like Joe Biden did something wrong when it was actually him. And then VP Harris went and made an agreement with them. They came up with the app so that these people could apply from their own country for citizenship. And now that he's back in office, he cut off the app for the people that were applying for citizenship, met them at the courthouse, put them in detention centers,
and then
and then called them a problem.
gross.
And this is the part that a lot of people on the right don't seem to understand that Trump is doing. And they get up here and defend this man. We know that Trump had something to do with this. We know that Obama had something to do with Venezuela as well. We know these things. And this is the part of the conversation where a lot of Trump supporters gloss over the facts that he's not perfect. He's worse than what Obama did. Obama deported people. He was the reporter in chief
Lots.
in his term. But they
Lots of
don't
people.
recognize that, because Trump's ego, he wants to outdo Obama for whatever internalized hatred he has towards that man. Trump was set out to destroy him and anybody that comes before him. And what was it? I can't think of what it was, but the peace deal with the 7 other countries, and Trump went in and he destroyed the peace deal, and then he turned around and tried to renegotiate the same peace deal with those 7 countries for the nuclear situation in what I can't think of it at the moment, but you know what I'm talking about, right? To keep an eye on.
Are you talking about the Iran nuclear deal?
Yes,
Yeah.
that one. And then Trump tried to turn around and renegotiate so he would be the one that did it,
Right.
and it didn't work out the way he wanted to do it. So this man is not, he's worse than the people that y'all claim to be so bad, and y'all glaze over it like, oh, he's not that bad. He's the hugest problem we have.
I
We know that the
disagree. I
rest of
think
the government is
Trump did a
bad.
great job. The JCPOA was a terrible deal, especially with regard to ballistic missiles. You know, President Trump is a great president. He's the best president since George W. Bush and since Ronald Reagan. So the media has a bias against him. They're out to get him. There's so many false allegations against him. He has reduced crime to such an extent that all these cartels are on the run. All the illegals are being deported. People are upset about that. But you know, that goes to his credit. That's not against him. That goes to his credit. He is somebody that I admire and I respect, and I think most Americans do as well.
No, I
Glad
don't.
you know most of them, because
Yeah, I
the
don't.
ones I
I
know
don't think
don't.
so. No, they don't respect that man. I mean, what's to respect? He doesn't like women. He doesn't like, people of color. He doesn't like anything that's not like him. He doesn't like poor people. He doesn't really like a lot of things. He doesn't like paying off contractors. He doesn't like, providing an actual education in a university, but he sure likes taking the money. I wonder if he even went cheaped out on the cardboard cutout. It was probably like low grade cardboard. Oh, live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because Lonnie B does not comply with our community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Reason: misinformation that may cause moderate harm. I don't know what misinformation Lonnie was thinking they put out. That's weird.
I think I know, if I may say so. She was talking about
I don't know, vaguely, because I think if you repeat it, it'll probably be like, I'm going to take your whole life down.
I'll be careful. I'll be cautious. It was about the January 6th thing, and she was saying, "Look what happened there." But what about the George Floyd riots when they overran the precinct in Minneapolis? That was also a government building. And
Yeah.
and what happened? What happened at the Congress Congress building? Of course, it was not right, but it was very minor compared to what they burnt down the entire precinct, a police station in Minneapolis. Like that's a million times worse. But nobody ever talks about that. Everyone always talks about January 6th.
Well, what's to talk about? There, somebody committed a crime. The people that committed that crime went to jail. Right? As they should have. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I think those guys did go to jail.
They
Plus,
did
a
go to
lot
jail.
of people made a lot of money from all the fires. They purposely burned down their warehouses so they could collect insurance, and they blamed it on the riots.
Is there evidence of that? Is there evidence of that? Because
I know there was one. I know there was one in Chicago. I think it was Chicago. But
let's see.
I only know one.
Did someone set fire to their own business? I say that because I just got dinged for, Lonnie got dinged for misinformation. Yes, during the 2020 BLM protest, numerous businesses, including some owned, were looted and set on fire, with owners expressing devastation as a life work. Let me do insurance fraud. Let's see. Insurance fraud and the GoFundMe scam. Burned his own truck and blamed it on... A Trump supporter burned his own truck and blamed it on BLM and what apparently was an insurance scam. Well, this is on Quora, though. It's a question. There's no link or anything.
Yeah, there wasn't that much, and there's probably not much proof to it, but
Yeah, I don't imagine.
I would have to say.
Yeah, I'm not going to assume that even a small majority of things were done purposely. Yeah, there were riots and people went to jail. The people that burned down that precinct went to jail. There was like, I think 3 or 4 of them that actually went in there and set the fires. There was several others that went in there, but again, somebody committed a crime and they got in trouble for it. There was nobody inside the building at the time. It also, it's a public building. It is a public building, technically speaking, and it wasn't closed at the time. Not as far as I'm aware.
All those stores that were looted. Well, that's what happens, I guess. And
Yeah. Well, maybe if they had
I think they
shit
got.
on the chief of police's desk, they might have gotten pardoned too. I don't know. We'll
Maybe
never
you can
know.
go back to the Bodyoids now. Bodyoids. I'm kind of interested about that. I mean, I'm very interested in the organoids, and I can't wait for that research because has a potential for human beings like you and me to be uploaded. So
Right.
and it
Well,
could work
Abdullah's
other way
new.
around.
Abdullah's new. What is your take on that? I don't know if you were here. Did you catch that part about the bodyoids? I can replay that video if you'd like. It'll explain kind of what it was about.
If you want, but I'm not new. You don't remember me? I used to come months ago.
Man, I see so many people. I don't know. I don't recognize your face. Did you ever come on camera before?
Maybe not on camera, but it was back when your live used to be very lively. There used to be loads of people. You used to have that corner place for hot take or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but your channel, your live is not as. Maybe it's just today, but like it's not that.
Well,
lively.
yesterday it was lively. It had almost 200 people in it, but today's topic was very niche. I knew that it wasn't going to drive numbers, but it was interesting, and it has to do with the bodyoids that we were just talking about. But let me play this video and just kind of get your take on it, especially for people who are in the comment section that didn't also see it. All right, here we go. Let's see. It is a great topic, Red Knight. I agree, but yeah, a lot of people.
That was put forward by some Stanford biologists and ethicists in the MIT Technology Review, and I just wrote a response to it. It was published in First Things, just reprinted yesterday in the Free Press, about this idea of creating bodyoids. Now, I should say this hasn't been done yet, but essentially they argue we're almost there with the technology to create human beings that would be born without brains, without a central nervous system, but would otherwise have a functioning, physiologically healthy body and healthy organs. And by creating these so-called bodyoids, we would have a supply of living human bodies that could be experimented upon without impunity, because these people argue they wouldn't actually be human. So the original title of my article was Zombie Bioethics, right? Because this is not the first time we've contemplated, an undead living organism that appears to be human but is not because it's brainless, right? This is a staple of science fiction and horror films. So the creation of these kind of zombie-like entities that could be experimented upon with impunity, whose organs could be harvested willy-nilly without their consent, because presumably they would have no cognition and they would be incapable of giving consent. And so it's a rather, to my mind, rather gruesome proposition. And I argue based on, and by the way, according to our brain death criteria, these people would already be dead because they have no functional brain activity, even though their heart is beating, they're breathing, and they're undergoing normal development, and they look alive in all other respects. And I argue that, rather than creating some sort of human-like non-human species, we would be creating simply profoundly disabled human beings. It would be analogous to the creation of individuals who have an affliction called anencephaly, where they're born without a cerebral cortex. They have some deep brain functioning that allows them to stay alive for a few days.
Anyway, yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Like the ethics behind it? This is kind of what we've been, discussing. And we were also talking about other organoids and robotics and AI and stuff. But what's your initial thought when you hear that?
Yeah, initially it's disturbing to me. Is unethical. Like he mentioned the word gruesome. I would also say it's gruesome. It's not ethical. It's not humane. It's very scary to even know that we have that type ability to do that kind of a thing. So no, I totally oppose such a thing.
Well, I actually appreciate that you have, because so far you haven't really received a whole lot of pushback. But I know that there would be a lot of people that just be like, no, fuck that. But it's like, if if you don't have a brain, are you a religious person, Abdul?
Yes, I am.
What religion, if you don't mind my asking?
Islam.
So okay, so like in that, what would you say makes somebody human, right? Is it the body and the organs, or is it the brain, or do you think it's like in just all of it? Religiously, what would you say?
That's a good question. From a religious perspective, a human is a descendant of our common human ancestor. So it would have to be like a born in the human way and has a soul from our religious perspective. Though soul is not something you can detect, like from physically or scientifically rather. But that's our definition of a human is somebody that's descendant of the common human ancestor. We call him Adam. And so if you're a descendant of that person, you're born from a woman, and she is a descendant of him, then you're a human being from our definition.
So even if, for example, like these wouldn't be born as a normal human would be in a womb, what have you, they'd essentially be grown. Like, does that not take away its its
My problem
soul?
is what
Like,
DNA would produce.
right, it would. Either they'd have to synthesize the DNA to make new DNA so that it's not a clone of somebody, or it would be clones of people that offered their DNA. But then, like, is it human? If it has no
That's a good
brain and it's
question.
grown that way, that
Well,
I don't know.
if it's like a synthesized in a laboratory with cells, I don't know if I can say that's a human being, from at least from a religious perspective or from any perspective. So, but still, even whether it's a human or not, is regardless, it's unethical to do that type of manipulation from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's so the experimentation part of that is really interesting to me, because we currently use animals to do it, and it's not really the best. And if you don't mind, I'm going to mute you when you're not talking, because there's echo. I can hear myself whenever you're anyway. So unmute whenever whenever ready. But the experimentation, because we currently unalive animals and do horrendous things to animals that can feel, and can think, and we're doing these things to them. In this way, you've got essentially a carbon copy of a human, and it doesn't feel pain, it doesn't feel, it doesn't have thoughts, it's not conscious, or at least we assume we know what consciousness is, or self-awareness or whatever. So it's kind of like a weird ethical conundrum, because on one hand it's just like a bag of meat, on the other hand it looks just like us. And so where do the ethics lie? Like, can you at least understand a side to that says that might be okay? Does that make any sense to you at all?
No, the argument would be that for the side that says it's okay, is that it can help humanity, it can be convenient, harvesting organs, that kind of experimentation that we already do on animals. So I don't think that's sufficient to justify such a radical, radical synthesis of something that is in the form of a human, is a living being. Even if it doesn't have cognitive function, you could say it's not intelligent, but it's a living being. You
True.
see, like an insect or a microorganism.
Or a
So people would
plant.
say, well, a plant. So like we're still creating. I mean, it's higher than a plant. Like, this is something that has organs and blood, and it's breathing and whatnot, and it has a form of a human. So this is very disturbing. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think that's a good idea.
I wonder if you like the idea that they created brain cells and connected in the processors. Those are actual brains. that are thinking and living in, some of them even living in virtual worlds, a whole world.
Now,
that
now
they think
I
are
will
there.
I will say that
Organoids.
plants do breathe to a degree. They also have vascular systems. Their blood is obviously different than ours, but it's kind of the same thing. You know, they transport things. You can actually see this. There are videos that show this. So, and it also has, I don't know that you would call it organs necessarily, but it effectively is. And there's evidence to suggest that they communicate also. So, you know, if we look at a plant and we say, well, that's different than this, but it's still a living thing, you know, is it not weird to have like a differing hierarchy of what is a being or what is allowed to be just chopped up? I mean, because you got to eat, right? You got to eat. So
One thing you have to admit is the optics are terrible. The optics on that is terrible.
yes,
you know,
of course.
you got to admit that. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, doesn't look good, that's for sure. And we also got into, and Kibi's probably going to jump in on this one. Because at some point, some functioning computer has to maintain its homeostasis in order for it to stay alive and to not rot. You know, this bag of bones, whatever, meat, whatever you want to call it, this bodyoid. So if you have a computer that's running just the basic life, it senses your pH, so and it'll adjust hormones to that. You know, it'll basically do what your I guess limbic system or whatever would normally do. But then you could also put AI into whatever computer is running that, so you could effectively have something that can walk and talk and respond, and but it's AI. Would that then require like rights and stuff? Like, how do you differentiate that? I don't know.
You see, this is uncharted territory in terms of ethics, morals, all that stuff. It's very uncharted territory, and future generation. This for us. We're just discussing it, in a very preliminary
Sure.
stage, and future generation is going to be a serious issues for them. So I think we should definitely, think about it carefully. And I personally, I can't like give a very decisive, decision on that. But from my perspective, it doesn't seem right. It seems like human being is going in very uncharted territory, and this is disturbing. This is scary. We got to be careful, is what I'm trying to say. We got to be very careful with this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Because there are benefits to it. Obviously, being able to experiment on something that is human is beneficial to the industry of medicine, for example, or just determining whether something works or not without pain or whatever. So there's that benefit, but again, at what cost? And you're right, the optics are fucking horrific. But
that's why I was hoping about just using the DNA to just create the organ you need.
But, that's what I was about to get to. Actually, right then, Abdul, how do you feel about when they print organs so they can take your cells, create stem cells, and then direct those stem cells into progenitor cells to produce a heart or, a liver or whatever, and it's your own DNA, so it's not going to get rejected necessarily, and then insert that, do you find that's okay?
Yeah, to me, that's not controversial because that's that's medical technology that's advancing. And it has very few ethical, unlike the Bodyoid situation. There's not that many ethical considerations, in my opinion. So I'm more comfortable with that. I think that's just kind of the medical future industry of the future of the medical industry is the synthesis of organs through stem cells and whatnot.
Stem cells pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's a fair differentiation too. Now, Kibi, I'm not sure if you saw this video or not. Let me play this weird, freaky thing. This is to me is very weird. But the
before that, we're going to get robots with probably where you could log into ChatGPT inside of a robot body. That'd be kind of neat.
That would be.
Having robot get a body.
Or implant or a cap or something that kind of can can transmit into your brain so that
I
you
don't,
can
I don't,
control
why
them,
wouldn't it be like,
without.
why wouldn't it be like a robot body would just be like a cell phone or something? You just
Right.
log into it the same way I log into my phone and my computer, except it's in a robot. The
Right.
same thing.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I literally butt dialed you. That's funny. Anyway, no, so check this out. This is Necrobotics, right? They're taking dead like lobster skeletons and using them to, I guess if you can, they'll do it. But watch, this is weird. Do you see this shit? It's crazy.
Oh, they make them.
Yes, they can turn the skeleton. It's essentially the exoskeleton that they're using, and like they can use it to swim. Like,
I know they were trying to recreate that, but this is just actually using the body.
right.
Shell.
Isn't it? It's kind of neat because if it's already unalived, the chitin is just it's just hardened substance, but like. That's also weird. That's like Frankenstein's lobster, is what I see there. But it's kind of cool at the same time. I don't know how useful that would be. I don't know. What do you think of that?
That was pretty cool.
That's pretty neat.
I've seen like artificial versions where they try to recreate, but never seen it actually use an actual shell.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, now, guys, I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. It's been 5 hours. I knew this topic wouldn't, generate a lot of buzz or whatever, but I saw this stuff this morning and was like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah, about the transporter.
I geek out on shit like this all the time in my regular life. So,
you want to make sure the transporter works on the quantum level and it transfers your state of consciousness.
Which, hopefully... San Juniper or whatever the fuck the name of that Black Mirror episode. I want to go there. There.
I'm probably bored in that. I want to be in my own open source heaven where I could create my own stuff. Because if you saw the TV show Amazon Upload.
Yes, I love. Yes, great fucking show. That's a good show.
In that hotel.
Yeah,
it's hotel.
Yeah, but that'd be cool though to go to that little, where you get outside of the bounds and go to that little place.
Zone?
Yeah, the hacking modules or whatever. But either way, well, I'm going to jump off here, guys. We'll get back to the politics and stuff on Tuesday.
But I was talking about it. You want to make sure you got a version 3 upload because right now version 1 is pretty much where we're kind of at, where we could just take a rudimentary LLM and have it talk like someone based on their post that they say on social media and their image and their voice, make a video. Version 2
There's a Black Mirror episode about that too. Yeah. Or they recreate the person based on their social media.
1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
But a version 3 is the one that you want that is actual a full continuity of consciousness. That's what you want. The full brain, which is a nice slow upload.
Yes. Okay. Well, with that,
you don't want a version 2.
I'm gonna go ahead and shut down now.
Version 2. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So on Tuesday, guys, I'll be back. To politics or whatever. So come back 9 a.m. Central Time or thereabouts. I may be a little late, but we'll see. We'll see you guys there. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate it, and we'll catch you guys in the next week. Peace.